Stop talking about comic books or I'll kill you. I don't care if the Hulk could defeat the Man of Steel. I'm gonna rearrange your face if you continue to debate whether Logan's claws could pierce Steve Rogers' shield. I just couldn't care less if they bring back Kraven. And I don't care if Spider-Man's a clone. Stop spending all our cash on back issues of The Flash, or I swear to God you're gonna spend your 12 years alone. You can call them graphic novels. They're still just plain old comic books to me. And I don't see why you must always ceaselessly discuss the post-zero-hour continuity. For the last time, I won't read those Kirby X-Men. You know that I prefer the work he did for DC. And if you don't want to die, you'll lose that old Street Price Guide, Comic Buyer's Guide, and Wizard Magazine. But please get the new Invisibles for me.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the show. It's great to have you all here. Unfortunately, some of you already left because the song started playing, but hopefully you'll be back. I'm sure you will. Let's jump in, say hi to the chat, see who's here, who's joining us today. We've got Robert Shepard. This should be better than last week. We certainly hope so. I mean, we always strive to be better. Unfortunately, we always fail, so there's that to look forward to. James Hayes is here. He says, hello, well read, Smeeg and Shine, everyone hanging around chat. I hope that you're doing good and feeling well. Yes, we are, James Hayes. Thank you very much for being here. And Wilberforce also says hi to you. Thank you for joining us. Smug is pointing out that there's a lot of competition tonight. Yes, we had to stream a little bit earlier today to schedule everything that we'd like to do. So unfortunately, we're going to be streaming over some channels that we typically don't. But we'll see how well our audience holds up. And there's always the after live views, and those are usually pretty good for this show. So who else do we have joining us early? We have Altercation, Ahoy Chat, and we have Lorenzo Sleestack. Hello, well read. Hey, Lorenzo, thanks for being here. Well, looks like that's everybody. I don't think I missed any names. So with that, I will bring on the co-hosts. Please welcome Peeg.
What's up, everybody?
And Moonshine.
Yes.
Yes. Well, do we want to talk about anything?
Yeah, I want to talk about how our viewers just halved again with the intro song. We had like, what, 11 waiting, and it dropped down to like 7?
Yes, I noticed that. Clearly the song is working.
Yes, it's horrible.
Get rid of that song, well read.
People love the song. They always come back.
Nobody
people
loves
hate
it.
the song.
Yeah, they hate it.
Everybody hates it, really? Well, if everybody hates the song and would like to see it changed, please leave comments after the stream in the comment section or during the stream in the chat, and we'll take it under consideration. Maybe have a vote.
Everybody hates the song. They hate the books. They hate the review show, and they hate us. This is a show of hate, well read. What are you cultivating here?
Hate group?
Okay, well, fair enough.
Yeah, so now that you know. With that, I don't think we'll jump into comments from last week. I think we might want to get started on the review so that we can finish.
But they're Trump comments.
Yeah, I think we need to check the comments, well read. There's a very important comment there that we have to read and clarify.
All right. We'll try to do it quickly because we were on a tight schedule today.
But Trump lost.
No, last week Trump won. Didn't you see the review?
No.
Of course, we're only talking about the comic, so I don't want to upset anyone at YouTube. We're only talking about comic books, not anything else. So I'll quickly share the screen. And we can see all the glorious comments praising our review.
Spirit Scar wants us to read the comments.
Yes. Okay. We'll try to do that quickly. And
We also
Robert Shepard already advocates for the song, so.
We also have Testify HD, El Hombre, and Spirit Scar joining us. Welcome.
Hey, El Hombre. Great to see you. And Testify points out that children are the world. We all
who
love
doesn't
children.
love? Yeah, who doesn't love the children?
Jeez, Testify, you horrible monster. What do you chase the children away?
They are the future.
El
That's
Hombre
right.
says he thanked Smug Pug in the comments.
I liked his thanks.
Oh, we'll be sure to skip that one, El Hombre. But we'll read this. Hi, great to see you here. And let's go back. So maybe let's zoom in a little bit. So I already hearted and thumbed up your timestamp, Smug Pug, so you're welcome. Bunderdome, which is Tim Lim, says, correction, it isn't my book, it was Chuck Dixon's. Thanks. So
That makes sense, because I don't think I see Trump Space Force on the Iconic Comics website. So that actually makes sense. I always assumed it was Tim Lim's book.
Well, it was his campaign, right? That's how they sold it.
no. He is giving all credit to Chuck Dixon here, so perhaps that's where it belongs. And he says, well, I say to him, thank you for clarifying. So it was acknowledged. I will thumb up my own comment, because I always like my own comments, and I'll heart it as well.
That's pathetic, well read.
That's nepotism.
Oh, look at this comment here by Everett Todd. You legally can only play 15 seconds of music before you owe the band a royalty check.
I don't know what to say to this comment. This is an account that's only been on YouTube for a short while, and that's not how YouTube works. So
I think you should listen to them, well read.
well, I'm gonna thumbs up this comment because I don't want him reporting us, and give him a heart. But I'm gonna thumb down this comment of encouraging that we get rid of the song. So
You son of a bitch.
there we go. Well, now that all the comments and questions have been addressed, everybody's curiosity has been satisfied. Can we move on to the review?
Sure.
Yes.
Oh, I missed your comment. Damn it.
Make sure to go back and heart it. Well
Yeah,
read.
okay, I will. I'm going to go take care of that right now. So, but in the meantime, we could maybe move on. And I gave you a thumbs up and a heart, El Hombre. And he says, thank you for the timestamp, Smug Pug.
You're welcome, El Hombre.
Yes. Now, for tonight, we're going to be discussing another Boom Studios book. The last review did pretty well. We got a good amount of views, and we seem to have generated some interest when we talked about Something is Killing the Children.
Lorenzo clarifies it was indeed Tim's Indiegogo campaign. So I guess the book itself is Chuck Dixon, but Tim used his Indiegogo campaign.
I want to know why we keep reviewing Boom Studios books. We review Berserker, we review Dune, we review Something is Killing the Children, and now it's another Boom Studios book.
That's because I look for interesting indie books, and apparently only Boom Studio makes interesting books.
Do you work for Boom Studios, Wooster?
I work for Disney. Boom Studios is a subsidy of
Okay,
Disney, so.
fair enough.
I've chosen a few Boom Studios books. I think Berserker was my choice, as well as Something is Killing the Children.
Oh, look. The #1 science fiction Hispanic author is here, and he has a question for you, well read.
That part comes at the end, when the stream is over. So you only have 4 hours left to go. And Glenn reminds us of what's truly important. We're all gay. Thank you, Glenn.
And clicking.
I think Moonshine and I are excluded from that comment.
It's directed towards all of us. It's a group comment. Does anyone read Boom Studios books aside from Well Read? Well, apparently a lot of people do, because they're not too bad.
Well, I guess speaking of not bad, this one was actually okay.
Yeah.
Spoilers.
Well, good.
I thought Smug Pug might like this one.
You were correct.
Just like I thought Well Read would like Something is Killing the Children.
Well, I think that was my choice. Thankfully, I did like it, but Dune I was
Yeah.
not too crazy about. I think that's another Boom Studios book. If I'm not mistaken.
I can't imagine anyone liked 499, but Well Read did, so.
Well, I did. But tonight we're talking about We Only Find Them When They're Dead.
By Al Ewing, who is currently working on The Immortal Hulk, which I believe won whatever the comics award is called in the first season of that.
We have an important comment. Glenn points out, Smug Pug is so gay, when he touches himself, it's gay on gay hate crime.
How does that even make sense? Shut up, Glenn.
I had to inform everyone of that comment. So, Al Ewing, yes, he's an interesting author. He's written a Hulk series.
Yep, he's English. He's in England, I believe. He's pretty far left, but he only occasionally throws his politics. He can write a good story that's not just slamming you in the face with his politics. I mean, there's clearly political undertones in this story, but it's kind of just a generic kind of environmentalism, running out of resources type of thing.
What do you think of these covers? Because to be honest, I wasn't really wowed by them. If I was collecting these in physicals, I'd probably be looking for the variants.
Yeah, this cover is boring.
Yeah.
It is interesting.
They really like the title design for some reason on these covers, whereas Something is Killing the Children, they kind of almost push that to the background. I guess I will say, like, if this was a book, this is the type of title you see on a sci-fi book from like the late 70s, early 80s, so maybe that's what he's trying to get at. So I don't know who Simone Di Meo is, but apparently he has done Transformers for Boom Studio.
Wait a minute. Simone's a girl's name.
If you say so. Okay, she, maybe.
How dare you misgender Moonshine? You're canceled.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Spirit Scar says H.G. Wells, things to come, That's what it reminds me of. There's the title. Trademark. It's trademarked.
What is it with Boom Studios and like naming their books what the story is about? Something is killing the children. We only find them when they're dead. Is this like a reoccurring thing?
I don't know if it's a Boom Studios thing. I think it's an author thing, because I think these are books essentially designed by the writer. I think also kind of like Walking Dead. It's like, why are you describing what a zombie is? But that worked out for them. So,
well, a big emphasis on the word dead. So,
yeah.
So who exactly is dead in this story?
Well, we'll get to that. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Oh, it's in the title.
Yeah. Well, we'll get to it in 2 pages.
Okay. Yeah. Be patient. Well read. God.
Well, then tell me about this first page.
So this is 2323, but actually it's in the past. So it's a mining ship, and it's a mother taking her son out to go mine something, apparently.
Yeah, so the year is 2023. The ship was the Vihan, an autopsy ship with a crew of 4. These ship designs, I just want to point out, are pretty cool. But I feel like there's a little bit of plagiarism going on, or stealing. You'll notice this ship here on the right, which I'm hovering my mouse over, which also is up here. It's mirrored up here. So I guess this one's a better view for it. This is identical to the Star Wars Jedi consular ship from the Clone Wars era. You might remember, I think it's the opening of the Phantom Menace, where Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi are going to Naboo, and they fly into the Trade Federation ship, and then they're on the Trade Federation ship, and their ship gets blowed up. If you want to go look for images of that ship, which I forgot to do, it looks identical to this ship. 3 thrusters at the back, a compartment, a round circular compartment at the front, long and slender, almost identical. So I just want to point that out, because I noticed it right away.
The consular ship, you called it?
The Jedi class consular ship.
Okay.
There it is there again. They've copied the design several times. But yeah, Google that. Oh no, it's all right. We're on a time schedule. People can do it at their own leisure. Well read.
Well, I'm already ready. Let me just quickly bring it up.
Okay.
Well read, doing something quickly. Mm-hmm.
There you go.
That is it. Notice the 3 thrusters at the back, and then you have like a circular cylinder at the front, which is actually an escape pod. So you'll notice they look almost identical.
I'm inclined to agree. That's a good eye.
Well, I know my Star Wars ships. I like looking at the ships on YouTube and watching videos on them and stuff like that.
Yeah, you're a big fan of phallic symbols. I've heard that. So here we go.
So other than that blatant, so you can see after just looking at it, like it's freaking identical. Like the triangular, like midsection, the circular, like front section, the 3 thrusters. It's very identical. I'm surprised Lucasfilm hasn't actually noticed it. But otherwise, like the ship designs in this comic, they're pretty nice. I like them. And as Moonshine was saying, we open up with a mother telling her son about how they're out mining on the edge of the galaxy, and they only find them when they're dead.
Yep. And it's asked, why is it not moving? And you see what is not moving.
The title.
Yes.
It's still there.
Correct. I did like going from page 1 to this. Very cinematic.
Well, the suspense is killing me already.
Well, it was killing me too, well read, but then we cut to the future.
Oh.
Or the present. And
The
we're
present.
on a but notice the ship name is the same except for its number 2.
So the year is now 2367. The ship is the Vihan 2, an autopsy ship with a crew of 4, similar to the opening we just read on the other
Yes.
page.
It's like poetry, it rhymes.
And then we're actually introduced to our characters, which I thought this was a good way of doing it.
Yes, I like it when they do this, because like if they just say your name in dialogue, you never keep track of who is who.
Yeah. So we have George Malik. He's the captain of the Vihan 2. And then we have the other members of the ship. Ellie Hower, the coroner. And then we have Alice Worth, the quartermaster. And Jason Hower, the engineer, who is later revealed to be the brother of Ellie Hower up top here.
And the love interest of the captain.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I do think back to Zach where he says they're afraid of strong black men, so of course they make an effeminate gay black man. But
Yeah.
like the captain, is fine, whatever, he's gay. But this guy seems like a stereotype. This Jason Howard.
Well, I thought it was a little bit strange because like there is a massive age difference between the two. Like I'd assume the captain's probably like in his 40s or 50s, and
Yeah,
you know,
because
this
we
Jason-
know he's a kid in 23, so this is 45 years late, 46 years later.
Yeah, and meanwhile this Jason, I hope, is in his like early 20s.
Yeah, I mean,
And at the
maybe.
same time, it like opens up an ethical question of sleeping with your boss.
Yeah, which even his sister brings up. It's like, hey, you're sleeping with the boss, you idiot.
Yeah, so that part raised an eyebrow.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I know Well Red's just dying to hear more about this gay relationship. But I guess we better get on with his original question.
What's dead?
What is dead?
Yeah, I do like the angles they present the ships as well. I suppose someone's going to tell us, like, well, they just 3D modeled, so it's really easy to do this, but it looks interesting.
The color palettes are not bad as well.
Yeah, I like
Yeah.
the colors as well.
I don't know about that lens flare on the bottom right, though. It seems strangely placed, but whatever.
Yeah, there is a fair bit of lens flare. I guess J.J. Abrams was working on this comic with them. And there's your question, Well Red. That is what they find when they're dead.
Gods.
So you'll notice these are the ships up here. And this is what they've found. A giant woman.
Glenn is upset that we actually are literally talking about gay stuff.
Well, hey, turnaround is fair play, Glenn. So don't complain when people do it back to you.
So, I mean, there's definitely kind of like a Galactus design going on in this armor, I think. I mean, obviously it's a woman, but it seems the armor itself kind of looks Galactus-like, I think. Maybe it's just the coloring.
Yeah, so I didn't know anything about this comic when I jumped into it. And from reading the first bits of dialogue, you're like, oh, okay, they're part of a mining convoy. You know, they're probably mining ore on some planet. They're on something called an autopsy ship, maybe like they're the medical ship to heal the miners. But quickly you discover that's not exactly right. Like, the thing that they're mining are these giant dead gods adrift in space.
Yeah, I do like it's the autopsy ship. It makes sense. It's like, oh, that's why it's an autopsy ship.
Yeah. It's just the coloring, Fagert. Would you say this is bisexual lighting?
Yes,
a lot of
definitely.
purples.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Am I the only person who likes bisexual lighting?
Well, I mean, the bisexuals like it.
Okay, I'm just going to shut up.
And SJWs.
Yeah. So we might. Okay, so here, yeah, they're literally carving out her lip here because they claim this section of the god line.
Yeah, so the autopsy ship I guess is the mining ship, spoilers, and the thing that they're mining is the corpse of this dead god. Hence, we only find them when they're dead. And we get a lot of back information about the world, that these ships basically go out and look for and mine the corpses of these giant entities that are floating on the edge of the galaxy. Their flesh is converted into protein food. Their eyes are used for jelly and pharmaceuticals. The heart is a really valuable area, and the armor they wear too is like there's government regulations on who can trade it. So
the meat is like the low quality thing that they're getting. So it's like, why are they going for the lowest quality part of the body?
Yeah, so they go for the lowest quality part of the body because the eyes and the hearts are more contested. We get the impression that this is a rather desperate time. Like the corpses of these gods are showing up less and less, and more ships are becoming autopsy ships to, seek their fortune, basically mining these dead bodies. So a lot of fights break out over the more valuable parts of the god, like the heart, eyes, and the armor.
Yeah, and
which does happen.
Explained in the backstory, there's like no asteroids left to mine anymore. It's like these are the only things you can get resources from now. So you assume the planets themselves are like completely mined over as well.
Apples asks, do they eat the gods? They do. They harvest the meat for food. They harvest the eyes for medicine. The armor, I assume, is for industrial purposes. And I'm not sure what the heart would be used for, but I'm guessing something.
Yeah, it's apparently the heart's very valuable because someone is trying to take it. And so this is the government. They make sure no one tries to steal anything or pay taxes. And we get to see what they do when you try to break their rules.
Yeah, so this is the fifth character we're introduced to. She's described as the officer on duty. So this convoy of ships that have arrived to mine this dead body, there's two types. There's the autopsy ships, which are the miners themselves, which then stake claims to the body. And then you have something called escort ships, which are the government regulators that, yeah, basically, like Moonshine said, they check your cargo to see you're not smuggling contraband, and they sort out disputes and make sure everyone pays their taxes and tithes to the government. So if you try and mine something that you shouldn't from this god to sell on the black market and do a runner, these escort ships will chase after you and destroy you.
And this particular officer is important, Paula Richter.
Yeah, she comes into the story much later. She has a previous relationship with John Malin, who's the captain.
Yeah, so here's taking the meat and from the god and turning it in the food or storage.
Yeah, so they use mining lasers to carve up the flesh. Then once it's adrift, these drones go out and capture it, bring it aboard the ship, where it's sliced and diced and turned into Wendy's beef sandwich patties.
Yes. Perfect for your sandwiches.
Yeah. I have to say, this is a really unique concept. I've never heard of this in any book.
I gotta say, like, sci-fi is like the hardest thing to come up with a new concept. It's like I can say, oh, I heard that from a short story 15 years ago, but I've never heard of anything like this before. So
It's a very, very unique concept.
So do we get into the origins of the gods?
No, unfortunately. And you can see in the background here, like, her face is now a skull. They've taken all of her flesh. Her armor's been stripped of its top layer, and they're leaving now, departing back.
and he's explained here that this officer killed his parents.
Yeah, so the Paula Richter, the escort officer, presumably killed his parents for, I guess, trying to do a runner or steal like stuff for the black market previously.
I mean, they live inside of a dead god in Guardians of the Galaxy, but that's the closest, I guess, I could think of anything like that.
Everett Todd says the fact that this comic is supposedly set in the 2300s is too soon. I actually agree, because this isn't like in our solar system. This is described as being like on the edge of the Milky Way galaxy. So wherever these gods, these corpses of these gods, they only ever show up on the very far edges of the galaxy. So it's not like you could just go to Jupiter and find one floating around. You've got to go to the very edge of the Milky Way. Because later I think it's described of them, they live in the dark in between galaxies, and then I'm guessing something's killing them, and then their corpses will just kind of like float into galaxies from time to time.
Yeah, because even in Star Trek, which is like, what, 2,500, even exploring the entire galaxy is something that's very difficult for them to do. They're like in a quadrant of the galaxy. So
Yeah.
KSSS says he can't be the only one who thinks I sound like HAL 9000. Dave, what are you doing, Dave? Stop that, Dave.
Apple says maybe it's an alternate timeline, so 2300 isn't too soon.
Perhaps.
So I guess Guardians of the Galaxy is like this, except for actually seeing it happen rather than just being told it happens. Yeah, this is another boring cover. I don't like those covers.
Yeah.
Well, is that all that's established in the first issue? That they...
Oh, wait, hold on. 2367 is Deep Space Nine, so I guess it is concurrent with like Star Trek.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
the only thing that's established well read is like, Paula Richter, the escort officer, is somehow responsible for killing the captain's parents. And as they're flying away, the crew seems to be aware of some off-the-books operation that they're going to be doing in future, which basically involves tracking down a living god. They want to go find a living one.
I will say I don't like that this is a jump back to the past a year, so they explain why they were supposedly being sneaky. I would just have said, just once you did your past, just have a straight timeline. I don't like jumping back and forth continuously. I find that confusing.
Yeah. And again, issue 2 has a rather lousy cover, in my opinion. I'd be, if I was buying these in physicals, I'd be looking for the variant covers.
Yep. KSS says, yeah, the next generation is the 2300, so it would be contemporary with that. So they can't quite explore the whole galaxy then, but I guess they can if they do certain things. So.
And Sylar says, I would thumbs down this review, but it's already got enough interaction out of me.
Well, it's not cannibalism because they're gods. They're not humans.
Yeah, like, I agree with James. When I realized that they were harvesting the meat to eat and to process into food, I thought it did give me a kind of sense of unease, because obviously the gods, while not being human, they do have like the features of human women, I guess. Like we see 2 gods in these first 2 issues, and both of them are women. So I'm not sure if there's male versions of these gods, but it gives you a little bit of a sense of unease, which is obviously intentional, I guess.
Well, and it sounds like they haven't really explained the nature of these gods either, so it's not really clear what they're consuming. For all we know, they're made out of gravel.
Yeah, so what we find out is this guy, since they're running out of dead gods to find, he wants to find a living god. And so this is their setup. So we find out why they're taking the least valuable part of the god, because it's actually food and has, water in it and whatnot. So they're actually like building up a supply so they can leave the galaxy. So that's what they're doing here.
Yeah, and this is a year in the past. This second issue, they kind of jump around.
Yeah, I don't
from
like
the present
that.
to the past a fair bit. It's a little discombobulating.
Because they're talking about her not being present and then present. I'm like, well, when is she not present? In the past, or she's not present in the present? What's going on?
Yeah.
Jabba says, shut up, smug pug rat.
You shut up, Jabba. You shut up.
So I guess we continue the ship intrigue with the second issue.
Yeah, well, in the past opening bit here, it basically signals that Paula Richter, she's very like tough on George Malik because his parents obviously did something wrong. So his ship always faces extra scrutiny, like more searches for contraband, secondary and tertiary searches. So they're talking about how they're going to wait for a window where she's not a part of the fleet to hatch their plan. And it takes apparently a year for that to happen. And we cut back to the future, and they have found another god, and they are going to mine it. And
yeah,
again,
I guess at least I like that they tell you what time frame everything is usually. So
yeah.
If you're going to jump back and forth in time, it's good just to set it up constantly.
Everett Todd says, the artist does a really solid job, but Ewing's writing is a tad pretentious.
I mean, I like Ewing's writing. I think his dialogue's pretty good.
Yeah, I thought it was. I didn't really notice. There's no real major objections.
I would definitely say for the Immortal Hulk, I don't think there's anything pretentious in there. So I don't know if you mean something else that you find pretentious.
The only thing that kind of like, I guess I had an issue with was in the second issue was the reveal of the gay relationship between like the 50-year-old man and the young black boy, who I pray to God is over the age of 18. I expect he would be, because it's kind of like a conflict of interest, sleeping with your boss. I don't know, another sense of his unease from me.
I mean, I assume I was intentionally trying to make you uneasy, but we'll find out, I suppose.
Well, I assume that this is all in a survivalist situation. I mean, you said that they were harvesting these gods for food, so the assumption is they have no other sources. Usually there's intense emotional circumstances in those kinds of environments.
Well, it's going to be even more survivalist because they're leaving the galaxy, but I guess we'll see how that works out, or if it caused conflict or what it does.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're not given a lot of information on like the universe that these guys live in, because they're described as living in something called the colony, which I'm guessing is like on the very outskirts of the galaxy. So presumably at this point in time, humanity is spread across the entire Milky Way. And I doubt we could deplete the resources of the entire galaxy in like 300 years of space travel. So for all I know, like for all we know, maybe it's just on these outskirts edges of the galaxy that times are really tough, and maybe things are fine back in like, you know, the solar system, like the Sol system. But yeah, unfortunately, we aren't really given that information, because I find it hard to believe the entire galaxy's resources could be depleted. It might just be this sector of space where things are especially desperate, and this is like their number one source of income, basically mining these dead gods.
Okay. Well, so they set off on a mission. They're looking for a living god. How far along do they get with that objective?
Well, they believe that Paula Richter is not with the convoy, and they notice 3 other ships, because times are getting more desperate. More ships are doing runners to sell the materials on the black market. So 3 other mining ships do a runner during this operation, and they decide, well, Paula's not here. The escorts are busy chasing 3 other ships. Now's the time to hatch their plan.
Yeah, their plan is just to warp off, but they're actually just going to leave the galaxy. So you see the other people, like government, I guess, agents, are like, oh, why are they going that way? But surprise, surprise, Paula was there because she was waiting for them. So she tricked them by going under a different call sign. So she's still there following them.
Yeah, so they're mining the face. They decide now's the time. And as Moonshine just explained, Paula was actually there all the time in a different ship with a different call sign, because she knew that something was up.
So all the attention established in the story is betrayal thus far.
Not really betrayal.
No, it's like trickery, I guess.
Yeah, she for some reason suspects that they're going to commit a crime. They do, and she catches them in the act.
Mm-hmm.
So they do. I mean, it's the first 2 issues, so we might as well spoil. So they do get away. They get into their wormhole, I guess, sort of thing. I don't remember the exact name they call it, but that's essentially what it is. But she follows them. So they're actually kind enough. They won't like try to contact her and say, we're actually just going to the outside the galaxy. You don't want to follow us. We'll probably not survive. And that's kind of how it ends. They're going off into the galaxy, out of the galaxy.
Well, it's like the interesting part of like the chase scene is like, as they're trying to plead with her to stop following them, you know, they're not going to sell this material on the black market. They just want to leave the galaxy and use the resources to fund this expedition to find a living god. They mentioned that these warp drives can't be turned on for too long, and if one overheats, they'll turn into a singularity, which I guess is a black hole. So it's almost like this technology. It's kind of unstable, I guess. It has rules, and I thought that was pretty interesting.
Well, here's a red color, so at least that's not bisexual. That gives you a very kind of like submarine and wartime or in combat type of feel to it, I guess.
Still lots of lens flare, though.
Yeah.
There is a lot of lens flare.
Which I think the colorist is different, so you can blame the colorist for that.
Take us back to a different page. Maybe this one.
I mean, I like the glow. It's kind of like when we reviewed Vestige, that artist had he was very talented at making things glow. But
Well, it's interesting world building, to say the least.
It is very immersive, I'll admit. Like, it pulled me into the story pretty quickly. There's a lot of questions raised, like, what are these gods? What's killing them? You know, what's the situation in the Milky Way galaxy that mankind has reached the point where it has to mine these beings in order to survive, or at least presumably in this sort of sector of space? Why the gods, like, why they don't ever see a living god? Why it's just always the corpses floating around? It sets up an interesting story.
I also think it's I'm glad that these mining ships are very small, so you don't have plethora of characters just confusing the plot. Essentially, at this point, we have 5 characters, and we'll see where they go with that.
Yeah, from what when I host the Dune reviews you guys do, I have to admit it is an uphill battle trying to remember all the characters, all the different threads, all the different plot points that's going on. I don't know how you guys do it. Whereas this is just a straight, very simple story. There's a 4-man crew on a ship. There's a 5th character that wants to pursue them. It's very easy to keep up with it.
Yeah, and one guy is the sister and lover of the captain, so you got the 2 connections. The only other person is the quartermaster. We don't know much about her yet, so I assume we'll learn more later, but right now she's kind of just there. But all the other characters seem to have connections in some way or another. Paula has killed his parents, and she doesn't like the captain, so we have connections between all the characters immediately set up as well.
So Sorry, go ahead.
KSS asks, why do the gods need a starship? The gods don't need a starship. It's the humans that are in the starships going around mining the corpses of the gods. The gods are just floating around in space in their armor.
I mean, I think it makes sense enough if gods don't need to live in the galaxies. When they die, they just kind of slowly get dragged in by the gravitational pull or something like that. That would be my explanation, but they haven't really explained why dead gods appear in the galaxy. Are there living gods? What are the gods? But that's what we see so far within 2 issues.
Jabba the Coach asks, why do gods need armor? Presumably because they're fighting something. I mean, that's...
it's probably just a transmog job, but it still look cool. They're gods. They can just imagine anything they want, right?
It's always weird when they present organic things out in space, at least to me anyway. You would assume they need some way to be hydrated, but...
Well, they're dead, though, so...
And they're gods, well read. Gods don't need to stay hydrated.
Magic.
I think they must, though, because there's hydration within their meat, so... There's plenty of questions left to be answered, and this does a good job of like making you want to know these answers, but not just info dumping everything onto you.
Yes, I just asked that question, Amit, and the answer I got was gods.
Well, it's a self-explanatory answer. They're gods. The whole idea and concept of a god is that it's something extraordinary that defies like the laws of nature and physics.
Yeah, you can talk to Mike about that. Well,
hey, DJ2K Comics, thanks for joining us. So I'm curious, what's the tone of this book? Is it glum? Is it adventurous? Is it comical? How do the characters interact with each other?
Well, I don't really like how the captain and the young engineer react with each other. I thought that was a bit strange. Not particularly because of their sexuality, just because it raises a bunch of ethical questions given their age difference and the fact that they both work together. But I'm guessing since the atmosphere of this story is quite glum and that things are very desperate in these times, like resources are depleted and more of these mining ships are now attempting to steal the resources of the god to sell on the black market, like the armor and the heart and the eye jelly. You can sell that for a regulated price to the governments, or it's worth much more on the black market.
Yeah, I have a feeling this is going to not be just a happy, loving relationship as this story progresses. I imagine it's going somewhere.
Everything is played in a very serious and tragic tone.
Yeah, there's not much comedy. I mean, there's some camaraderie between all the crewmates, and there's clearly some tension between George and Paula, but yeah, I mean, we see multiple people thieving. We see people just being killed because they're trying to run away with seemingly small amounts of contraband. So it's a very harsh universe.
I think they should have hired Jabba to write some of the jokes. He says they aren't gods; they're just a bunch of space figures.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Jabba should crowdfund his own comic.
Call it Space Figures. And Perth Comics points out that there's probably slim pickings in space.
Yeah, well, you're kind of given the impression that these gods, the amount of their bodies drifting into the galaxy is getting like less frequent, and more mining ships, more of these autopsy ships are coming online every day. So you've got a scarce resource getting depleted quicker, and yet more and more people coming in to mine it to seek their fortune and doing dangerous things like attempting to smuggle.
I mean, it's essentially a gold rush story in space. So people find gold, then more people hear about it, they come to mine it, but then there's only a limited amount of gold. So you got all these people all together with probably very little money, and of course you're going to have outlaws and strict justice and things like that.
So is the pacing
issue 7 is published, Everett. I don't know if more than issue 7 has been published.
Is the pacing appropriate, considering this is going to be a 5-issue arc, and what we've seen revealed so far in the first 2 issues?
It's definitely faster than Berserker, I'd say.
Oh yeah, I'd say the pacing's fine. Like the first issue establishes your characters, it gives some hints at backstory, it establishes the main plot that they're mining these gods' bodies, and that there's also a side mission that they want to do of finding a living god. Then I guess the second issue is like they implement their plan to go find the second god. We get more backstory. I'd say the pacing is actually very well done.
Yeah, I say in 2 issues you introduced all the characters, you get all the relationships, and you get their goal. And they start to initiate their goal. And we have an opponent to their goal. It sets up essentially the entire story right there. So I think that's pretty effective to do in 2 issues.
And the art, the coloring, and the panel layout seem pretty good in the book as well, from what you've been showing.
Yeah, the coloring is, I don't know if I like it or dislike it, but it's definitely very stunning, I suppose.
Yeah, I like the art and I like the coloring. I think the only bad thing is probably like the overuse of lens flare. Like there is a lot of lens flare for some reason, but I guess when you've got lasers firing and like thrusters burning, I guess, you need to have that, I guess.
Yeah, I would definitely say this is probably the best out of the Boone Studios books we've reviewed. I don't think, I mean, we've kind of got the muddy drawing for almost all of the issues, I think, right? Yeah, Dune, Berserker, and Something is Killing the Children. All of them kind of have kind of a loose art style, kind of muddy coloring.
Oh, look, Jabba the Coach has a joke for you, well read.
Yes, I knew somebody would pick up on it. Jabba says, "Let me write another joke for you. Well-read anus is a well-respected member of the community." Why, thank you, Jabba.
Oh,
I'll take that sincerely.
Jabba. That Jabba.
Motion blur, lens flare, flat colors. James Hayes is not a fan of the panels that you're showing.
Well, I mean, I don't know if the colors are flat. I mean, there may be flat in space, but that's obviously logical because you have a single light source or no light source,
And KSSS says J.J. Abrams directed this comic.
Yeah, I definitely could go without the lens flare, but
yeah,
I will say sometimes you got to really look at the panel to determine what the ships are doing. There's some weird camera angles chosen sometimes. It's like, what am I even looking at? But I guess it's helping to show the immense scale of these gods compared to the ships.
Yeah, at no point does the lens flare or the motion blur become extremely garish or obnoxious. You just notice it. Maybe it suits the tone of the art, maybe it doesn't. Your preferences will vary.
Jabba is a serious question. Yes, we will try to review the Lucent. Smug Pug probably should get his soon.
I got my tracking number.
Yeah, I got a tracking number as well. Obviously, it'll take a few weeks to reach me. But
Well, I think both of you purchased digital copies. Am I correct?
I don't think I did.
Oh, would you like to talk about production quality?
Oh, for this book? Oh, You skip topics. I haven't purchased this particular book, but I have purchased one. It's pretty similar to There's Something About the Children. It's kind of a thicker cover, and the pages are thicker than a Marvel or DC, but there's nothing too extraordinary about it. Whatever the ink they use definitely brings out the colors as well. But I can't say specifically for these two issues, but I think they sell for $4 on the newsstand.
And Pig, did you purchase the digital collected edition?
I think you did.
Or did we just put you to sleep with our horrible review?
No, I just grabbed the first 2 issues.
Okay. Same cost or a little bit cheaper?
I can't remember. I think they were like $2.99 or something. I'm pretty sure around that price. I think they were cheaper because they were older. You can find them on Comixology or I guess anywhere else.
Okay. Well, should we jump into reviews? I mean, review scores, sorry, and final thoughts?
Sure.
Pig, would you like to go first, since you like numbers?
I enjoyed it. I thought they were pretty good, pretty decent. From what I've seen of Dune, with you guys talking about it, I know I'm pretty much not interested in those books. I think they're contrived. There's too many characters. There's too many plot points, and really the only person that would enjoy those are Dune fans, which I'm not really a major big Dune fan. I mean, I like the movie, but I'm not really enough to get invested in this outside world they're doing. I actually feel like of all the Boom Studios books that we've seen on this channel, this one's the most interesting. I liked the colors, I liked the art, I liked the story and the dialogue. The only nitpick I have is the relationship between the captain and the young engineer. It just raises an eyebrow. But yeah, no, they were pretty decent, and I'll probably keep reading them. I'd probably give the first issue around a 6.5, and the second issue probably around a 5.5. I didn't like the second issue as much as the first. It felt like it was retreading a little bit of the same ground by going out and looking for another god. But it did do what it needed to do, but there wasn't really much action in it or anything like too exciting. So overall, so far, the series gets a 6, which is doing better than Berserker. I'd much rather read this than Berserker as well.
But still not as good as Xenotype.
No, nothing's as good as Xenotype well read.
Moonshine, would you like to draw any comparisons to other things that we've read before?
It's actually not very much like a Dune at all. I mean, Dune obviously is a space opera, so I mean it's in the sci-fi genre, but not really. This is definitely more solidly sci-fi, probably even more so than The Expanse. That's more of a detective story in space. This is a premise. It's not very science-y because it's a god in space, but it's a premise nonetheless. There's some colossal being in space that's used for mining resources. So I'll put that pretty solidly in sci-fi. So I like that just in terms of a concept that's pretty unique. Mike says it's like Guardians of the Galaxy. It certainly, maybe if you describe it, it's the same, but it certainly feels very different. I like the art itself, especially the line work. It's probably the best. It's very nice and clean. Actually, interestingly enough, I think it's actually quite similar to John Malin's work, which presumably we'll be talking to in a few minutes. I don't know about the coloring. The coloring is hit or miss, in my opinion.
And how would you stack it against other Boom titles that we've discussed, other than Doom?
I'm not certain yet, because while we know the characters and the relationships, I don't know if I'll like any of them. It's certainly the weird old man, young man, gay relationship seems pretty off-putting, and we really don't get too much of their character, the individual characteristics of the characters yet. So if I really don't like the characters, I don't think I could like the series, but I guess presumably we'll find that out.
Yeah, I think the strengths lie in like the concept, which appears to be pretty unique, and like the world building. The characters at the moment, there's nothing really endearing about any of them. If anything, it's kind of off-putting. Yeah, the coloring, I mean, I guess it's to your own tastes whether or not you enjoy it. I thought it was fine. I thought it suited the tone of the story, which is, I don't know, kind of like beauty and tragedy, because, you know, the gods are very feminine, they're very beautiful, they're colorful, and I guess humanity's going out there and mining them, basically cutting them up and consuming them. They're treated like a resource, so it's an interesting concept.
Yeah, I mean, I assume there's like undertones of like whales and other animals that people harvest. It's like, see how beautiful this is, and we just go there and cut it up and use it for meat.
Yeah, but I mean, like, whales don't look like people. These things look like people. They even wear clothes and armor and have like human facial features.
Right.
The only difference I noticed is that the gods, I think, have 4 fingers. They have a thumb and then three fingers. I did notice when I saw a hand that it appeared like they're missing a pinky finger.
Yeah, I
That's
didn't notice that.
Other than their size, like that's the only sort of alien thing about them.
Well, I like that it sounds like it's setting up a mystery as a big plot point, finding out where these gods originate from.
It sets up questions. I guess we'll just have to wait and see how it chooses to answer them.
Yeah, I understand Moonshine's reluctance to compare because there's still some fairly big reveals that could end up being disappointments.
Yeah, because even at Berserker, I think we got a pretty good feel of who he is and the scientist lady that's working with him. Whereas here, I don't really have a feel for any of the characters yet. I don't know what makes them different from each other. I think the only character that you really get more of a feel with is Paula. It seems like she's very driven to follow the rules, and there's some connection she has to George that makes her especially driven in regards to him.
Sila has a great comment. Maybe think of it as an Evangelion that's morphed after combining with a human that the humans have later found in the Age of Space, and they began mining it. I love Evangelion, Sila, so comment of the night.
Whales don't look like people. You clearly haven't been to an American Walmart, Moonshine.
I didn't say that. Smug Pug said that.
Oh, my mistake. And Christopher Blaylock asks, do pugs have pinky fingers or chubby sausages? But our pug here actually has sausage fingers.
You just wait until the warts and all review. I'm putting my fingers on camera again, and I'm squashing this slander.
Have you been working out?
Was there a resize between your phone and the YouTube video, perhaps?
I've been told it's the camera angle.
Okay.
I think you just need to take those little piggies for a walk and have them shed a few pounds.
I think you need to shut the fuck up, Well Red. How about that?
I'm just trying to help your future hand modeling career.
Okay, John Candy. Wait, show us your fingers sometime, Well Red.
I can show you one. Thesis of the
I know
Grow
which
Pug.
one.
It's a thumb for thumbs up.
No, not that one.
I will say that the choice of this book was very fitting for our Godlike interview with Malin, whenever that starts, because both are sci-fi stories and they both deal with the concept of gods. So kudos, Moonshine.
I did notice the premise was very similar. And then I looked at your thumbnail. I was like, wow, the art's kind of similar as well. So fortunately, John Malin has much better coloring so far that I've seen.
Well, I know, I'm thinking Godlike will also be more action-packed. I guess that is a critique of this book too, so far as there has, other than seeing one ship get blowed up, there's been extremely little action. Like, it's mostly been exposition and setting things up.
Yeah, I would say, like, if you like reading sci-fi short stories, this is kind of the pacing of that. If you like action and comics, then this probably would not be for you. It's pretty slow-paced in regards to that.
Perth Comics would like to know, how many cameras did you have on you, Smug?
This is cyberbullying. You should all be ashamed of yourself. I'm a self-conscious little pug.
Are you, though? Are you really?
No, I don't care. I know my fingers are fine, and I've never had any complaints before.
Mhm.
So,
We'd like to-
when are we going to review Warts and All?
It arrived in Sydney and should be getting delivered to my folks' place today, actually.
So
The only issue is
next week at this time, maybe?
yeah. Well, the only issue is that my state is currently in lockdown, so they'll have to forward it to my place. I get everything shipped to my folks' place. Just I don't know why, actually. Let's get it forwarded there and then go pick it up.
KS has a question.
I've heard this a lot, actually. We do get a lot of requests for meta barons, and we've discussed reviewing it. So maybe this is incentive that we should get on that.
Yeah, the only older book they've reviewed is Superman, and we don't talk about that.
I actually happen to like that review, despite what everybody else says. But
well, you do.
Well, the Superman review.
yes.
Yeah.
I hated that review. I was stuck on it for 3 hours.
I only had to watch an hour of it and said, wow, this is bad. And then I left.
Well, I got to crack the whip and get everybody to talk about each and every single issue. So I had fun.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
I was power tripping the whole time.
Java the Coach wants us to review Detective Dead. I think Smug Pug wanted to do that.
I actually suggested that because Critias sent out the preview book. I think it's the first 24 pages. So I do have a PDF of, I guess, a part of it. It's very interesting. It's very dated.
Yeah,
There's some funny moments in it.
And I think Java was joking, so I don't think he actually wants us to review it.
Any request from Java, we have to do.
Christopher Blaylock wants more Beast Wars. Testify HD wants us to review Wonder Island, and we'll definitely review Wonder Island.
Moonshine and I both did grab it.
And Liam was talking about putting a preview up, but I don't know if that's been scrapped or if that's happening in the future, but we'll see.
Well, actually, I did notice that Liam hit his $6,000 stretch goal, so the book has now doubled from 24 pages to 48. I am a little relieved because at the price point for that book to be 24 pages was something like over $1 per page. So I'm glad he made his 6,000 goal, and I hope he hits his 10,000 goal. So
which
it becomes 72.
increases at 72.
Yeah, 72 pages.
Which would be like 3 issues or so. Maybe even, 3 issues.
So is that how
3
it
and a
works?
half.
When you make pages stretch goals, you it's not that there's incomplete story, it's that you're just giving future story all in a one book rather than several.
Some people criticized it, but to be honest, like I've always seen stretch goals that increase page counts. I think the big issue people had was the wording on the campaign page, because it seemed to imply that it was a 72-page book and these 3 arcs. But if you actually read through it and like looked at the campaign, you'd understand that that's only if it hits a certain stretch goal. So I'm not going to jump on Liam too much for that.
I will say it's better if you have a plan to get done 72 pages rather than, oh, I made so much money, I'm going to double the book length, and then it never comes out because you doubled the book length. Which there's a couple campaigns still not fulfilled that went down that route.
Wasn't that what happened with Curtius's campaign, Detective Dead?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Critias put in a bunch of stretch goals that increased the book to, I want to say around 120 pages.
Right.
And then he kind of realized that it was just infeasible, and then spent his money on a bunch of other things that he probably shouldn't have, like expenses,
computers.
Yeah.
Bunch of standard definition TVs and CRT monitors.
I don't know about that.
El Hombre agrees with either Jabba or Admiral Wackass.
And Admiral Wackass says, "Black cash grab tonight." Yes, we do need more blackface in cash grab. I agree with that.
I think
And-
both of you have backed Cash Grab, right? So I guess I'll
Yep.
host. Yeah, I'll host that review. I
Oh,
haven't backed
good.
it.
Another review with well read.
Well, I'm a character in it too, so
We're gonna ask her what Cecil's motivation is. We know
To
what
make
his motivation is. We saw it in the preview pages.
to make us all laugh.
That's why you ask.
Jabba wants us to get to the blood sports.
DJ 2K Comics got what I was referencing.
Well, I didn't. Do you want to elaborate?
It's called Doom Kicker.
Oh. Yeah, well, I didn't back Doom Kicker either.
Neither did I. I do know there was a stretch goal that greatly increased the page count, though. And I think Shinobi Sasquatch may have one as well.
Yeah, those are two books that I'm glad I didn't stick with. Well, I think we've exhausted all our topics for the night, so perhaps it's time for us to bring on our distinguished guest here, one of the founders of Comicsgate. Everybody, please welcome John Malin.
Oh, hello. Hi,
Hey.
guys.
Greetings.
How's it
Hey, welcome.
Glad to be here.
Really glad to have you.
Yeah. Oops, sorry, loud vehicle going right outside my window. I have my mic now turned up very loud, so now everybody hears everything. So, sadly.
Well, this is amateur hour here. You're going to hear tons of background noises from us too, so no worries there.
All right.
Yeah. Well, I'm a big fan of yours, John, as you know. I've been watching you throughout Comicsgate, so from the very beginning, and supported everything you've been doing. It's been great. You've been the backbone for the movement, so I really appreciate that.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
I guess since it's the first time we're talking, we'll talk about Godlike, but I wanted to ask a bit about your time in Comicsgate. I remember you came on with there was a tweet or a statement that you made about SJWs and Nazis, but what I was wondering was how are things going in the industry for you leading up to that? Were things getting already kind of unfriendly and hostile, and that was your way of cutting ties, or did you just decide that it's time to exit?
I was just getting frustrated because I had editors that kept kind of just doing these weird kind of interference moves on me. Like I was being told when I did Thunderbolts that I gave Moonstone like this kind of dreadlocky hair, and I got a note, and I had to confirm that it wasn't dreadlocks because she was a white girl, and it's like at that time, and whatever that was, 2016-ish, it was cultural appropriation. And I'm just like, I just felt like, and the other time hip was cocked too much. And, it's like, I don't know, women should stand more squared up and not try to be sexy. I was getting these things that I didn't think other people were necessarily getting. And, I was also seeing, what was going on in the industry and, this SJW kind of movement coming in. And so I was getting probably more annoyed creatively. I didn't grow up into the kind of comic book bubble that formed. I worked regular jobs. I was in and out of the industry. I got work at Marvel, then I didn't have work at Marvel. I'd work at Image, then I didn't have work at Image. And in those other times, I'd be working blue collar jobs, whatnot. So I was never enough to get into like the sit down and get a friendship circle with editors and buying them drinks. I remember CB Spolsky said once that was like a good move to do. And from my perspective, I was always like, no, motherfucker, you buy the drinks. You're the fucking editor. You got the business card. You got some talent you're interested in having a little chit chat with. You buy the fucking drinks, motherfucker. Why do we buy you drinks? You know? So I just always felt like the attitudes were fucking ass backwards, and the wrong people were
continuing to be elevated long before this kind of SJW infection was going on. Then it was there, and it was something that added. There are plenty of problems in mainstream superhero comic book industry, which is where I specifically put my kind of focus. I don't care what they do really in independent books. It's do what you want. That's kind of the point of the independent market. And when people say, when they do that manga, what does manga have? Manga has a book for everything. Well, if you want to have a book for everything, you need to have the independent market. So they're going to go out there and make those books for everything. But what manga has is they have dynamic art, great stories, linear stories that start at an issue or a volume 1 and work forward. You can't do that with an American comic. You can't just go to Spider-Man volume 1 and then get to where we are today, especially with all the stops and reboots and everything that comes along the way. Just for someone that's never bought an American comic, it looks like a fucking chaotic mess. So that was another criticism. I feel like to fix the industry, one of the things we got to get right back to that legacy numbering and take off like it never ended. And just try to get people to go back into the comic shops to get the back issues and fall in love with the older material. And that gives that value, even for older trades and whatnot. But there are plenty of problems in the industry. Throwing the SJWs on top of that, and then me along the way kind of getting kneecapped anytime I wanted to do something a little bit not crazy, like, oh, this girl's got too much hip. Are you fucking reading manga? Like, are you aware why people are reading manga? And it just drives me fucking nuts to this day. People they think that manga is just big eyes, pointy chin, and it's like it's not.
Yeah, there's tons of cheesecake in manga, definitely. So
mm-hmm.
I don't know why they wouldn't recognize that, but
yeah, no, they think that in order to save DC, I guess Jim Lee thinks he needs to go hire a bunch of Japanese artists. like right. No, man, like you guys got to figure out who the fuck you're making these books for. And then you gotta drive it home. You can, and DC is much less of a problem than I think what happened to Marvel. I was always a Marvel guy. Those were the books I bought. That's where the art was that I liked. When I was younger, I'd see DC and I'd say, this is my dad or my grandparents' comic book. It's not for me. It's like 10 years behind the times is how I felt with DC Comics. And Marvel for me was like the cutting edge of the flashy art. But maybe not on the storytelling side. So there are a couple instances that I did like, but even now, even though I was a DC guy, like Dark Knight, Dark City is probably one of my favorite stories, and it's a Batman story. So
I am curious, since you're one of the OGs, obviously I think everybody knows the story about how you teamed up with your boy Zach for Lost Souls. How did that come about? Did Zach reach out to you? Like, were you a fan of his, watching his channel?
Yeah, I've watched his channel. I was aware of what was building up over here, and but no, fans were I don't know, they liked my style, so I think that's where the conversation between them and Richard kind of started. And after I had done that tweet, I don't remember how long it was after that. I think it probably went from that tweet. And then I think like one of the first streams I was on, I think was like Yellow Flash and Tug. I think I was Tug's first ever guest. So, and somewhere that led into Ethan, I think. And then Richard contacted me. So that was like the first time that I believe I've ever had any contact with Richard. So, and that was, hey, do you want to do this book with me? So, and then I said, hey, I'm going to have to think it over, because I'm like, if I do this book, back in 2000, whatever that was, early 18, it was much more hostile. The temperature was through the fucking roof in terms of, what Comicsgate was. If it was, I'm not even sure if it was solidified as Comicsgate at that point. But the temperature was just going through the roof, mainly at Richard C. Meyer. And, so I knew that by going in that once I crossed this threshold, that if I had any aspirations of being in the mainstream comic book industry, at least in the near future, 5 years, maybe even 10 years, it ain't going to happen after I go this way. So, but it really came down to the fact that I knew that I could just leave comics as I've left before. I go back into construction. I make good money doing that. And, I'll be ultimately fine. But my dream of being a comic book illustrator and making money doing that would probably be gone. So, but eventually I just said, I'm tired of the bullshit. I didn't get into this to be kind of kneecapped along the way. And, I want to make some noise while I'm here, while I'm still alive and breathing. So, yeah, I was like, all right, Richard and I knew he was controversial. I was controversial, put us together. There's an opportunity for something to happen. And, I think we had a goal at I think it was maybe like $8,000 or something like that. The thing was then, because it hadn't been done, there wasn't a Comicsgate publishing end. There may have been Comicsgate as in the YouTube channels building up the critics and the fans, but in terms of pushing books out there wasn't anything. So we didn't have a safety net. There was no comfort there. And, the fear was that, hey, there's an audience here, but are they really willing to, support these projects? So if we had put out that campaign and if it had only made $500 or $2,000 or anything even below that $8,000 mark, that would have been hugely embarrassing. And SJWs would have used that as a huge opportunity to just, go after Richard, myself, and, try to annihilate us. And so, that was like a real important moment for, what ended up being built here. Just getting past that one point. So when it launched and all of a sudden it just started ticking up and up and up and up and up, it was just like, wow. It's like, holy shit, man. It's hard to really kind of express now, because now it feels much more safer than it did in 2018. But for the guys that were around in 2018 when that book was launching, they know it was fucking intense. There was just, everybody wanted to watch us fail. They definitely wanted to see Richard fall on his face. And, I would have been thrown out with the bathwater too. But again, from my point of view, I just would have said, oh, whatever, I'll go do some construction and talk to real people again, because this shit's fucking crazy. So
at the time, Anarch Press was going to publish it, but did they only come on after it raised a lot of money? I don't remember.
That was between Richard and Anarch Press. I'd never had a conversation. I knew that they were talking, but it never had anything to do with me. So Richard wanted to bring it over there and announced it somewhere during the campaign. And then Mark Waid did that phone call, which I think was actually at the end of the campaign. I could be wrong, but I think we had just made around $100,000 or something like that. And that would have pretty much been it. That would still, by 2018 standards, would have been a tremendous success when other industry legends are going out there and they're barely able to raise $5,000, $10,000, and we're doing $100,000 maybe plus. But yeah, then Mark Waid contacts Anarch Press because he gets wind that Richard's going to publish with them, and tried shutting them down. And then, obviously that catapulted, he did get it shut down, but that catapulted the sales, into the $400,000 range within a month or two after that. So, on that end, no complaints, I guess. So, that success ended up springboarding everything that we have right now in terms of, all these different creators that are out here now. And it's easier for a creator to come in here now than it was in 2018. The money has now been shown to be a proven track record, and everyone's trying for the most part to work together and try to get other people up, to higher levels of crowdfunding. I'd love it if everyone was doing, 6 figures, but anything you build is going to take time. So, some people don't have the patience for, things to work out the way that they should be working out.
Do you think it was that people were desperate for an alternative to the mainstream at the time, or that there was just a huge creative opportunity with what Comicsgate was doing?
On the creative end? Yeah, I think on the creative end, I think probably a lot of people were feeling the way I did, which is, just getting stupid, silly little notes from editorial or just seeing things on social media like I did when Alana Smith did her tweet, because she was my editor, about if you're a Trump supporter, win or lose, if basically if you voted for him, we're going to remember who you are. Like, that's enough to really tiff people off. It tiffed me off. So, but that was my editor, and I just bite my tongue. And, my entire time at Marvel, I did my utmost to stay professional, and not engage in a whole bunch of Twitter back and forth. And, it didn't really happen until they started coming after my Cable cover. And that was the first time but everything I said to him was professional. Someone had an issue with the cover. I'm like, what is it? Cable's pouches? So, but Bleeding Cool picked it up and made an article about it. And they're like, oh, John drew boobs on this girl. And if he's trying to sell comics, he's going to do it. And it's like, yes, that is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to sell comic books. I'm trying to make my books stand out on a stand compared to everybody else. Just like, one of my idols, Rob Liefeld, did. He did something different that people liked, and they, or noticed, whether they liked it or not, they noticed it, and started buying his books. And whatever I got to do to get someone to come through that door and select my book out of 50 other books that are on the shelf that same fucking week, yeah, I'm going to try to do that. And but that was not kosher. And then because of that article, Marvel, who had already approved that cover and much of the interior artwork of, I think, what ended up being the first issue, backtracked and told me, hey, we're going to edit your work. We're going to have the colorist redraw the boobs and trim down boobs on the inside. And, basically everyone's getting boob jobs. And it's like, oh, okay. So I said, look, well, if you guys are going to do that, whatever, but I'm going to finish my agreed upon body of work, which is 5 issues. And I'm going to head out the fucking door. Like, I'm done. So, and funny enough, it only dawned on me probably, I don't know, 6 months ago, a year ago or something like that. I'm like, hey, for whatever it's worth, I left Marvel for the exact same reason Todd McFarlane left Marvel. So I was like, giving myself a little pat on the back for that. I'm like, all right, cool.
Yeah, I think Ethan was feeling similar pressures when he left as well, and kind of didn't finish up the contract that he had for whatever remaining books, just got out as quickly as he possibly could.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my understanding. Yeah.
Well, it hasn't been smooth sailing, though. Throughout all of Comicsgate, there's been a lot of ups and downs. You used to say grab an oar, and I guess that works for a lot of creators, but for some of them, they've failed in that. What do you think have been some of the more prominent failures in Comicsgate, things that you wish would have gone a little bit better than they have?
Really, the only failures I really care about are the campaigns that haven't fulfilled. I think you guys were talking about Critias, like that was a real disappointment. He spent a lot of time with us, preached a lot of the same things that, Ethan and I are out there preaching, and, the campaign just disappeared. Andrew Huerta is a huge disappointment. Basically he didn't get his book done, and I believe he might have kind of like soft announced like CG to go work at Wizards of the Coast. Let's see who else did that. Nick Ferrucci, that guy, the Dynamite guy, when he started sniffing around here and offering work, and and that's the thing too. People are always doing that. You don't want to leave money on it's a manipulative tactic. You don't want to leave money on the table, do ya? And it's like, well, I did leave money on the table. I left Nick Ferrucci money on the table. I'm doing my own thing, man. So there are
your mic's kind of breaking up. I don't know if it's the mic or a connection.
Oh, are you guys hearing me bad? Well, Ren?
It's better now.
It's better now.
You might just need to face it, perhaps.
Yeah, no clue. So same mic, but anyways, yeah. So no, I don't mind leaving money on the table. So I'm going to do what I want to do.
Right. And what about some of the problems between creators, like with the war campaign dust up and things like that? I mean, were those negative aspects that still needed to be worked out in Comicsgate to get to where we are, or do you think that's just a natural growth process going through?
I think the environment is much better for creators without a war campaign having kind of prominent position, 100%.
Right. Having a group that sets narratives, particularly against other creators, is always going to be a negative thing.
No, War Campaign turned their sights from outside and then they went inside because they got bored and they started going after CG creators specifically. And then they crossed the fucking line and they went after someone's dead sister, so they can go fuck themselves. Rokabir and who was the other one that was doing it? Anyone that made a joke about Anna's dead sister can go fuck themselves.
Yeah. No, I remember those times. I was a pretty big target for War Campaign as well. So I experienced it firsthand, that whole thing.
Yeah, detestable human beings.
So, I mean, in this safer environment, what do you think people need to do to grab an oar now? Is it just strictly focus on the books again? Or is there still intrigue that keeps people watching these YouTube channels? Is there drama that keeps people coming back?
Well, in terms of, fans, the fans can do whatever fans want to do. If they feel they're part of whatever, if you view CG as more of a protest, then, grab an oar in that sense would be, find books that you enjoy and back these creators and, give them every opportunity to shine. If you're a creator, then you have to get in here and you have to start building up a channel. You have to start building an audience and building out your network. And, the main goal for me in terms of, CG as a network is, everyone has to get up to a large amount or at least a good bulk. We can't have everything kind of riding on, Ethan building his platform or Richard building their platform. Basically we need a good, strong network of 10, 30,000 subs, on a good handful of networks. We need about 3 Ethan Van Skyvers. And, whether or not we get that, I don't know, but that's kind of the goal. Once we have that kind of stronger middle base, I think it'll be, an even better environment for people, giving comic book fans a place to come into. So, we were even talking today on Ethan's channel about bringing Comicsgate creators out to like proper conventions. And I'm kind of excited for that now because, like I said on that stream, I don't just want to get a table, though. I don't just want to get a booth. I want to get right next to where Marvel and DC Comics is at, and I want to set up a huge fucking, display. Fucking, we can have like all caps, or we could have other people's companies, boop, 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 and have a fucking presence there where we are so much bigger and outshining everybody else there that again we're starting to make an impact. And also the potential of bringing in more fans directly from the convention circuits themselves is becoming more interesting to me. And obviously if you're the biggest peacock with the brightest feathers, you're going to get noticed.
Okay, I thought Moonshine might have had something to ask, but so Godlike, I think this is a project that you've been building up towards for a while now. I mean, I remember you talking about Project Thundar. I think with like Graveyard Shift 1, you were
I could have maybe, yeah. I tell people maybe 1.5 to 2 years is probably how long I've been talking about it. But yeah, I couldn't pin down the first time I brought it up. But yeah, it was called Project Thunder as a placeholder name because I wanted to do something that the very first kernel of the idea was something like Thunder the Barbarian, where you have this kind of future world. It's destroyed, and you can have wizards and warlocks and robots, and if a cowboy shows up, it's not out of place. So that's where the kernel of the idea began. But then also, like, it's also like Graveyard Shift wasn't born of Comicsgate. Like, that was developed in 2010 and worked its way up to when Comicsgate became. But we already had issues 1 and 2, which became volume 1 done. Like, Godlike is born of Comicsgate. So a lot of the thoughts and ideas and the stuff that I've been through, are things that I'm channeling into the story. A lot of the struggle, but also, we also talk about, like the alpha male, the strong male lead and all that stuff. So I really wanted to pour that in as well. Just a lot of the ideas that we have in Comicsgate are being put in here. And we actually have a warrior female woman. And I was telling people the other night on a draw stream, it wasn't like a big announcement, but I was just giving out a little bit more information. And like her inner monologue is actually that she doesn't necessarily want to be that larger than life kind of warrior woman, and she wants to, you know, have a relationship and because she's in love with, you know, the guy who is the Romulus. But her people, her way won't allow that relationship to happen. So she's struggling inside with that. So I'm trying to get the ideas, you know, of all the things that we talk about and putting as best I can, the best representation of some of those ideas into this, you know, including how the society, it's the quick pitch, just so I can get into that, is 10,000 years in the future, new dark age has begun. Humanity's on the brink of extinction. What's left of it is on a distant world, and they're just being eradicated by this evil alien race. And that's just it. I kept it very 300-ish. So, 300-ish. Where I always appreciate in 300 that, you know, the bad guys, you don't try to humanize them. It's just they are the bad guys, and the good guys are the good guys. So for me, those types of movies are much more satisfying instead of trying to humanize the bad guy and be like, well, he's got reasons, you know? So you can actually root for your team, and your team in this would be the humans. It's all humanity together at its very end. It's the darkest hour, and the Romulus is that light. It's not meant to be some nihilistic bullshit and we all suck and people suck and humans are terrible. It's not meant to be that. It's meant to be more uplifting in the end. But we got to go through this shit. We got to get the dark so the bright can, you know, light it up. But it's very much a superhero story, and we're going to go through several different time periods, or we'll be peeking at several different time periods. If you actually scroll down the sample pages here, kind of go into that a little bit.
Sure.
Let's see. So there's, keep going. That's the main promo art cover. Right here, this actually kind of ties in a little bit into like my manga kind of desires, or let me correct that, anime, because manga's great, but I've seen more anime than I've ever read a manga. But the idea here was it's like the crater, and it's got the the energy has blown it away, and all that's left is where these two figures are standing at. So I'm trying to have these kind of epic views, make the characters feel nice, big, colorful, and then right here is where we tie it into the main guy, the Romulus. He doesn't remember who he is, but he keeps having visions, dreams, maybe memories of a past world, which is basically Earth, which is you know, it's a myth, it's a forbidden word. And but this right here on the left hand side is kind of the superhero age. It's the modern age. It's basically the time that the reader would be living in. So for us, it'd be 2021. And then as we go to the right, it goes further back into the past. So then we see this Roman character, then we see the pyramids, and then Orion's belt. And then it kind of gets into a little bit of the ancient aliens kind of type thinking. So this story takes place over the entire history of humanity.
So it explains this kind of backstory a little bit in a few pages, or most of the issue, or
it's going. This is just a glimpse of some of these visions. So you know how much of that is going to be explained in just these. Probably not that much. Okay. So
it's going to be hinted at.
Yes. So yeah, because whether this is a dream, it may just be complete fantasy of the main guy. We won't know until he's, you know, getting some of his memories back. Yeah, no, I'm very excited to be doing this, and you know, putting in this time where I have Dash Martin as the colorist on here. People may not have heard of him, but he's actually worked for me when I did some of my first work with Rob Liefeld on a book called Nitrogen, and then when I got my first Marvel work for a book, Cable Deadpool, I did half of that book, and Dash colored that as well for me. So we've always been friendly, and so I reached out to him to do some samples, and he pretty much hit it out of the park. And I was like, all right, you're on.
Yeah, I would say
just a quick.
Go ahead, Smug Pug.
Just a quick question about the Godlike supplemental. Are those stories, they're going to be set in the Godlike universe, so they'll be a part of that story?
Very much, yeah. And if you scroll down, we can see the cover to that. So the supplemental book, kind of like the Graveyard Shift supplemental book, will have different stories by different characters. All of them are going to tie into the Godlike universe. This one, I'm actually planning to have a little bit more kind of long form. So this main character right here, this cowboy character, we can call him the Man from Hannibal, and that's an exclusive for you guys. I haven't announced that yet, but we can call him the Man from Hannibal. And so this guy is a cowboy, and he's going to take out a bunch of Indians. But don't feel bad for the Indians; they drew first blood. And but yeah, this is like two-fisted cowboy story, but also he's tapped into the Romulus, which is why he has all these arrows and he's not falling. So he's got some extra abilities with him. And but you know, discovering who he is and how he ties in is going to be a longer story. And but yeah, all this stuff is directly accessible. It's going to be bonus material to the main book. So I definitely recommend people get. We have one tier. It's called Ascension. It has the volume 1, the supplemental, and it also has the Visions book in it as well. So I definitely recommend people get on there. But anyways, so we would like to. I would like to continue like his story into future supplemental material and just keep that building and building and building out over time. And then we'll probably see how he's getting tied into the main story, but I won't give that away. And I also have a little bit of a thing that, like, I've kept this whole thing in mystery. I didn't even announce that it was called Godlike until about 4 months ago. And so I've been very tight-lipped, even about what the characters are named. And so I've only been leaking out a little bit of information at a time because I'm trying to use a little bit of like the David Lynch philosophy, which is other people have this too, but it's the more you're explaining, the more you demystify it. And if I can get people kind of wondering in their own heads what this story is going to be, then that makes it a little bit more magical. And if I sit and explain to you the lyrics of, you know, some Nirvana song, and, you know, basically most of it's nonsense. And, you know, but if Kurt Cobain told you what each line meant, you'd be like, oh, that wasn't at all what I thought it was about. And so I want to keep that mystery, that kind of excitement. And I'll continue to leak out little bits of information, but that's a new one for you guys. So
cool. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you want to just scroll down to the stretch goals quickly, well read. There was a question asked by someone. We get a lot of artists watching this show.
Okay.
And I noticed one stretch goal was a competition. We will host an upcoming art contest. First place will receive $500 and be featured in the book. How can any artists watching contact you? Like, what are the conditions of that
Well, that'll
contest?
be just like when we did the Graveyard Shift art contest. People will just tag in. You know, it'll be announced on my Twitter when we start rolling it here in the next couple of months. But yeah, it'll basically be everyone will have to like hashtag Godlike art contest. So when they do that, then basically you just go on Twitter, type that in, and then we'll be able to see all the entries right there. And the rules on this one is a little bit different, and that's anyone can enter. Black and white art is the only kind of requirement, but anyone can enter. It doesn't matter if you've never worked in the industry or if you have worked in the industry. So we're hoping to get the prize money. Right now it started at 500, according to, I think, the stretch goal, right? Yeah, we're at 500, I think. And then you know, I'd love to be able to get this thing up to like $3,000 or $4,000 by the time the campaign is over. I don't know if we'll get that high because I figure we'll probably have to be around 225, 230 or something like that. But I'll be figuring it out as we keep going in stretch goals. But basically, I'll keep raising it. You know, $500. Maybe I'll do a jump to $1,000 if we get far enough along. But more as stretch goals keep getting added, we'll have additional ones for that. But very simple rules. Anyone can enter. So, yeah.
Do you think you might add original art pages at some point, or are you going to be drawing everything digital?
Oh, probably digital. So, you know, I have very little ambition to draw on paper. Yeah, I kind of see the book itself is the art. You know, like clearly it's the art, and having that kind of resale is great. But I want to work where I feel I can give the best work, and it's digitally. So,
But I mean, like this tier, for example, you could get a sketch of a character or something.
Sketch tiers, yes, that's where you can get original art. Yeah, I will sit down and I will actually be working on a sketch. So yeah, you can get that for sure.
Yeah, well, I just backed the creators tier with the sketch. You've sold it on me, John. So.
Thank you, appreciate that. Yeah, and guys, we have a mailing list that was out too. So if anyone signed up on that mailing list, check your promotion folders, your spam folders, whatever. And we have some secret perks in there, and those will actually save you money. And some of these stretch goals are actually geared towards the secret perks. So right now, through that mailing list, you have access to 2 secret tiers, both of which have a exclusive foil trading card in it for free. There's add-on options where you can buy doubles or duplicates of that card. And we'll be adding we'll be hitting another stretch goal. What is it? The 150, I think. So everyone in the secret tier that backs one of those secret perks, they're just going to get a new unique foil trading card as well. So they're going to have 2 completely unique foil trading cards, just for backing on that secret perk. So check your promotion and spam folders if you signed up.
Okay, there you go. So so if you signed up, you can get these foil cards. I assume with a small discount as well, and things like that. Yeah,
well, it'll be a free card. It's just going to be thrown in with everyone that has already backed a secret tier. But there will probably be an option where they can also buy a copy of it as well. But it's only people that have the access to the secret perks that can get that stuff.
So,
but if you didn't, everyone is going to get at least a new print. So we'll add a print in for every backer at 150,000.
There you go. I was going to say, but we kind of moved on, that Dash Martin, that artwork is actually kind of similar to what Brett Smith does. So I say that as a compliment. It looks really good, the coloring.
Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, that right there is a Kyle Ritter piece. And so that's going to be in the Visions #2 book. When we did Visions #1 in the variant campaign a few months back, basically Visions is a themed book. So Visions #1 was everyone draw Lilith in a swimsuit, make her sexy, and then a nice background. That's pretty much all they had to accomplish. In Visions #2, what I want is I'm actually going to be approaching more and more people throughout the year to draw their own character in a sexy position. Doesn't have to be a swimsuit or anything like that, but they have to be sexy and up front, female character. And then in the background, they can throw any of their other characters from that IP in there, basically as one great promotion piece to advertise your book, your artist to my audience. And, maybe people will be able to get a little bit more attention that way for a project. So. And if you're a writer, don't worry. My deal with you would be I would offer a certain dollar amount, and then you can have one of your artists come in and do it. So,
this is your first time writing, I believe. So, how did you find that experience?
Well, my first full written story is actually in the Graveyard Shift book. So I did a Ruiner story, and I actually have written the follow up to that. And my artist Tommy Patterson has been drawing that, and but I moved him over to Brahm, which is a story with Phil Diaz. So he's working on that right now. But and then he'll be coming back to the follow up to the Ruiner story, and he'll be doing the part 2 to that. So. No, I've always been involved. I've always, plotted out things just for myself, things, comics that have never been made, or just ideas for other things. But also throughout Graveyard Shift, I've always been there script doctoring. I'm a micromanager, so I go through, my fingerprints are in everything. From colors to letters, everything except for the most part pre-press. When the only thing I do in pre-press is I sit over the pre-press guy's shoulder and I say, "Hey, can you nudge that page to the left or right?" Just because these are thick books and I don't want everything getting buried into the center. So, but yeah, no, I really do enjoy writing, and I would love to be able to do more, but right now I just really want to be sinking my teeth into drawing the absolute best story of my career, and do my best to knock everyone's socks off, but also to do my part to raise the creative bar within Comicsgate and say, guys, everyone should be working to beat me. Like, beat me, like, draw harder, color better, and let's do what we can to just really blow this industry up. So like the marketing has been developed, I feel like, for the most part. We build your YouTube channel, build up your network, and that gets people in. But now it's like we got to just have that huge closer. We have to have iconic characters, like something like Cyberfrog, what I hope the Romulus will become, great designs. So we start really having little brands that really start standing out. And then, maybe down the line, a couple of years or something like that, then we do something like Deathmate, and we try to get all these different iconic characters together where fans are going to be genuinely excited to see the Romulus working with or against someone like Cyberfrog, and maybe going off into, some of Phil Diaz's like Lost Pages characters, or Brutus the Badass with Donald DeLay, or so, there's a lot of possibilities. And the bad thing is someone's going to get left out, and then it's going to cause a rift. But, you're just going to have to push ahead. Other people can do whatever they want, but me specifically, these are kind of the things that I'm looking to do as we get moving down the road. Iconic characters, cool iconic characters, like not just I made a book. It's like I am making the greatest book of all time. And because I say that, that makes me work harder as a writer and as an artist, because I know there's people out there now that are just ready to fucking hang me. So other writers, other artists, and if that encourages competition, if that encourages people to improve in their own artwork and push the art form further within Comicsgate, then that's fine. I'd rather be hated and see this stuff really explode in a positive way.
Well, I do think.
You mentioned building up your channel and creating a network. What advice would you give to YouTubers on building their channel? Because I think Well Read here clearly needs it. This is the most boring show in CG, so I'm told.
Generally, I say, well, one, you want to have a topic. You want to reach out into pop culture. Ethan reached out into Star Wars and talked about things that many more people, even if you look at Gary at Nerdrotic, he's covering Doctor Who and God knows what, the Expanse and other sci-fi kind of shows. So that opens yourself up to a much, much larger audience than comic books. But on the smaller level, when you're building a channel, and if you may or may not be that great hype man, and you may not be a natural hype man like Ethan or Richard, then definitely from my point of view, I feel like I'm not the funniest guy and I'm not the cleverest guy, but I tend to surround myself with funny and clever people, or quirky, someone like Anna, who's quirky and talented in her own ways, with painting and whatnot. But build yourself out with a good selection of people, not just people that are as boring as you are, but people that actually have a different ingredient to them, to kind of, give your audience someone to kind of sink their teeth into a little bit more. So, a lot of it is the back and forth play between, people on channels that, is fun for people. So.
Do you think also might just be the type of comics you're making? So, this is a superhero, as you said, but it's a very different type of superhero comic than you're going to see at Marvel and DC typically. It's like kind of this mixture of fantasy and sci-fi, but like society destroyed. It's not the standard, Superman told for the umpteenth time.
Oh, it's not?
Well, maybe it is. I guess you could surprise us.
I plan to surprise people. This is at its heart, it's a superhero story. This main character is a stand-in for at least 2 to 3 superhero characters that I think a lot of us are fond of. But also he's a stand-in for several other characters, and this guy has had many names. The only one I'm telling people right now is the Romulus, which is a title. And it's a thing. It's kind of the Force. It's the human spirit, the will to survive. It's where all great ideas come from. When a writer writes or an athlete is performing at their absolute best, they're tapping into the Romulus to a certain degree, but they're not crossing into that superpowered type threshold. For most people, to at least to become the Romulus, to grab that title of the Romulus, if you're not worthy, it will just kill you. It doesn't. You have no shot. Michael Jordan, as great as he is and as tapped into the Romulus as he is, he could not become the Romulus without dying.
So Mr. Dong says interesting analogies. It's like the Autobot Matrix, except with humans instead of robots.
I love Transformers the movie. Look, when I say things light our darkest hour, like, again, I mean, I'm pulling from the 80s. I pull from that. I'm pulling from He-Man. I show this a lot now, but the Romulus saga, because this is Godlike, the Romulus saga, like the Romulus saga itself was an old idea I had. And what I did was, so when I started with Project Thunder and Thunder of the Barbarian is that first kind of initial thought that I would build out from. But I also took a couple of ideas that I had in the past and I started kind of putting them on top of each other. And I said, well, if I do it like this actually makes sense. And it's 20 years of different ideas, but it makes me look a little bit smarter because all this stuff I'm pouring into one thing. But the original right here, this is about 20 years old here. This is I think I printed it at Kinko's. I stapled it, and see these little staples here. These are the original staples, and this actually was part of a pack for like an image, submission, like, hey, here a pitch, here's something I'd like to do. But I just wanted to point out that of the art in here, long before the He-Man stuff was going on, like I was already digging He-Man.
Yeah, and it looks much like He-Man, yeah.
Yeah, so again, this is standing in for a lot of the things that a lot of us are into. In terms of 80s cartoons, we're talking He-Man, Thundercats, Visionaries, Spyro Zone, Black Star, and Brave Star, shows like that. So I'm trying to tap into as much of all the stuff that most of us dug, but also some of the more obscure things that I was into. Like, not many people know of Spyro Zone or Zone Riders, but it was out there and I enjoyed it. So but yeah, trying to pour all that kind of, Voltron, even that stuff, some of that is actually put into here as well. And it's not just shitting pants, guys. So, but yeah, no, the whole thing is done with love and, just really trying to put out as much of what I dug as a kid. And including some anime inspirations as well in things like Evangelion. So but yeah, there you go. That's pretty much everything about Godlike.
Are you a big Evangelion fan, John?
I wouldn't call myself, like, I don't know, because my memory is so bad. I feel like people are gonna, well, did you know that Ray like, here's the fun fact, I don't know that stuff, you know what I mean? Like, I watched it, but I enjoyed the kind of deeper level that Evangelion went onto. It wasn't just some big robot kaiju fight show, you know what I mean? And like there's that kind of deeper meaning, so I really appreciated that. But also things like Ninja Scroll, big fan of that as well. And some of the content within that. So those are probably two of my biggest influences that from anime that I would be bringing into Godlike.
Yeah, very cool. I have to say, like, I love Evangelion. I love Star Wars. I liked John Carter, that terrible movie. I know everyone hates that John Carter movie, but actually
I didn't think it was so bad.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I liked it too.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's like the next Star Wars, but it's just a movie without having too high of expectations. I'm like, yeah, fun stuff.
Cool.
Everyone's saying to bring on Smiller, but I don't see him in the chat. I think
it's
here
Sunday
earlier.
Anyway, so
Ethan's in the chat. He's saying bring on Smiller. What's going on with Smiller? Is there a Smiller history here?
He'll appear on chat. I haven't seen him tonight though.
Aww.
I just refreshed. I think we picked up 5 backers for you tonight, John. So
Oh, beautiful. Thank you guys. Appreciate
How did we do that? We don't even get 5 viewers usually.
Oh, also, I'll do this, but everyone else in the chat should do this too. I'm going to go ahead and share the link out to the stream, which I forgot to do. So everyone, please share this out.
cool. Thanks for that.
Mm-hmm. There, shared. Okay.
Yes, we punish you with a review of a sci-fi comic before Malin joined us.
Oh, I heard something. It was something with gods, right?
Yeah, we only find them when they're dead. So it's essentially Galactuses that die, and then they harvest the bodies for resources.
Yeah, it's concept sounds kind of interesting, I guess. Yeah, didn't the Guardians of the Galaxy live in like a celestial head?
Yeah,
or something
that's Mike was in chat and said that to us
Smiller?
earlier in the street. Yes.
Oh God, I pull out the one thing Smiller would have fucking said. Yeah. So what I heard someone say was that there wasn't much action and that Godlike would be more action. And Godlike would be more action because it's much more superhero story. And I actually described it, and like 6 months ago as the superhero story almost being a Trojan horse for fantasy. In that with fantasy, you tend to have what I feel is like that smaller comic book market. Not saying there's not a large fantasy market out there to be tapped into, but in terms of comic books, the kind of fantasy, like a Conan book or whatever, tend to fall a little flat, especially if it's not Conan of all things.
Yeah.
So, but superheroes we all love. And so I wanted to be sure that I can make it accessible and that there's that kind of superhero element, but also being in the far-flung, Thunder of the Barbarian type future, that opens the doors for me to get into kind of big monsters, dragons, and still keeping those kind of superhero elements. So, you think of like when you think of Thunder of the Barbarian, you think in the future of like sorcerers, wizards, warlock type stuff. But in Godlike, it's much more that they are supervillains.
So, just getting back, did you ever work with Al Ewing when you were at Marvel, or was he not really around at that point?
I'm not sure. I don't think I ever worked with anyone named Al Ewing. The name rings a bell.
Yeah, he's doing the Immortal Hulk right now.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's his kind of his biggest claim to fame. But he wrote the book that we reviewed earlier.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
One of the reputations the show has, and I don't know if Ethan mentioned it to you, our chat is kind of spicy. And I'd be derelict of duty if I didn't address some of the questions that I saw being brought up. So is it okay if I highlight a few questions
Sure.
for you to respond to? So
I never back away.
Great. So here, Alasmat Films, he says, build your own network. Just make sure it's Malin approved or else he'll call you a scrub. I think this is in reference
No, I
to...
think you're saying scab.
Scab, right.
Mm-hmm.
In reference to the Kickstarter stance.
Yeah.
Alasmat Films is a small creator. I think he's going to be launching on Kickstarter. And maybe he's wondering why you feel that people who promote on Kickstarter shouldn't be able to have access to certain Comicsgate platforms.
Well, no one deserves access to anyone's platform, first and foremost. So no one has a right to my platform whatsoever, just like I don't have a right to your platform or anyone else's platform. Once that idea is shuck free, this becomes a lot simpler. Everyone's out there largely on their own. You need to build up your network. Your network should be good and strong by the time you launch, whether it be on Kickstarter or Indiegogo. As Comicsgate, what this formed into, like it or not, for whatever reasons, Kickstarter became this one thing that we said, this is what we as a group don't do. Again, love it or hate it, that was one of the things that kind of became our thing. We marked Indiegogo essentially as our territory, to the point that if a creator like Sean Gordon Murphy comes on Indiegogo, he's getting an email from concerned trolls saying, "You're not Comicsgate, are you?" So we really made this our place, and so it's part of the protest. And yeah, if you want to cross the picket line over there to grab some money, I can't stop you. I'm more power to you. Get rich. I've said it before. I am where I am right now because I took a risk, and if I just wanted to play it safe with the mainstream industry, I could have. I could still be working at Marvel today if I just bit my tongue and just didn't rock the boat. So if you want to go over there, if you want to cross what I consider the picket line, more power to you. But I host a show on my channel called Comicsgate Presents, and on that show, I talk to Comicsgate creators unless they fucking piss me off. Again, it's my platform, so I'm going to do what I want. And yeah, if people go over to Kickstarter and then they want to try to run over to Indiegogo, I'm not going to promote them on Comicsgate Presents. So that's my line in the sand. So all you were getting is you're just not getting access to my platform, which you never had a right to in the first place. I let people on at my own discretion at all times, as has always been the case.
So it's your stance. It's not one that you insist others take as well.
Not at all. Yep. Do what you want. Look, if you've done everything right, then what you've done is you've built up your own network, and you don't need me. You don't need me. You don't need Ethan. You've built up your network. You're good to go. More power to you. I'm probably gonna be one of the last people staying on Indiegogo, like one of the last man standing. So when it all falls apart and there's no more Comicsgate, no more camaraderie, then I'll probably go to Kickstarter. But by the time I do that, I won't have time to be promoting anybody, because I will be promoting my own campaigns and people within my circle, their campaigns 24/7, because we will be promoting on campaigns on Indiegogo. We'll be promoting campaigns on Kickstarter. But that's not a day I'm looking forward to. I'd much rather Comicsgate as a group stay together, stay strong, a bundle of arrows. So
the argument,
not a bundle of sticks.
Right. That's right. The argument you're putting forward then is that Comicsgate as a movement and Comicsgate as a business model is implicitly tied and really can't deviate.
For me, look, I'm not telling anybody else what to do, how to run your business. I appreciate that people's, made that, kind of a thing out of what our camaraderie for Richard or myself, about staying off of Kickstarter. Great, but that's my position, because I feel scorned. But I'm not asking anybody else. But because we just spent 2 years, 3 years with everyone saying fuck Kickstarter, and now everyone's just, oh, okay, it's not so bad. No, it's already part of the group. Like it's part of, from my point of view, it's a part of one of the things we kind of stand against. Now, other people may stand against Kickstarter for other reasons, like it's support of Black Lives Matter, or maybe they just don't like the name. I don't know. Whatever your things are, fine. But I'm telling you, and everyone else, from my own personal point of view, I'm scorned, and fuck them.
I think a lot of backers agree with you too, Malin. From what I've seen of in the live chats, a lot of people are saying Kickstarter no and Kickstarter never. So it's important to listen to your audience, I think, too. Yeah,
well, look, but again, guys, you may have to take a risk. It's your business. I don't want people that are down there, making $5,000 or $10,000 on a campaign, struggling, because John is just saying, hey, I'm not going to let people on Comicsgate Presents. I'm not kicking anybody out of Comicsgate. It's not in my power to do it. I'm just not giving people access to my platform for what I consider to be the first step in, the dissolving this group. So,
Mr. Dongs asks a more fan-oriented question. He asks, John Malin, which comic run of yours did you like more, Thunderbolts or the last Cable one?
Cable for sure. Definitely before they started fucking with my shit. So. Yeah, what I even drew Cable with the cigar, just because we all knew you're not allowed. Marvel doesn't show smoking, but I feel like that was an old rule, and I'm like, well, there's only one way to be sure, so I drew Cable smoking a cigar, and sure enough, they came back. We do not allow our Marvel characters to be smoking tobacco or some shit. So I was like, all right, got rid of it. So. But rules are meant to be tested at times.
Spirit Scar doesn't have a question. He has more of a statement for Blood Sports. He wants you to shit talk people that you're normally too polite to name. Of course you don't. Yeah, of course you don't have to do that. That's
Well, I mean, you were sort of mean to Mike, but only in a playful manner.
What, Smiller?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. There's no point in shit. I shit talk, essentially on some level, everyone that's around me. I mean, I have a little bit of that's kind of my banter is, a little shot on the side. So, but for the most part, it's done in, good fun and for, the chat's entertainment more than to get anything too personal. Like, the Shane stuff, whether or not he's, he's gonna hate me for saying it, but the white supremacist jokes and whatever, or in any part of the encouragement of that. But from my position, these jokes, they're good because they're entertaining to the audience, and as YouTubers, and we have to be entertaining the people. Otherwise, their attention goes elsewhere, and we don't want them to go elsewhere. We want them to stay right here and laugh and have a good time.
I don't know if you're aware, but this show has a little bit of a reputation. Shane Davis appeared on our show once a few weeks ago, and it wasn't a very, I think, a pleasant conversation. So if you could pass along that, we hope he's doing well.
Oh,
yeah, we have a disclaimer because.
Wait, is that something where they're gonna be like, John delivered a message to Shane? They said they hope you're doing well, and then what? Is John aligned with? I don't know what the context is, but I'm sure he's fine.
We had some guests at the time that were having some problems with Shane.
Oh,
and then someone obviously,
other than him being depressed, how can you have a problem with Shane?
Yeah, well, I mean, it was just we have two parts of this show. We have a proper, more formal version where things are sanitized and we just highlight the chat and address them. But then we drop the link and it's a free-for-all. And sometimes the creators, they wander into the portion of the show where it's the link is out there and it's a free-for-all, and you get tons of personalities coming in saying wild things. So
I think Ethan once described it as a bunch of drunks yelling at each other. So.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen and learned that usually is not good for a channel. Dropping the link and having just anybody come in. Antonio Bryce was a good example of that. Someone changed their avatar to a porn gif or something like that, and then his channel went down.
Yeah. I mean, the people will go on cam and drop trouble, and you got to be ready to kick them immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, usually it's just the same cast of characters coming in when you do it. And so it gets pretty animated because you got a bit of a, I don't know, kind of like an SNL cast where there's a lot of personalities that end up standing out.
As long as it's funny and not cunts. But the problem is they're usually cunts. So, yeah.
Did you ever watch the Oz show? He pretty much had that format.
Yeah, I was actually, I was just watching the Oz show, and he has some kiwi bird eating a piece of broccoli, and that's it. And Oz was there, and he said hi, and I said hi back. So yeah, once in a blue moon, I just pop over there and see what's going on with Oz. Yeah, he's got a freaky mask now. It creeps me out.
I think it creeps everyone out.
Yeah. But I like Oz. I think he's a good character. I just don't know if he broadcasts enough, to really get himself, into the zeitgeist, I guess. So, but when I see he's got something on, I don't mind popping in there, just hearing for a minute or two. But yeah, why? What did he say? What did he do?
Well,
Oz, I don't know. Yeah,
I like Oz too. I just think he stopped streaming because he does do that drop the link format, and like you said, it turned into a shit show. I guess the format of his show kind of got out of his control, and there was narratives being spun that he wasn't happy with. So maybe that's the reason why he had to pull back a little bit.
I'm just saying I don't think it's good for channels. There's too many bad actors out there. Maybe 90% of the time everything's cool, or 99% of the time it's cool. So you get a cunt. So people that aren't looking out for this channel's best interest. So it's playing with fire as far as I'm concerned. But also it's it's a good way. I don't know what happened with Shane, but it's a good way to make sure guests don't come back, I guess, if things become too fucking crazy. So
yeah, it was unfortunate. We didn't intend it to go that way with Shane, but it worked out the way it did. So that's just how it is. I do it mainly because I like giving the audience in CG as much of a voice as possible. We get random people who are just general backers hanging out in the chat. They feel like jumping on stream and having their say once in a while, and we just want everybody to be able to say their piece at some point. So I did see though that you joined Liam's stream not too long ago, and Oz is now mostly just hanging out there, doesn't do his own show, just streams with Liam.
They're back together.
yeah
I thought they were pretty good together, right? Yeah. Oz is taking that kind of sidekick position to Liam was decent enough. It was interesting, I think.
That was actually the Wonder Island launch stream. John and I were both on that stream a few weeks ago.
Wonder Island, yeah. How's that doing?
It hit its $6,000 goal, so it's now 48 pages. So I'd say it's doing reasonably well. Probably
Good.
not as well as it could do, but I'm happy for Liam for meeting his goal.
Good for Liam. Yep. Yeah, Liam, I don't think considers himself CG anymore, but I'd said, look, if you're CG, he's welcome to come on Comicsgate Presents. I don't have any deep hatred or anything like that for Liam. He's an interesting character, but even Liam, like he's out there shit talking of all people, I guess. Michael Bancroft, I started tuning into some stream the other day, and I guess he's mad at Bancroft for not platforming him for Wonder Island. And it's like, look, man, again, if you don't expect anything from people, you'll never be disappointed. But you have to have your own channel together. You have to have your own network together. Not just people that you kind of talk to here or there, and then you expect great things from them, or to be platformed by them. If I'm on a show with if Well Read and I are on a show every Sunday for 6 months, and then I'm launching Godlike, and then Well Read's like, I don't think I'm gonna host you on there, I'd be like, yeah, that's a bit of a dick move. But if Well Read and I only see or communicate with each other once every 6 months or 3 months or something like that, and he's like, I don't, then I'd be like, okay, so it'd suck. It'd be a bit of a loss, I guess, not to be able to promote, but do I want to go after Well Read because he didn't bring me up? So you got to have your networks together 100%. And that goes back to hey, that guy that wants to launch on Kickstarter, good for you, good luck.
Yeah.
How are you going to market? That is my kind of point on that too, is like in Comicsgate, we've made this I thought it's always been a great point, and that it's that you need to build up your YouTube channel to get a hold of this Comicsgate network that's already been building out here. But what started that building was the explosion of Jawbreakers and all these different kind of temperaments that were going on in that time, kind of fused this group together. So what you have here in Comicsgate, or what is built and is going to be dissolving away as people go off to Kickstarter, is you had a ready-made audience for people that are ready to back Indiegogo and ready to back Comicsgate creators. And again, that narrative was built in, which was fuck Kickstarter. So without taking your audience or risking losing your audience going over to Kickstarter, what's your plan for bringing in this unique Kickstarter audience? And I haven't heard the plan from anyone yet. Their plan is the old plan, which was every failed campaign that started on either platform, be it Kickstarter or Indiegogo. Well, I'm just going to put the book out there, and then people are just going to come to it. Like, that's the big marketing plan. And it's like, well, didn't you realize that didn't work when you were doing that 5 years ago or 2 years ago? Like, that was the big flaw in your plan, was you didn't know how to get a hold of the audience to drive them to you. Anyone can do a Kickstarter campaign. Anyone can do an Indiegogo campaign. But do they have the mechanisms to pull the audience to that? And they don't. No one going over to the Kickstarter knows a way of how they're going to get that unique Kickstarter audience. So they're going to go over there. They're going to risk losing some of their diehard Comicsgate fans. And, maybe it's a small percentage. Who knows? But basically what their plans are is they're going to bring their Comicsgate audience that doesn't really care if they're Kickstarter or not, and they're just going to bring them go over there and say, see, there's money made over here now. It's like, yeah, well, they would have backed your variant cover on Indiegogo too. So it's an unnecessary risk from my point of view.
And I wonder if Kickstarter wouldn't still cancel them if they were overtly Comicsgate. Like they knew to single out you and Richard.
Yeah, and, well, I mean, Mike, Smiller, he laughed at us. A year later when he wanted to go and cross the fence over to Kickstarter, and I was on a stream with him, and I was just like, when he talked about going to Kickstarter, and he's like, he pretty much mocked it, like, oh, John's sad about Kickstarter because they threw him off. 2 weeks later, they threw him off. Fuck him. And that's how I feel about any Comicsgate creator that goes over to Indiegogo and gets thrown off. Fuck them. So, you guys want to go over there? Don't come here just like Smiller and expect any sympathy from me. because you've already seen 2 campaigns be thrown off there. And then what? You think people are just going to rally around you when you come back and be like, I didn't know? No, we didn't know when we did Jawbreakers, when they threw us off Kickstarter. We didn't know. Jawbreakers didn't know. That unique first thing didn't know. Mike tested the waters a year later, laughing, mocking at our incident. Then he gets thrown off. So now people know. You know. There's a possibility that can happen to you. So when it happens, and some people are going to go through, it's going to be fine. Most people go through and be fine. But somebody's going to come through to Kickstarter. They're going to launch a campaign. They're going to get thrown off. And then they're going to be butthurt. And then they're going to say, well, poor me. I didn't know. I didn't understand. Kickstarter is still bad. And we're like, well, everyone knew that. You wanted more money, though. So whatever. Fuck you.
Mitchell says, manga desires. Malin, you were a solid comic book artist. If you want to cross over, read some manga. Are you?
No, I only want to cross over in a legitimate way. I don't want to be chasing fads. Someone recommended that I do, I think it was Godlike is a digest size or something like that. And not interested in that. I'm not interested in trying to get people for the wrong ideas. It's not the big eyes. It's not the pointy chin. It's not the small book. What it is it's dynamic storytelling. It's fun to look at art, great design, graphic art. Even when you look at the sound effects in a manga, I don't understand what those little swooshes and whatnot mean, but they're done like they're blasting off the page sound effects. The visual, the graphic art visual of it. Is completely amazing, but also in the longer term picture, because we in the Western industry we use color, and also we're in a larger format, so we're more expensive. So the idea would be that after we get 5-6 volumes, or even like look at Graveyard Shift, because that's much more in a position to be capable sooner. We take all this bulk of material, we condense it down. What used to be 6 volumes at $25 a pop potentially now is 6 volumes in one collected edition, potentially at $25 now. Now we just drove that cost down. But we still need to have the great fucking art. We need to have the great graphic design, the great story. We need to have a volume 1, volume 2, volume 3, a nice linear story where someone who comes in 5-10 years down the road isn't like, where the fuck do I start? You'll start at number 1. Then you go to number 2. Then you go to number 3.
I think something similar to that is like The Walking Dead. It had a beginning, end, and an end. So, I mean, that's a single series. If you want to start Walking Dead, you start at issue 1.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, in terms of the long form, I would say the black and white works for it, but I would also say that's in terms of if I'm trying to grab that kind of manga audience. The art in that does absolutely nothing for it.
It's very weak in my opinion as well.
Yeah, so it's got to be bombastic. It's got to be fun. It's got to have potentially a cute girl, nice little butt shot. Things that you as a teenager would have been like, yeah. So you got to have all these different things.
We saw with Warts and All, Ethan bundled up all his old material into a nice hardcover book, which looked really fantastic. Are there any plans in future to maybe bundle up Graveyard Shift, the supplementals, the little Graveyard Shift ash cans, and put them into like a hardcover collector's item for those who might want it?
Well, a hardcover, it has been talked about, like, because I've said on streams for a long time I wanted to do like the Spinal Tap or Metallica Black album. I want to do like a hardcover where it'd be all black. There'd be no logo or no Graveyard Shift on it, just the logo, but the logo would be black on black, and put it maybe in like a slip cover, so it's like a tome. But I wouldn't put everything in there. I wouldn't put little Graveyard Shift in there, almost certainly. Because I wouldn't want it to just be a hodgepodge of things. But what I would probably do is I'd almost kind of maybe do a little bit more of a remastered version. So like I would take volume 1, and then maybe between volume 1 and volume 2, I'd take one or two supplemental stories of the higher quality ones, or something that I think would help. And then I would slip that in between volume 1. Then we go to volume 2, then same thing, some supplemental here or there, just something to kind of build it out, because a lot of them kind of tie in. But even Narwhal's story, which we did on Graveyard Shift Volume 3, which is shipping right now, he did a story on Lilith as a child, and because I wanted to be sure that we had a story that was helping to develop these characters while we're doing these kind of more fast-paced main stories. But that Lilith story would be a perfect story to slip in between one of those volumes, probably volume 1, volume 2, just because it hey, here's a quick taste of or a deeper look into who Lilith was as a child, where maybe you guys can start to get a glimpse of what kind of turns her into this kind of I view her as a bit of a selfish but realistic woman. But there's incidents in her upbringing that Narwhal captured really, really great. And also the thing with Narwhal too was like the idea with the story was that it's a story being told about her childhood that she's narrating. And so when we see it, it's actually drawn in Narwhal style, which for me is almost like childlike, but a child that knows how to draw. So that's how it kind of works into Graveyard Shift. It's not just another Graveyard Shift story and Narwhal's drawing it. It's Narwhal's style being used to kind of bring in that, hey, here's a flashback to a childhood. And, as it may be remembered, 30 years later.
Mr. Dong says, so is the godlike symbol deliberately a Kirby-fied Eye of Horus? Because I thought that was very clever.
It's the Eye of the Romulus. And like I said, we go back. We're going through the entire span of human history and how the Eye of the Romulus may have impacted things like the Eye of Ra or the Eye of Horus.
Matthew Fowler wants to know when the drunk people fights begin. Robert Shepard says the fun is on hold for ball rubbing, and DA Talk said he came here for drunk blood sports. And Jabba accuses me of being the next Liam in Oz.
Is that what's going on with the open invites? It's just turning into a shit show?
Apparently people expect a shit show, and when it's not, I'm selling out and becoming Liam in Oz.
Yeah.
So that's how these things go.
Yeah.
Let's see. Maybe some more recent chats.
There was some spicy chats that I don't know if you want to go into the topic. Mr. Dongs was pointing it out.
Are they super chats?
No.
Because if people are going to insult me, they better be paid.
It's not an insult. It's actually a question. I have no idea if it's correct or not, but it's up to you, Well-Read, to discuss it.
Where are they? I can't find them.
It's the comparison of the art.
Oh, compare my art, sure.
Not your art.
I think that was the Kyle Ritter cover, comparing it to Frazetta, I think.
Oh, because it's after Frazetta. It's actually credited as after Frazetta.
Yeah. So it's an homage, which is fine.
Mm-hmm. So it's intentionally credited and homaged. Mm-hmm. I had no idea what was right or wrong, but the chat was discussing.
No, it's right there. It's on the image. It says, I think it says Ritter after Frazetta.
Okay, so that's the correct way to credit things like that.
What if they made both an Indiegogo variant and a supplementary Kickstarter campaign? So I guess he's asking about the hybrid scenario, which a lot of people mention that if they have two active campaigns, one on Indiegogo, one on Kickstarter, would they then be able to come on to CG Presents?
No.
Right.
Yeah, no. Once you cross that picket line, I don't really have any interest in promoting you. Because, look, Comicsgate Presents, I'm not paid for it. Nobody's paying me for it. It's an open door invite that I do as a courtesy to other creators. That's it. It's out of my own free time. And as I said, my free time, I don't feel like spending a minute of it in anything that I feel is the first step to dissolving this group. And if you guys want to just go out there and fight in the independent market without having something like a strong network behind you, or access to a platform just for the fact that you're Comicsgate, more power to you guys. Do whatever you want, but don't ask me to bend over backwards to help you when I feel that you're contributing to breaking this down.
Vicky points out that most CG creators don't have good networking.
They have to work on it. Period. What do you want? You want this easy? Nothing's fucking easy, guys. How much needs to be handed to certain creators to go out there? Nothing is deserved. Me getting into Marvel was not fucking easy. It's God, I wanted to draw comics since about 14 years old, and I got into the Marvel when I was in my 30s. What do you want? You want easy? Sorry, you're not getting your sympathy here.
A lot of small creator comments here. So JDA says, I am overtly Comicsgate. Kickstarter did not cancel me. I have talked to their comics outreach person directly. Okay.
Good for you.
And
Well, I think everyone's experience is different.
No, look, that's what I hate. I hate when people are like, oh, well, Indiegogo is going to cancel people too, or they didn't like that. You know what? They haven't canceled me yet. My gripe with Kickstarter is personal. You guys do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. Go for it. Knock your socks off. Go launch on Kickstarter. I don't give a fuck.
They even sent you the email saying why they wouldn't have Jawbreakers, correct? You have that.
Well, they sent it to Richard. Richard sent me a copy of it.
Yeah. DJ2K Comics points out that only titty books do well on Kickstarter. So
I will say there's a lot of weird degenerate shit on Kickstarter. I can't find anything because all I find is this weird shit. It's like, where's the other stuff? I can't find it.
Yeah, I think Brian Polito's the only guy worth checking out over there, to be honest.
What are your thoughts on Zoop? Have you looked into that at all?
No, I don't really have any thoughts on it. That's is that the thing that it's like Camilla Zong?
Honestly, I'm not too familiar with it. I thought it was also a bunch of left-leaning comic creators supporting some internalized crowdfunding platform.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think we're on the same page. I don't know. Good for them. I'm not interested. If comic skaters want to go there, I guess good for them. I don't know what the discussion is on Zoop. I have no opinion of it.
Ethan says fuck Kickstarter, but Liam can go there.
Aw.
There's a lot of disagreement. There's people saying I'll never back a book on Kickstarter. Some that's Kickstarter is fine. So I mean, you got to find your audience, I guess.
Yeah, because you don't know what percentage is anything. You want to be careful that you're not being unduly influenced by what people may view as certain percentage of the chat, because in the chat is great and you want to respect them, but you also need to understand some people are going to say fuck anyone that goes on Kickstarter. Other people are going to say, it's not so bad. What is the true percentage of people that are not going to back, and what is the true percentage of the people that will? You won't know until you try and find out.
Yeah, the chat is fairly divided.
Like I said, it's a risk. I had to take a risk, and other people are going to have to take a risk.
Vicky says there's a lot of weird degenerate shit on Indiegogo too. I haven't explored that, so I don't really know.
You can find it, but it's not dominating it.
Neither of I care at all if there's degenerate shit on Kickstarter or Indiegogo. It's got nothing to do with me.
This isn't preference, but she has the best comments in the chat right now. So Vicky's saying that the YouTube audience is shrinking across the board.
Are they dying? How are they shrinking?
Have you noticed that some of the bigger channels like Ethan's or yours are getting less people, or does it seem to be growing?
Mine's always been a slow trickle. So, I've been on YouTube, I think 3 years now, something like that. So I'm at 8,000. And 8,000 I think is a perfectly fine number. I think Cecil's around 12, 13,000, something like that. Ethan's in 100,000. Growth is good. Look, Anna is doing 200,000 or something like that now. Yellow Flash is over 200 and something thousand. So it depends on whose channel you're looking at, I guess. What is the argument? For me, I see growth. I'm growing. I don't know about everybody else. I'm growing. Happy to do it. Thank you.
I will say I think sub counts are rather meaningless. It's more of how many people are actually watching this video, and if that's going up, that's probably a good thing.
Well, people are watching the video because ideally there's subs. So if I have 8,000 subs, then I have more people watching my videos than when I had 2,000 subs.
Kickstarter fucked over people I liked, so I won't back over there again. Or I won't back over there, but I won't hate anyone for using it either.
Yep. Okay. No one's asking you to hate anybody. All the only thing is they don't have access to my channel for Comicsgate Presents. That's it. Period. That's it.
So here's an interesting question. Substack. Have you heard about what's going on there?
Yeah, they're hiring people to write, or shitty writers to write stories and bring in artists, I guess. Yeah.
A lot of the mainstream writers, they're leaving DC, I think. Like James Tynion, I think, went over there.
Boo-hoo. I don't know. Don't care. Don't care. I'm not interested in them. More power to them. I hope they find great success over there. Look, I mean, what I cared about in this industry was mainstream superhero comic books. Largely, those are dead. They're more than likely never coming back, not in a fashion or way that is going to suit me or, many people within this audience, if people, are true to, what the views have been over the last few years. So, fuck them all. James Tynion, Scott Snyder, all these guys, I hope they go to wherever they go and make millions of dollars. I hope Mags goes somewhere else and makes millions of dollars. It doesn't matter to me. They can prove me completely wrong, have a great, fantastic life. Great. I'm still going to be doing my thing.
Would that kind of arena be something that Comicsgate could be competitive in, Substack? Because I don't think they're new, so they don't have a history.
That's like asking me if NFTs is something that Comicsgate can be competitive in. I don't know enough about how they function, what they work in. Comicsgate can be competitive in wherever they want to go. If there was, and I said this early on when this discussion came up, I said if Comicsgate decided, hey, let's go to Kickstarter and just take all their fucking records from them, we could do it. Comicsgate can do almost anything it wants to do if there's someone out there willing to be the motivator, but, a lot of these people are just fucking scammers. And, some of these people are just holding on to CG as a way to, sell their shit book. So, I think a lot of the audience sees through a lot of that too. But yeah, you can, if you have the gift of gab and you have a audience or a good network behind you, you can convince them to go. And that was something where we talked about too. Like, I think it was Shane said, like, what happens when Indiegogo is like your one point of failure? Like, shouldn't you have multiple? And I say, well, I don't think that's the one point of failure. I think YouTube is the one point of failure. Like, YouTube is the one motivator. Indiegogo can fail just like Kickstarter failed. And we went and we found this thing that I had never heard of before called Indiegogo. And that turned into a great success through the power of YouTube redirecting people from Kickstarter over to Indiegogo. So you can go start up a Substack, you can go start up potentially a Comixology, you can start up any of these other platforms, and you can direct your audience over there, and they would probably likely be very happy to go ahead and buy, your book on Comixology or Substack or any of these other platforms. YouTube is the key. YouTube is the key.
I guess without calling out any names, but do you think that's been an issue with grifters in CG, people throwing on the label to try to get the money that's over here without necessarily believing in the CG movement or cause and any of the fight that we're actually trying to
I don't know, because if you go from my point of view, Kickstarter is part of that cause. So that would make a lot of people by that point grifters, and I'm not sure I'm ready to call those people grifters just because they want to go off to Kickstarter. But look, man, they're out there. There are people like Preston Poulter was coming around. He was on CG Presents. And he didn't announce that he wasn't CG until I said, hey, because there was someone on his book that was like an SJW or something like that, and they asked me, and they're like, hey, what about Preston Poulter? He's hired someone, and I'm like, well, my point has always been, all that matters to me is that the person that comes on my show is the owner of that campaign, and that they are Comicsgate. And that was when Preston Poulter said, oh, I'm not Comicsgate. And it's like, all right, well, fuck you.
What do you think about Preston Poulter trying to copyright the Comicsgate trademark and in leaked DMs exposed by Vicky and DA Talks, that he was basically doing this so he could strike Comicsgate channels and basically, act like a bad actor? Have you been following that at all, John?
No, I think he's a cunt. I don't know. Like, I mean, it's a real douchebag that does that type of thing, and fuck him.
There are these people in CG's orbit that their only interest is to sabotage it. It seems.
Yeah, well, a lot of people, especially in the first year or two, they were CG until they didn't hit, even a 5-figure campaign or definitely a 6-figure campaign. And it's like, oh, why didn't I, it was a lot of butthurt. Like, why didn't I have access to your platform? Why didn't I have this? And it's like, well, none of these things are given, man. Like, if you're invited onto someone's channel, great, but never pretend that you have a right to someone else's platform. And that caused a lot of bitterness in people. And then, some of those people turned anti-CG, but hey, like, that's just it. Like, this has never been fucking, something that was structured out to where just everybody just wins by default. Like, I'm competitive. I want to be sure that my campaigns are doing as well as I can do. I want to beat everybody, in a friendly way. I want to beat Shane. I want to beat Mike Miller. I want to beat Doug Tenaple. I want to beat Red Rooster. One day, great. If I could beat Ethan, that would be awesome, but it's not malicious. It's just, it's ambitious. I want to be successful and do very well. But, you take someone like, say, my drive, and then you apply it to one of these other guys out there who don't want to get on YouTube. They don't want to work. They're hashtag drama free, and they just want to make good books, and they whatever bullshit nonsense they're spewing that fucking day. Whatever their fucking motto is, all garbage. Fuck them all.
You think it's entitlement and jealousy? People in the indies wait too long not making it, looking over at success here and thinking, why shouldn't I be getting this? I've been here.
Of course. Look, it's 100% entitlement. It's that, oh, look, I believe what you guys do, and so I should make $100,000. Well, then you got to get on streams, and then you have to learn how to draw like I'm drawing, or how Ethan's drawing, or Shane's drawing, or get someone like Cecil, who's just a really beloved figure. It wasn't, these things just weren't handed out to, these people. A lot of these guys worked very hard to fucking earn it. I worked really fucking hard to earn it. I put it fucking everything on the line. So, I'm pretty comfortable with, what I've done and what I've risked to be where I'm at today. And other people just want to get the benefits of, say, even where I'm at, for not doing the same thing or not putting in, 20, 30 years of hard work and learning how to fucking draw like a badass.
What do you think? Because I'm seeing Cecil comments. So I like Cecil a lot, and I backed his campaign. I backed it at the Be a Character tier, but there's that criticism that some people are making a lot of money in CG that aren't creators necessarily. They're on YouTube. And do you think?
Well, YouTuber is a creator. It's a content creator. Cecil does what everyone should do, right down to Gary over at Nerdrotic. That's such a huge missed opportunity for, Gary, because I believe Gary thinks he's in a culture war. So he does a really great job at kind of like chipping down the opposition, but he doesn't redirect his audience into a product that says, look, here's an alternative to this. And in order for us to participate in what may some view and some really believe is a culture war, then you got to start fucking, once you take something away from someone, you have to replace it. Because if they don't have that replacement, they just go back to it. Like it's just easier to go back to the abuser than it is to get a new girlfriend, you know what I mean? Or boyfriend, whatever the case may be. So you want to fucking have the new hot chick right there so that person can leave and come over and do something. So Gary, while tearing down these shows or books or whatever it is he happens to be talking about, should have a product in its place to be doing tremendous sales. His sales would be through the fucking roof. It would have massive attention on it, potentially to go into film or television development itself, which is all, things that need to become the next steps of fighting. Again, if you think you're in a culture war, if you think you're fighting a culture war, then you have to keep moving. You have to move yourself up to the next step. For some of us, we just like everyone that may be the smaller creator under us, some of us are limited. So we may never reach up into, say, a 6-figure campaign, or I may never reach into $1 million campaign. But Gary can do it right now. Other YouTubers like Gary, they can do that shit right now. They have the potential, but they have to have that drive to go ahead and actually take that next step, which is creating a product themselves and put all those good ideas and great criticisms to work into a new intellectual property. So you can drive people over there.
I noticed Edwin has a question about conventions. I think it's mostly snark, but he might actually have a question in there as well.
I saw it and now it got away from me. But yeah, he was asking what's the change of stance relative to conventions. Why is that something that the CG creators are embracing?
Well, I think part of it is being shut in for COVID for a fucking year and a half. For me, I looked at Patrick, and Patrick brought up going to MegaCon months ago, but it just kind of died on the vine, I guess, between myself going out there and meeting up with him. But, look, he was having a good time there. And also it's the idea that it's just like what I was saying with Kickstarter, right? So we could go to a convention and we can really fucking leave our mark right there on the fucking floor. That's our fucking territory. We are comic book creators, and we shouldn't act like we're not part of that. We're stronger now. We have books now. And as this has grown, and it still is growing, it may not be quick as say Vickyverse wants, but I don't know, maybe her channel just isn't entertaining enough. I don't know. Everybody has a different situation. So, but again, from my point, I see growth. And to be able to go out into a convention now and not just get a table at Artist Alley, not just get a fucking corner booth or a series of a couple tables, but to get the full fucking sit right next to Marvel and DC Comics on the main fucking floor, big as fucking a mountain set out there with Comicsgate creators filling this motherfucker up and saying, yeah, we're right here, motherfuckers. Yeah, I like that. I like that just as much as I like the idea of all of us going over to Kickstarter and taking all their fucking top spots. But again, for me, I have a personal fucking gripe with Kickstarter. So everyone else can do whatever they want, but I'm not going over there. Not yet. I'll be the last man standing on Indiegogo.
And if I recall, the Jawbreakers campaign actually had a stretch goal where some of you went to a convention. I think.
That's right. Yeah, we went down to a convention down in Texas. And that's where I met Nerd Wonder and brought her on to do the Ashcan for the first Graveyard Shift book. Richard C. Meyer was there. Yeah, we sat down. We were at tables. So there you go.
I mean, I will say, just not in the same field, but conventions are just a great way to meet people and work together that you just can't do online. It just doesn't work the same as when you're in person.
Yeah.
It's just the reality of the situation. But
I've also sold T-shirts from day one with Graveyard Shift and now into Godlike the point of that whole T-shirt is that when I go to a public signing, I buy people a beer if they're wearing that shirt. We all meet up at a bar after the show and I just buy people beers. And if there's a shit ton of people, then I just go get a keg, but that's always been the thing. There would always be an official event. And now only later on did we end up coming up with the idea for the Fans Fest, which would just be a small show for comic skaters and Phantom Menace and whatnot to go and do that. But that, again, that's always been the case. So, but we can reach and we can do everything we want to do as part of this. But we can also go and put a big fuck you out on the fucking floor. Again, we can be a big fucking peacock out there, drive any more new eyes over to what's going on with Comicsgate and all these, vast amount of creators. And not everyone's going to be able to sit down, and be represented with their company because there's going to be limited space. Those are expensive spots. So, but, again, points of kind of organizing and being part of a group, there are bonuses to that. And, I think that getting back into the convention game, provided all this COVID shit lifts, I think now, because where we're at financially, it's a lot more possible to go out there and not just be some little schmuck sitting in Artist Alley, to be a real force on the main floor. That would be incredible for me.
Well, I think that answered your question, Ed, when he said it was a serious question. So
yeah, that's a serious answer.
I have a Graveyard Shift t-shirt and a Godlike t-shirt. So do I get 2 beers? Well, if I wear them out at the same time?
I would, I guess, just because now people are going to try to do that, I would say give the other one to someone else that's 21 or over. And
okay,
beer, so
that's fair. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's see. Well read like Cecil. I thought he refunded his book. No, Cecil and I talked in DMs. Everything is good between us, and I backed him at a much higher tier. I'm now a character in Cash Grab as well.
What he is meaning to say is, yes, he did refund it, and then he backed again, because well read doesn't make sense.
Yes, that's right. I think I saw somebody say, go ahead and ask Malin again about Kickstarter, so he can just keep answering the same question over again. And I'm pretty sure we're moving on.
I think that's
from that. Yeah, I think we've beaten that horse to death. There's nothing more. I thought that actually, for what you were saying about CG and building its business and having a big presence at cons, that's the reason why CG is a movement that's lasted so long. It's a movement with an actual business model, a product to offer, and something for people to invest into and feel like they're a part of as well. Like they've got an actual commitment to. They put some money towards. A lot of these other movements, they're movements, but they don't really have people putting skin in the game. Unlike CG, where you have backers buying these products to support the creators that are the voices of the movement. So
yeah, and I also believe it's important to have goals too. So again, Kickstarter is one thing, guys, but everything else, right? All these different platforms. Again, I don't know their political leanings. I don't know any of that stuff. I'm not paying attention to it. But there's plenty of platforms to go out there, plenty of places to go, to do, to be a part of. By all means, man, like, scream from the top of your lungs that, we're Comicsgate, and, having goals, that's such a great thing to have, in order to just motivate even the audience. Say, guys, here's an idea. If everyone thinks it's a cool idea, let's all meet somewhere in the center of the country somewhere, and we're going to take over some convention in a big, massive fucking way. Let's do that. How does that sound? And I think that's something that would rally people up. I think people would be like, yeah, that sounds like a good fucking idea. Now it's going to cost me a lot of beer money, but it'd be fun to do, man.
Yeah.
So, but those are the things too, right? If we're going to be part of the culture war, let's also get out there and remind people that we are here. We're not these Nazis. We shouldn't be acting like we're fucking hiding in the fucking shadows. But if we're going to go out there, I'd much rather go out there in a big fucking way instead of just some small table in Artist Alley where people say, look at this muck, no, we'll be sitting up there like fucking kings.
Well read is a commie. Only commies support the scab argument. Okay, that's an interesting take. Let's see what else. Well read now goes by Two-Face. See, I've got like the most amazing chat, John. They love me to death.
Yeah, that's common. That's common behavior.
Yeah, I love it though. I like an expressive chat. If they were just sitting here and it was just a big cheerleader rally, I'd be dying of boredom myself.
Yeah, you got Andino, Palacio. That's always a good sign.
I like James Hayes' comment. I think he might be correct.
Is it this one?
No.
Okay.
It just appeared. You might have to wait a second.
Oh, okay. Let's be honest. If Well Read wasn't a dishonest piece of shit sometimes, we probably wouldn't be watching. You always need a good villain to entertain the audience by being dastardly. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
I am a dastardly individual indeed.
People like interesting characters, and that's kind of the thing too. It's like when you watch people that are watching reality TVs, you see there's a character over here, on like a Kardashian show, and you're like, this guy is out to do some good or out to do something bad, and then all of a sudden you want to reach out and say, hey, don't you realize that dude's a scumbag? But the thing is, with the internet, people they can cross that line and they can tell you, hey, by the way, this guy's coming to put a knife in your back, it also, it stirs up the drama and, makes for interesting conversations at time. And, but yeah, also sometimes it gets things a little bit too fucking crazy too.
Yeah, it does get carried away sometimes. I think people invest a lot of feelings into the stuff that happens on the internet. It's a little bit crazy sometimes. Let's see. I'm scrolling through the chat. There's been a lot of comments here. People are very active. I think Elasmat actually wants to clarify. He mentioned earlier. He said, my argument was never about being platformed on another channel. It was simply backstabbing other creators by calling them scabs and undercutting their business. That's my point of contention.
Okay. Good. Yeah. Go over there. What do you need? What do you want from me? My approval? Like, good luck. I don't know what to tell you guys. That's my point of view. Do what you want. Good luck.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess there's a lot of contention about language and whatever, but
I'm not interested. My life is too short to sit and pamper people, creators specifically. Look, guys, if you want to go over to Kickstarter, do it. If I hurt your fees, tough. Go, do your thing.
Velnet says support Flat Earth and support Godlike.
Thank you, Vilna. Vilna does such a great job of promoting campaigns, and I gave she, I'm not sure, a shout out about a week or two ago on a stream. So I don't know if they were there or not, but thank you for everything you do. Great promoter.
Yeah, Velnet promotes channels very well too.
Mm-hmm.
That goes around promoting everything.
Velnet and Jack
this
Stafford.
channel.
If they promote this channel, they'll promote any channel. So, scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Spectre's repeated a question, so you might as well ask it.
Is it this one? Does Malin believe there's an issue with creators like Richard C. Meyer having multiple unfulfilled campaigns on Indiegogo while he makes and funds new campaigns?
Yeah, I think it erodes trust. Of course, yeah, I think it erodes trust when fans are saying where are my books, and there's multiple books out there. I don't think that's good business. That's my point of view, and Richard may think differently.
But would you ever say I'm not going to back him for doing that, or you just would comment that maybe he should rethink his business model?
Well, I don't just go and back everything that Richard puts out, but if Richard put out a 4th or a 5th campaign, whatever he's at now, and I say, oh, that looks cool, I'd probably back him.
Right.
Bob Gable says he just got Impossible Stars, so there's another book he has fulfilled, though, or started to fulfill.
I guess I mean creators putting out that narrative that people shouldn't back them for their different business decisions. Because I've seen that.
I can understand that. Yeah, the fans are welcome to do whatever the fans want, and I completely understand from their point of view how they would feel about that.
Right, but creators canceling each other is probably crossing a line if they're competing. With each other.
Look, if Richard's doing something that deserves venom, what if a creator wants to call it out. But again, guys, look, everything is with a risk. If I didn't take a risk, I wouldn't be where I'm at. So maybe someone has to take a risk, and you're gonna burn some bridges, you're gonna ruin some networks, you're gonna do whatever you're gonna do. But what if you feel that something needs to be said, fucking don't let me get in the way. You don't need my fucking approval.
I think you better highlight Jabba's comment, though.
Okay, it's actually moving really fast. So, I never back anyone with such bad taste in beanies.
Oh, that's not true.
Jabba trolls my Twitter just to say "fuck you" over and over again. That's literally the only comment he leaves for me.
Velnet says Narwhal did a good job fulfilling 499. Yes, the fulfillment on that was rather fast. I will give it that.
Mm-hmm.
We expressed our opinions on that book a few weeks ago.
Yeah, Narwhal's always been, to my knowledge, pretty good at taking care of his fulfillment. So good for him. Mm-hmm.
He's done it 3 times now. So.
I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing for comic skaters to do their utmost to fulfill within a timely manner. I think that's good business. I think that one of the problems with Image Comics for me personally was my favorite artist being late, and me just eventually saying, okay, I think I'm ready to tap out. Todd McFarlane said, comics are like it's like a drug, it's like crack or something, and if you're not supplying it, they're going to go somewhere else and get it. So so for doing your best to have timely fulfillments, it's good business. To say otherwise, I would highly disagree with that.
I did want to ask you, I remembered now, I think you were doing a fulfillment operation yourself at one point where creators could come to you if they needed assistance with that. Is that still something that you're offering?
No, because I had too many people trying to get pay for play. And it really rubbed me the wrong way. It's kind of like Comicsgate Presents. People just rubbing me the wrong way when I'm only trying to get a system out that I believe is there to try to facilitate people that may not feel comfortable doing crowdfunds and then having to do fulfillments. But what happened was people started putting in these kind of subtle things like, in order to use you, my campaign must hit a certain amount. And it's like, well, that's not true because it's only a shipping figure that gets worked into your campaign. But basically what they were saying is they need me to promote them. But it's like, you're not paying me to promote you. You know, I'm not in the promotion business. This is only a crowdfund. So a fulfillment service. So no, it's just too much problem with dealing with people, and other people just wanted me to actually publish them, even though there's not a single line in the document that I had, which was about me becoming a publisher for them. They wanted me to do their books. They wanted me to do their cards. They wanted me to do everything. And it's like, no, sorry. But what rubbed me the worst is the couple of people that were doing this kind of pay for play kind of angle thing, that they're smart and trying to get one over on me. No, I'm not going to play.
Do you still have like the outline of that fulfillment for your own projects, or are you just doing it yourself?
I do my own fulfillment. Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'm doing it right now. Like those are boxes behind me.
So you are literally doing it yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no. I hire people to come in and help me out. Yeah. So yeah, friends and family.
So just just in your area, just hire a couple people to help you out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, it doesn't take much to do it. You know, right now it's going to, like my first week I had extra hands. My second week I didn't have as many people. I won't have as many people, probably the majority of the fulfillment. But looking to do about 400 packages about a week, 400 to 500 packages a week.
Are you thinking of scaling up at some point with the warehouse, or you want to just try to keep it small as long as possible before?
I thought about it when I was offering to do fulfillment for other people, but now I'm just like, I don't know if there's a need. My house is big enough to take care of what my orders are. If I was doing Ethan numbers, I think that'd be a much more realistic conversation. But that's a much larger investment than where I'm able to go right now. So.
Speaking of numbers, are you happy with where Godlike is, or is it meeting your expectations?
Yeah, my goal was to get it to $100,000. So, because I was like, this is a first project. It's brand new. And also I'm teasing it out in a certain way, but I was hopeful that at the end of this thing, I could make $100,000. I thought that would be a good positive sign because Graveyard Shift did 106.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, no, I'm very happy with the outcome. We did $103,000 on day one, and now we've just, trickled through to apparently
another 30. Yeah, another 30,000 you've made since then.
Yeah,
well,
very happy with that.
Will Godlike be extended for another month? And most of your campaigns, I'm guessing it won't go in demand.
No, I don't go in demand. Yeah, so my campaigns end after 2 30-day campaigns. So, and then they're gone, and there's no other way to get them until the next campaign launches. That's the current model. It'll probably be that way for at least another year.
It's been a monumental success. I mean, breaking 100K in 24 hours was really, really amazing.
A 7 wants to know, how many books do you want to put out per year?
As many as I can, but campaign-wise, I don't really want to do more than 3 campaigns a year. So, like right now for 2022, what I'm looking at is doing volume 4 in January or February of Graveyard Shift, which is already in production. So that, in accordance with the last campaign I did, the final stretch goal, I think it was that we're going to pay for everything in advance before we launch. So the moment that campaign is over, we're going to take those numbers, we're going to go to press, and then we're going to ship it out, hopefully within a month or 2. So almost as quick to as immediate turnaround as we can get. We'll see how well that goes, but everything's in production right now. And then in the summertime, we'll be doing, and then we'll be fulfilling Graveyard Shift Volume 4 and plus whatever supplemental materials right then and there on that back end. Then in the summertime, we should be first shipping Godlike Volume 1 out, launching Godlike Volume 2 right on the tail end of that. And then in the fall, maybe early winter, we'll be launching Graveyard Shift Volume 4 and 5. Or no, I'm sorry, 5 and 6 in the same campaign. And then moving forward, I want to try to have 2 volumes each campaign and potentially a supplemental. And that's why next year we're going to have to start going into a box format, because we can only fit so much in a Gemini mailer. So we're going to start finding a way of doing a little bit better to get people where they can get more for a simplified shipping rate. But that's only because we can only fit so much in the box.
Are you going to keep doing like a short supplemental for each one? Whether obviously you're not drawing the whole book anymore, but you're going to always do something for these Graveyard Shifts?
Well, I'm fully involved in Graveyard Shift. In that, again, I'm still there. I'm co-plotting. I'm script doctoring. I'm going over every page of artwork from the artists. I'm going over the colors. I'm doing color corrections. Everything you've seen to this day, I colored over almost every single page. And then send them back to the colorist and say, do it like this. Then when it comes to the lettering, I'm there after Eric will do a pass. I sit in there with a writer or different writers from the supplementals, and we go over everything panel by panel, including moving the dialogue or moving the balloons ever so slightly for better composition, or adding in an extra line or subtracting a line to kind of kill out negative space. Just so that everything is a part of the artwork. If we see an opportunity to fill up something with, like, say, a sound effect or maybe a clever quip that just kind of helps that kind of movement go along, that's kind of the final edit is in the lettering. But that's because I'm fully involved. And like I said, everything right up to the pre-production, where I'm only making really suggestions on sliding pages left or right. And then I send everything off to the printer. So I'm very much involved. And I'm writing one supplemental story. So the Ruiner story I wrote, which Rob Willis, Tommy Patterson, and Matt Dalton were all involved in drawing. And then the continuation of that story as it rolls back into the Graveyard Shift story, the main story, all that is, my involvement. So including more plots.
And you do some of the covers, right?
Yeah, I've done some covers. Yeah, so like I did the supplemental main cover, and did I do any of the variant covers? I don't think I did. But even like on here, I did on Godlike, I did the main cover. I did the supplemental cover, and so yeah. But same thing, I'm very much involved on everything, so it's a lot of work, and to the point that I'm actually considering looking for, I've actually reached out to a couple people that kind of shot it down about editorial positions. So
yeah, it sounds like you are like the editor-in-chief in the
that's something I feel a little bit better. I need better eyes than mine, just for that fresh set, to go over this stuff. And my main goal is really, by the time we get everything into the collected editions, that every single period is accounted for. Every little thing that gets missed is fixed. And then when we get into these collected editions, it's a near perfect read. The more successful all these campaigns are, the easier it is for me to bring somebody on, and everything from proofreaders and whatnot. Just make sure, because that's really always going to be my weak spot, like proofreading. I do tend to catch things. But like even in the Graveyard Shift Volume 3, I read it once I got the book in. I gave everything a one read. Like, how is the experience? You know what I mean? So I just read through everything that as it came in, and then I caught like 2 typos and 1 small continuity error. Whether or not other people will catch it, I don't know, but I caught it. I'm just like, ugh. But those things are things that'll be fixed up as we move towards collected editions.
I know that. So I know you said you had a limited amount of time that you could offer us, John, and we don't want to impose beyond what your availability is. So
it's just more work I have to do. It's drawing and getting stuff ready for fulfillment tonight. So,
are you actively fulfilling Graveyard Shift 3 and the variant covers right now, I guess?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we're doing the main campaign first, because that was the first campaign out that had the earliest ship date of April, I think it was, and then we're rolling immediately into the variant cover campaign. So,
let's quickly refresh, see if we got any more backers for you here. Oh, 2 more. Great.
Thank you very
So
much.
7 tonight. That was not too bad, especially for
Mhm.
this channel. We're surprised we're getting any, I guess. But thank you very much to everybody who's backing out there. We
Appreciate
truly
it.
do appreciate you.
Mhm.
And I guess the last question I'll give you, since I know that you have to go and you're quite busy, is DA Talks asks, will you sign his or?
I guess. As long as it's an actual or not his penis, yeah.
Well, with DA, you never quite can be sure. So
Well, let's see how big that paycheck is, I guess, if it's his penis. I guess never say never. There's enough zeros that you're not going to have.
well, yeah, that's the werewolf injection, right? I mean, there's
Yeah,
always
that's what started it all, was a question. Like, would you ever take it from a werewolf?
yeah.
Well, people on the chat are saying they were convinced tonight. So
Okay,
Great.
great.
So Pig Moonshine, did you have any quick questions that you wanted to ask before we let John go?
There
No,
was just two questions in the chat. Curio Comics asked, John Malin, do you have any plans on making statues or toys in the future?
I'd love to do statues specifically. I love like those sideshow collectibles, the details that are in those. Like those really, are something that I am genuinely interested in trying. But it's the weight. It's so complex. It's just that's something that's down the road for me. Toys, yeah, but me personally, myself, I'm not really. I don't have the drive to do those. Not saying that won't ever happen. Because obviously Ethan is setting up all that for his toy stuff over there, so that accessibility is kind of tempting. But just in all honesty, I'm much more excited to do just some sideshow collectible level statues with super detail and great paintings, and you get some third world children to paint those up. I think would be fantastic.
Absolutely.
Okay, and then Source asked, if you could, what advice would you give to your boy Zach or Richard Meyer?
I don't know. It's difficult for me to give him. I owe Zach a lot. I feel like Jawbreakers really kind of reinvigorated and launched all of this. So, I think that all I would say is I think at all times, no matter who you are, fulfilling your stuff as close to timely as possible is good business.
Jabba is upset we didn't ask his tough question. His question is, what other beanies do you have?
Oh, well, I got a whole stack back there, but I don't know. I probably have about 10. 3 of them are Cyberfrog, I think. So 3 different Cyberfrog ones. Yeah.
Yeah. I also I support Zach a lot because he did start a lot of this. We owe him a lot as Comicsgate. I was frustrated seeing creators.
But I like this hat, and I really wanted to show this hat off, but people said I was trying to show my eyebrows off. So, but look at this, local roots cannabis. I went to a pot shop today because that's part of my drawing process is actually smoking weed. But I've never bought legal weed in my life. And now I did. And look, it looks like prescriptions. I was like, what the fuck?
No.
I feel like a pill popper now. I bought those. I bought like some edibles, this and this. And I don't know anything about edibles. It's funny because what is it? This is like 25 milligrams and this is 100. And this is like 4 times the size of this. And while the guy's explaining it to me, I'm like, oh, okay, so this is 25, this is 100. So I just eat all this. And he's like, oh, hell. Or no, what do you say? He's oh, God, no. It's like 10 doses in there.
Yeah, you got to be careful with those edibles. That they have a lot in them.
Yeah, he started talking to me about ambulances right after that. I was like, huh? But it was cool because I guess I spent so much because I just wanted, a lifetime of smoking illegal weed. I just never really know what I got. So I wanted to experiment. So I bought a little bit of like different things. And they gave me a free lighter and they gave me a free thing of screens. And I was like, thank you. I bought this hat though because I was like, all right, I'm going to support these guys just for the free shit they gave me.
All right, well, let's give them a little love.
Local roots, Lanesburg, Michigan.
There you go.
There you go. They're not paying me either.
That's for everybody.
I don't think they read comics. I don't think. Go figure. I don't think they know who I am.
Oh, they might.
Yeah.
Never know. All right, John. Well, it's been amazing having you. Honestly, like, thank you so
Thanks
much
for having
for
me.
joining
All
us.
right.
It's been a real pleasure.
All right. You guys, I'm guessing, are going longer. Is that right?
We'll probably drop the link, see if people feel like coming in and having
Okay.
their say.
All right. All right. I'll try to listen in. God, maybe I shouldn't because I don't know if I'll be.
You don't want to listen, don't
This
you?
is the part of the show that goes downhill really quick,
All
John.
right. I'll listen. I'll listen tomorrow or something like that. I'll come back. All right.
Yeah, you never know what's going to come up. So.
Yeah. Okay. Have a great night, guys. Thank you, everyone. Go back, Godlike. Let's see. What is today? Sunday. Thursday, Jack shows on Anna's channel, that Star Wars girl. I think we're going to have Dale Keown on there. Friday night at 1 a.m. So it's actually Saturday morning, Eastern time. I'm on Camel Moon. Go over there, check that out. And thank you, Well Read, Peeg, and Moonshine for having me on here. Appreciate it. And yeah, guys, back Godlike or not, find comic book projects that or Comicsgate projects that are out there. Go support those guys. Those are living, breathing artists out there. Everyone's struggling on one level or another, and support the arts, and it's always appreciated. You don't have to back me, but go back somebody and support people that you actually appreciate. So thank you guys very much. Have a great night. And Flat Earth is real. Bye.
Yep. Come back anytime, John. We had love to have you here.
Well, that was fun.
Okay, now stop betraying the chat and dump the link in there.
I dumped the link. I'm trying to pin it, but I've got people coming in already. Okay, well, I think you can guess who's here. So, welcome JDA, and welcome.
JDA.
Oh my gosh, you chicken shit, Well Read. You chicken shit. I'm not gonna put the link until he leaves. Oh, I'm calling you on that right away, right now.
When we have interviews, we never put the link in the chat.
Yeah, we don't. We usually want the creators to have their say.
Chicken.
Well, okay. Well, let me have my say, first of all. First of all, I appreciate you reading my second comment because I was actually kind of pissed when you read the first comment because you added that I had an issue with them not platforming creators. I'm like, and people who heard my streams, because I was very articulate in my arguments, I made it clear on more than one occasion. This has fuck all to do with being platformed by mail. As a matter of fact, if you check my Twitter in the last year or my YouTube, I may have maybe DM'd Ethan one time for promotion, and that's it. I never tagged Malin or DM'd him ever in my campaign at all. That was part of my plan, was not to go on his show, but to actually, I guess silly me, taking up on his work, building my platform, and carrying my oar. And I think in the last couple months, the fruits of my labor are actually starting to grow. People who follow me know. I do my own books. I do my own fulfillment. I make my own videos. I do it all, man. I platform with the creators. I'm like, in addition to working 2 regular jobs and then doing my stuff at home, I'm pretty much one of the busiest guys, not just in CG, but in the indie circuit. Period. Because I do my own thing. In addition to the comic stuff, I'm a filmmaker, and lots of other things. So the issue is not just the fact that it has nothing to do with being platformed. It's the fact that many of us don't have the access to the platforms Malin has. We didn't start off in the industry, so we didn't bring with us an established audience. We're building it from scratch. We're trying to do what we can to make it work. Building a YouTube channel is not easy if you're not entertaining. You got to learn to be entertaining, which I'm learning within the last year or so. Listening to customer complaints and how to improve from other creators as well as myself on how to give good customer service and give a good quality product and customer satisfaction, those things. Promoting other creators, helping them grow, giving them all kinds of constructive criticism. The only time that I've ever given any negative criticism was when a creator, Liam Gray, who moved Maristat, because they crossed a line. But other than that, I rarely, and I may have done it in the past, but in recent months, I'm like reflecting and saying how I can be a better person, not just personally, but also professionally. So if I ever step on anybody's toes, I'm willing to listen and see how I can improve. Never once have I ever said anybody in the movement was a scab or crossing a picket line. That's my issue. My issue is a lot of creators are starting from scratch, building their platform, trying to work hard, and to have somebody with that influence to undercut you, that's my issue. Because it's almost like saying, you know what? You're building your platform, but it's not in the manner with which I approve. And Malin himself has said it more than one time on the show. This has nothing to do with CG and everything to do with his own personal issue, which I understand. I mean, I've had businesses that did me dirty and I won't do business with them. I get it. It's a human thing. That's just the way it is. But when you connect your personal vendetta with a movement and then shit on creators who are trying to make their lives better or trying to expand the business because, you know, they're going on a platform which has since gotten rid of a lot of the SJWs in their positions of influence. To me, it's as bad as Kickstarter canceling you. So I can't say that Kickstarter. Yeah, I mean, listen, I launched this Friday on Kickstarter, so I can't tell you for certain how it's going to go. It's a crapshoot. But, you know, my plan is, and I made it clear in my live streams, my plan is get as many people on Kickstarter, add to my mailing list so that when I launch my next book on Indiegogo, that Indiegogo is my primary campaign platform, because it's just, personally, it's a lot more easier to use. It's got a friendlier template. So I personally prefer Indiegogo, but, you know, there is an audience on Kickstarter that's untapped. So why wouldn't I tap to that audience? Why wouldn't I bring them into the fold? I thought we were about growing and rewarding the non-SJWs. So why are we limiting ourselves? And then that's an argument that's been already repeated many times. I'm not here to repeat it. My only matter of contention is whatever your personal issue is with a platform, that's between you and that platform. Don't project that on creators, especially creators who don't have the access to the resources that you have, because it's easier for you to
Matt, you're fucking rambling.
I'm trying to get my point across before the shit show starts. You know how this goes. This is a well-read show.
That show started 3 hours
See, there you go.
ago.
There you go. See, there you go. There you go.
What Elasma's trying to say is he is trying to build a following, and when a guy with a really big account who has his own following, and the backers will go wherever he tells them to, says, don't back this guy, in essence. I mean, he didn't say that directly, but the net effect is don't back this guy or anybody else trying to build their platforms because it's not on the right website. It's you know, it's just insulting, and you know, he doesn't appreciate
why
having the backers taken away from
that
him.
happened during this stream. Did
What's
you
that?
Not see? Micah
What's the big
Curtis
news?
was kicked out
Oh my
of CG.
God, that is way more important than all of this.
Liam Gray took his spot.
That's true. Liam Gray is a CG lord now.
But Liam Gray doesn't want CG though.
Oh, I know. Well read, but while you were licking John Malin's ass that entire time, you missed the entire chat.
I was reading most of the chat. Like, I tried to go back.
How did you miss it? Because Ethan's the one that said it. How did you miss it? You had to have saw Ethan.
Well, I don't get all the chats. In
You had to have saw Ethan.
No, you could not have missed that. Come on.
No,
Ethan Van Sciver, the Frog Lord himself, the god of Comicsgate, Caesar Ascendant, the human sunbeam, said, I'm kicking Micah Curtis out of Comicsgate, end quote. It was beautiful. It was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
And then the next quote was, Liam Gray is officially back in Comicsgate.
Oh, no, then I'm out. I'm out then. If he's in, I'm out.
No, just back Wonder Island, last man.
Oh gosh,
it was so great to hear. It was so great to hear John Malin's 2018 stories again. It was great, man.
88 people seem to enjoy it in the chat.
Oh, I know. That's all you say. Did I not say that? John, what did I say? I go, all they care about is that number right there. That's it.
Yes.
Can you talk about butter, please? I personally like Danish butter. I don't know about you.
I saw your comment, Ahmed. Don't feel bad.
Why didn't you ask that question? Come on, guys. That's fine.
About butter? What comment?
I understood your question too.
I also said this. I go, watch. John Malin's gonna leave first before he'll let anybody on here, and he did exactly that.
I love how, like, the big channels, they get crap for missing like a handful of super chats, and I get crap for missing the entire freaking chat from the stream. It's like I was supposed to go through every comment. No, you missed
Ethan Van Sciver's chat, sir.
I only saw one comment from Ethan. I don't know what you're talking about.
Ethan Van Sciver kicked Micah Curtis out of Comicsgate during your stream, and you didn't even talk about it.
I don't know what he's
By the way,
even
if you want to help Micah Curtis, go to MicahCurtis.com and donate to the Micah Curtis Fund.
I'm not joking. If you go back, he literally did it during your stream. Nobody was listening to you guys. We were all just chatting. You guys, everybody was muted.
Yes. It was beautiful. We muted most of the chat because it was mostly a shill stream for a while there. And I mean, Godlike looks great. God bless John Malin, but man, I don't need to hear an hour of like why a book needs to be bashed.
I love the gay cannabis.
What is an interview
too.
with the creator supposed to be? I mean, you're clearly going to talk about their old work, their future work, their current work.
Stuff.
Well, I mean, some people.
How about the questions that
fun.
people have been asking or wanting to ask him, but he will never stay long enough to be confronted?
I asked almost every question that came up, controversial question that came up in the chat.
What controversial question did you ask?
Kyle Ritter's cover.
What?
Kyle Ritter's cover.
Kyle Ritter's cover. Okay.
We asked about that.
And what's controversial about it?
Well, you don't read comics, Testify, so you're not.
But
really
no, what's controversial about it? What we talked, the Kyle Ritter thing's been out for a long time. Nobody cares anymore.
The chat.
What about this Kickstarter topic? I mean, this shit's from 2018. Like,
are we really gonna rehash the whole 2 hours of the stream that we just?
Are we gonna do a dark rip? Just have your avatar on screen.
Since Red was so rude,
I just want my avatar on screen. Nervous
and
laugh,
welcome,
you
Doc.
fucking hypocrite.
Thank you. I thought it was a good show. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you, Doc. We appreciate it. I love this though. Like when you said this is like guy sucking some guy off, like I just died laughing. I don't know. That just really hit me. It's funny.
I love my cat. He's beautiful.
That's a good cat.
You spoiled your chat. They're used to the blood sports at the end, and when they don't get it, you get a temper tantrum.
No, it's not that. It was literally you guys licked John Malin's ass for over 3 hours. That's what you did.
They did an interview.
No, it wasn't an interview. That was John Malin talking. That's all you saw. I had it muted, and I never saw John's mouth stop opening and closing the entire time.
You wanted Inside Edition.
What are you out of the fucking kettle?
What are you going to do? What are you going to do? A revisionist history again, Dark Grip? Are you going to try to do your thing? Oh well, I didn't say that.
Wait. Can you highlight? Can you highlight Andina Caligula's comment for a second? Can you highlight Andina Caligula's comment for a second? Yes, I agree with that. By the way, I totally agree with that. So yes.
Andino says it's more entertaining than a last man trying to read.
No, a last man was trying to say something, but he was rambling. That was what it came off as.
You didn't let me finish my point, but I agree with that comment. I wouldn't want to hear.
We didn't need the point. Get to the point.
I was trying to.
He made his point.
Shut up, Dark Grip. Quit talking for people.
I go at my own pace. I can't be anybody but me.
I know. It sounded like you were extremely tired and rambling.
Well, Red, next time you do the interview, try to speak 90% of the time. That apparently is much better.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna
hear me talk, obviously.
I'm just gonna take the stab at it and just say Testifies the pot.
Sure.
Yeah.
What?
Well, somebody's got to be the kettle.
I thought they already talked about legal pot. Are we just rehashing this
What do you
again?
have against black people, Dark Grift?
Black people?
Yeah.
So imagine the shock of going to a Comicsgate oriented channel and getting a Comicsgate celebrity interview. Shocking. Stunning.
And all we got was John Malin going, yeah, just talking again.
No, you got a good interview.
2018. Just great. It's great. Yeah, build your platform. Grab an oar. Yeah.
So, guys, are you rooting for the Taliban? Or who you're rooting for?
Yeah, Taliban. Yeah. They got a good pot.
Is this the political part of the show now?
Yeah. Let's go.
This is the part where he tries to get my channel struck and taken off of YouTube.
No, isn't the Taliban actually in Kabul or something right now?
Yeah, they already took it back over.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and they already took.
Morning.
And the U.S. left all the equipment there too for them to take.
Yeah, St. Winston says Saigon 2.0, and it's very much like that.
Yeah.
Also like Tehran and what was it, 79?
Absolute ridiculousness.
Well, Red, did you know the sneaker people hate me now?
Oh, what did you do to them?
Nothing. I just was told that they hate me now, but
they hate you now.
I'm waiting for one of the sneaker people to actually tell me.
But who doesn't
Bridges
hate you
everybody
testify?
Everybody.
I was gonna say, is this like a shocking development?
No, it's just more Stu crap because he's losing his mind. It's beautiful.
Gotham Knight hates you.
I do too.
Do you know
And?
why he hates you?
Why?
I don't know why. I'm asking you. Don't you
He's
keep track?
interviewing you.
What an interview! That's not the type of interview we had earlier.
I was threatened to be skinned live during one of the Trap House episodes I was on. It'd have been great.
Wait, are we down to 30 views right now?
What?
Are we down to 30 live views right now?
Are we
doing
doing what?
Are we down to 30 live views right now?
Is that fast? Is that fast? No, yeah, we're bleeding.
No,
we're having way more fun
Yeah,
than
you have 50. You have 57
way more
people
fun.
watching still.
Way more fun.
Yeah,
that's right.
Well,
Taliban Show 2001.
Yeah, good comment, Velnet.
Yeah,
yeah. The Taliban, they are, but
they are. But
So
we're still here.
2001.
Everything just gets recycled over and over. So.
Man, Velnet is giving freaking Mika Curtis shit. Wow, you ought to see the crap she just put on, or he put on Twitter, whatever it is.
Well, so what's the story with Mika Curtis? What is he doing that Ethan is taking him out of CG and putting Liam in?
He's just being a spurg, like usual.
Also, what is a Mika Curtis?
Yeah.
It's a Pokemon, not a very good one.
It's a field philosophy.
Micah Curtis is another creator.
Who's
and you can go to micahcurtis.com today to learn more, everybody.
Andy threw the evil laugh in. No, thank you. An affiliate of Liam's. Yeah, I'm not interested.
No. Him and Liam broke up.
John literally did pull one of the most
That's like
ultimate
breaking up with
trolls
your own ass
on
crack.
Mika Curtis. Out
I pulled the
there ever.
greatest troll. The greatest troll. This
It
week.
was great.
Yes. It was glorious. If you guys missed it, that's what you get for not going to my stream, which is way more fun than this stream. Way more fun.
Way more
Just
fun.
kidding.
Well,
I disagree.
you're here.
I got to disagree. I think there's more blood in the streams here because we're represses the views, so there's more testosterone that has to get released.
We saw censorship for over 3+ hours. It was just censorship at its finest. Well read.
Who was I censoring?
Oh my
Everybody.
Everybody.
You censored
Oh,
Ethan Van
dear
Sciver.
God.
Shut
I
up,
burned-
Dark Rift.
I burned all the books.
Why? Because I fucking tell it like it is when it comes to you? You
You
want me to
don't
shut
tell
up?
anybody like it is. Revisionist history.
What are we
What
looking at
revisionist
here?
history?
Sunshine?
All you do is revisionist history.
What are we looking at?
Name
So
one.
this is Norse Saga number 4 by Kelsey Shannon that Legion's Arts has just put up.
That's pretty nice.
Oh, really?
That's a
What do
comic
you
book testify. Have you ever
Yeah.
seen one of those before?
No. No. Never.
That's what they look like.
What's
Panels,
that?
colors, people,
Storytelling.
storytelling.
I
That's a good looking book.
So does it count as a book?
I want to talk about foams and things like that.
That's digital.
What kind of phones do you like, Testify? Rotary?
Kelsey probably do this digitally, yeah.
Personally, I don't like any of them. I think they're fucking retarded.
Do you use a lot of burner phones?
Yes,
Sketch?
I got 3,000 of them. I was told too.
Sketch Therapy has a lot too.
Yeah, I have
Great.
one cell phone. Well read. I have one cell phone. It's an S3. It's that old. I hate it.
You should get a iPhone Testify HD.
Dunk, that was Ethan. That was in the chat earlier.
Maybe you should get one of those shoe phones, like Get Smart, where you can.
Sauce,
All on the
yes.
foot?
Kelsey has finished issue 4, and that they're about 20 pages each. for
They
Norse
so
Saga.
want to try to keep going to comics like people care after 3+ hours of letting John Malin just talk. Jesus
Nobody cares.
Christ.
That's
Yeah.
the
You'll ne-
comments.
You'll never
Should
get
we
back
talk-
into CG Testify if
I mean,
you're going to be
you-
attacking John Malin.
You were kind of transitioning it to shoes. which I
Velvet
can do.
says, that image makes me interested. I'll have to stop avoiding Walmart.
I stand with Walmart, by the way, because Target is racist.
Velvet, if you haven't seen, we reviewed the first 3 issues in a stream about a month ago.
Cares.
Yeah, no
Is he-
one cares.
Is he
about
funding each
Testify
one of
together.
those independently, or are they all 4 in one campaign?
They're,
Is it bad? I've
they're
seen
in
shoe
Walmart.
people literally send me more pictures than I've seen anybody in CG of the frickin' Red Rooster in caps.
Probably.
Literally.
So even
we don't want to talk about Red Rooster now. We can't
even
do
the
that. I'm
shoe
sorry.
people want to talk about these comic books, so I think it's great.
I think people have just moved on from Red Rooster. Testify.
Everybody moved on about 3 hours ago.
Yeah.
Shoes now, says Always Funny and Fanjay. Yeah, I just
KS
got the
says,
Pharrell
I love
Williams
Kelsey's art.
NERD 20th anniversary Adidas
Should I
NMDs.
talk about shoes now?
No one
Fantastic.
cares,
Yes.
John. The shoes are boring as fuck.
No, they're
They
not.
are boring
They
as fuck.
really
No one cares
are.
Everybody
about
loves the shoes.
They're
What
hideous.
dress-
Everybody
what
loves
wait.
the shoes.
Have you seen the new Nike
They really
Air
are
Max
boring.
90s?
I have.
I
Yes.
like those. Those look
I like
cool.
them too. They're not too bad.
Elliot Rogers has a different opinion about Walmart.
Walmart is a wonderful place to stock girls.
By the way, I just heard frickin' Edwards in the back. Do not bring him in.
Oh, please bring in
him in.
Edward.
Bring him in.
No.
No
No
gatekeeping. Testify.
Well, Red.
And Micah
Oh,
Curtis
is this Micah?
here.
Is this Micah Curtis? Oh no, it's Micah Cuntis.
Yes.
I need when people come in, they need to speak right away. Otherwise, I don't know if they're peeing or not.
That's Edward. That's his avatar.
Okay, Edward, you
No,
need to say
that was
something.
Edward. That was Edward.
Risey
If I
Lee
see-
says, Risey Lee says, no shoe talk. God. I agree with
Whose
Risey.
stream?
I literally heard that in Razi's voice.
I heard
Risey-
it as the Boston accent. That's
Risey,
weird.
the shoe people are asking about you. They care about you more than this channel.
Whose stream was it that had like the graphic peen get flashed just tonight? Was that yours, JDA?
Yeah.
Or?
No, that was mine.
Oh, that was yours. That's right. Yeah,
Yeah.
your Pangea radio one.
Yeah, the friggin' the guy that tried to put, bursting. Yeah.
That thing was disgusting.
Did you let
All right,
Ahmed talk about butter?
Mika Kuntis, you need to say something right away.
It's him.
Shut the fuck up, bitch. You're fine, Testy. Keep talking. The fuck is this?
told you
Why are you
not to
moving
bring
me in
him
and
on.
out?
Because I don't want any peens on the stream.
There's no penis.
I know
Why would
there's
you
no
say that?
penis.
You
Yeah,
said you
that's
didn't
just
want any penises on the
would you say
screen.
that?
You had John Malin
Why is
there
there
for
penis?
2 hours.
Yeah, there's no penis covered in this vitamin D you're gonna get if you keep fucking around, boy.
Kick him
How are you
outta
doing,
here.
Edward?
Jesus Christ.
We could bring in Andy. He's got some breasts to show us.
Does he?
I think.
Does he
My
have
wife's
some
turning
food
off
to
all the
eat as
lights.
well?
Yams
I think
rock.
I think
No
that
veggie,
means I'm
Mike.
gonna have to get out of here.
Unfortunately.
So, in conclusion, everybody, since this is my exit from the stream, so that's all that matters, because it's going to go on for another 6 hours or so. I know.
No, it's not. I have to
Yeah,
get up early.
Did you see the Air Max CB94 USA ones?
I
Those are
did.
Pretty damn cool
Yeah.
too.
Were you able to get the Travis Scotts on Friday?
No, I didn't want those. Those things
No.
look like shit.
They're $1,200 now.
Talk about this on date night, guys. Talk about this on date night.
I'm getting ripped tonight. R.I.P. that I wanna be the very best, like no one ever
shoe talk.
was. To catch them
I
is
just
my
forgot all
real
shoe talk.
test. To train them is my cause. I will travel across the land, searching far and wide. Each Pokemon to understand the power that's inside. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em, it's you and me. I know it's my destiny. Pokemon, oh, you're my best friend in a world that must have been. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em, our hearts so true. Our courage will pull us through. You teach me and I'll teach you.
Is it bad that this video is better than this
Gotta
entire
catch 'em
stream?
all, gotta catch 'em all, Pokemon.
I will have to say that cannot be Well-Read Son, because that doesn't look like John Candy. So
You know what I've never understood about Pokemon is you carry a magic ball around that captures wild creatures, keeps them in a container, and you force them to fight for you. And this is something that we want to encourage kids to do.
Yes. It's about slavery. It's great.
You did ask Testify that question, Doc.
I would like to say
No, I did not.
JDA, because he was trying to leave before.
I
he
was,
interrupted.
yeah. So yes, please go back my book on Kickstarter. which you can get to easily at micahcurtis.com. Thank you, Comicsgate.
By the
Hail
way,
Kickstarter.
here, I'll ask the question. When are you and Smug Pug and Wooster gonna betray Well-Read? When is that happening?
Tuesday.
Tuesday. Okay. I'm just
3:30,
waiting
wasn't
for
it?
it.
That's been scheduled.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah,
I'm going
just
to be
wondering.
exposing.
I'm just wondering. It's out there. It's being
I'm going to be
said.
exposing
you know
my
it's
back.
being said.
Make it easy for the knives to go in.
Well, no.
I'm
Why
gonna
don't we just
drop
talk
both
about these little
I'll give you
things
some
that
of my
people
knives.
keep trying to do in the background?
Highlight St. Winston's comment because they might not have been on the show before. Yes, this happens every time. I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is where the chat gets to have its say, its moment in the spotlight. So,
Oh, my
People-
one fan, Robert Shepard, is getting me.
the dog show sucks. Yes, all the patients died. He didn't say a single one.
Now, does he mean peanut gallery as in like Charles Schultz peanuts, or as in like academia nuts peanuts?
I'm just wondering, where does this stuff come from? Wooster, we've been hearing it. Wooster and Smug Pug are going to leave Well-Read and do their own show. Why are people afraid to talk about this?
It was in the chat.
It's been in the chat, but it's been in other places too.
That's all the chat ever talks about. People can't wait to have them leave me and start their own channel. I think they're going to join up with Lorenzo. He's going to be the new host.
That sounds great. He's much better than you.
Well-Read is setting himself up to be the next Messiah because he's already predicting he'll be betrayed.
Absolutely. How many people do we have on the stream? Oh, not quite 12. Okay.
Yeah, let's do a draw and crawl stream. It's a great idea, everybody.
It is. It's fun.
Yeah, you're a fucking retard. That's why. You prove it every time you suggest shit like that.
I'm the retard, but you
Hey,
have
Jay,
the voice like
Jay.
that. All right.
Yes. What's up?
I love
I
the
mean-
book burning stream.
Thank you. That was a lot of fun.
That was a
Yeah,
lot
we should,
of fun.
we should burn more books.
I
let
love
me guess.
the
Let
fact
me guess. Dark Griff came on just to have his avatar there.
He was great.
You're so
I love
weird,
the fact the book getting burned.
What do you dream this shit and go, that's going to be awesome to say online tomorrow?
It was kind of
What
it was
if
kind
the
of
lighter
a, it was
fluid
kind of a
next
failed
time?
book burning. It was kind of a failed book burning. But you
Yeah,
know what?
nah, it was good, bro. It was
we
good.
learned a lot in the process. We learned a lot in the process.
It was still fun though.
Saint Wilson, if you Winston, if you want in, the link should be pinned. You click on it and you can get in.
I just disliked the stream 10 times. 300 burner phones.
Although I got to say, John, Risey did kind of make that whole thing when he totally
Risey was hilarious.
freaked out.
Risey was so funny. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna have a stroke.
Oh my gosh.
Holy
That
shit.
was hilarious.
You didn't
That
kill
was
the
probably.
cat, did you?
that
Oh
was
no,
probably one of
I
the-
wasted alcohol.
Yeah.
He couldn't handle it.
Yeah.
That was probably one of the most fun times I had on stream in a long time.
I think Andy's voice while looking at those yams is just creepy.
Yeah, that's like kind of the cardinal sin with, right? You waste alcohol or you mess with cats in any way. He'll let you
He
have it.
screamed in such a high pitched manner that like you literally thought like a woman was watching her kid get killed. Like that's how insanely out of his mind
Yeah.
he went when John poured the tequila on the book.
I literally started choking.
But here's the thing. Risey knows how to entertain people. Dark Griff, you don't.
Oh, whatever, dude.
Isn't that your job, Dark Gift, to entertain people?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
No,
And
I just go on the streams, just, sit there with my avatar. I'm so
And
cool.
I do a fairly decent job as far as my my
Yeah.
numbers say. So
Oh, we were talking about numbers again. Oh, yeah, we got to do that. Okay. Yeah.
Woke Cat, I'm going to bring you in. Please say something, or I have to move you to the back.
Isn't that
I'm here. Hi, Anthony, Dark Denier. You remember when you said testify should show proof of a whisper network, and we did that, and then you're not denying it or saying anything about it because Piper blocked you, and then you cried to her, and then you wanted to get her back in your life again, so you denied it again? Oh, yeah, you did that shit. I want everybody to know to go to a Last Bet's 9-hour stream to
Yeah,
show
I'm
forth that
sober.
Micah Curtis is a lying son of a bitch who wanted to go against the quaff, and that's all I got to say. Goodbye.
Well, talk about revisionist. Talk about revisionist history.
What was revisionist history? That wasn't revised history. That happened.
No, just the order of what he said I did.
Highlight Smug Pug's comment.
You went running back to her like a fucking little...
I didn't run back to anybody. I haven't even talked to her. I haven't even talked. I haven't even talked to her.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
You sure?
Smug, you shouldn't out me like that, man. If my grandkids find out I'm a virgin, I'm fucked.
Yeah, you're never getting that one back.
I'm going to bail, guys. I got work to do. John Malin's got his. Ethan's got his. I got to go get mine.
Cool.
Oh, see you, Doc.
Thanks for being here, Doc.
Have a good night, everybody.
Later, Doc.
You too.
You really upset Risey, John. Jeez, he's a... Why did you waste that alcohol?
It just seemed like the right thing to do at the time.
But you had the kindling, I was told. I didn't see.
No.
I honestly, I haven't seen that stream. I have at all. But
No, he was totally unprepared.
did you at least use Xenotype as the starter log?
It didn't even work.
I did. No, Xenotype burned very well.
Oh, okay.
Xenotype went up in flames. It's just I'm not Starfire. Like maybe it's I don't know if it's the paper or whatever. It was very difficult at that point to.
Wait, are you saying a book
get
with
that on fire.
Starfire on the title didn't make a good fire?
Yeah.
True.
That's you think that'd be the one thing it'd be good at?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. No, it was such a shitty book that it wouldn't even set on fire. That's how bad it was.
St. Winston, I'll bring you in. Sorry, go ahead. Andy, what were you saying?
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Andy.
You like the fact?
I like the fact that he walked away from the fire and went inside. That was great.
That's a JDA move.
Still the best burning. There's still the best book burning. It was Ethan with Xenotype. It was, yeah, it totally killed everybody.
Yeah,
I think Mike did the best.
It was amazing.
Book burning. No one can top that.
Which one?
Mike Miller.
No, he did though. Ethan's was better. It was funny.
Yeah, especially when his kid said, "No, that's my book."
And he told
Ethan's
him
was
to shut
better.
the fuck
Wait,
up.
wait. Ethan's was better. Damn it. Ethan's was better because he had testified Nasser and was Mike on that stream?
The chat agrees with me. Both Sauce and Velned said Mike did it best.
Because those are the guys that Liam tried to cancel and issue false flags at. So it was like a little bit of redemption, vindication, actually, more or less. It was that bad.
I think the Nazis did it best.
I didn't see the Mike one.
No, well read. Jesus.
Well, who else was burning books? Sorry, the Puritans.
Ash burned the book sometime.
I do like Testify's avatar though tonight.
The cat?
Yeah. The fat cat with the pipe.
I think it's licorice.
Yeah, it looks more like a pipe.
Yeah.
Yeah, smoker.
I don't know. This for some reason this image really pisses people off. That's why I'm using it now. I like it.
I don't think it doesn't piss me off. I like it. Stick with it for a while. Now, if you could get the that yellow coat on it, that'd be even better.
You mean the Kanye coat?
Yes, that would be.
Did you
even
get
better.
yours?
No, I'm not gonna spend the money on that thing.
Why not?
Because honestly, I like the coat, but I don't like the coat.
If you wear that coat, you'll ascend into heaven.
Yeah, I was never going to heaven to begin with, so I'm driving the bus to hell, so it's all good.
Okay, there you go. Okay.
Do you want to try our next guest, Well Read?
Yep. So St. Winston, please say something as soon as I bring you in.
Okay, all right. This should be working. Is your shit working?
Yep, it's working.
Fucking amazing. Perfect. All right. So yeah, I rolled in like halfway through the show today, and if I say anything that's fucking stupid, you can blame Valenid for me being in here in the first place.
Sure. Well, welcome.
Yeah. Hey. It's been nice. Honestly, really, the only thing that I have to say, I just got to bitch for just a second. Like I can appreciate. If I remember right, Malin is the guy behind that was behind Red Rooster, right?
No.
That's Mitch Rightwiper.
Yeah, it's Mitch.
Okay.
Totally different guy.
Mitch, there we go. Yeah, right. No, I'm sorry. Look, I completely
Mitch
wrote them
Rightwiper.
off, and I haven't been following a lot of Malin stuff.
Malin did Graveyard Shift.
That's right. That's what he was doing.
Yes.
I like that. There was some good art. Anyways, but yeah, so like I want to circle back to fucking Red Rooster. I was pissed the whole fucking time waiting on that damn comic, getting constant updates about their great deal with Walmart and shit. And I was like, okay, yeah, that's cool, but it's been 2 years. Where's the book?
Well, it's out now.
It's in Walmart. I just
Yeah, no.
Literally 3 days ago, I got a picture of it there.
No. I mean, like I got mine in the mail like a month before, like all, like a month after, like all of the Walmart stores got it, and I was saltier in a box of crackers for like a month after that. I'm not gonna lie.
We did a review of Red Rooster a month and a half ago.
Yeah, you guys did.
Yeah.
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 Okay. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, I missed that.
Yeah.
There's lots of reviews. You can go back and find them.
No, I mean, like I've got it and I've read it, but like it's just taking fucking forever. I don't know. It kept getting referenced. I got stuck on the thought. That's really it. That's all I'm doing right now.
Mr. Donk says Mitch was so late, backers forgot who the creator of the book was.
Yeah, for fucking real.
That's true.
Yeah.
Look, I backed it, and then I slept a lot since the time that I like from the time that I backed it to the time that I actually got the damn thing. And then when I got it, like
So is this a modern retelling of Rip Van Winkle?
In a way, yes.
So. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, these are $279.
What is?
Oh, these things are good. The Nike Adapt BB 2.0 auto lacing shoes.
What the fuck? I
Really?
about those.
I think we should talk about the whale shoes.
No, not the whale shoes. I hate those fucking things.
Well, there should be a new colorway of those coming pretty soon, and hopefully I get them on this drop. The ochre.
I'll send you the link. I'm just looking at these now.
Yeah, I like the microwave croc look. That's what they look like.
Microwave Crocs? Yeah, you're right.
They look like somebody microwaved them in the yeah.
They are so gay. They are so gay.
All right, since this shoe conversation is not going away, what are these things exactly?
More shoes.
Those are the shoes.
Give me
Those
the
are the
fucking.
whale shoes.
I'd rather hear Malin talk for 3 more hours than watch a shoe stream.
These are them. Wow.
Those
Okay.
are the whale.
These are shoes that were put in the microwave.
This is the Croc of the future.
If somebody
What
took a marker to them and did biomechanical
Look at how much they're selling
design,
for.
Yeah.
they would actually look cool.
Why
But
is this paid
as
on
they
this?
are, they are.
They're the hottest shoes on the market right now, guys.
It's stupid, but he's right.
Everybody wants these shoes. Are you kidding me?
Yes, they do, and it's. I
No.
think it's the most retarded thing ever, but they literally do. They
buy
instantly
and
sell
draw
out
them.
when they restock them, and the resale value on them is insane.
Look at this, 1,300. Would you even put these on your feet?
I've been told they're comfortable.
I've been
I
told
like
they're
James Hayes'
the
comment.
most comfortable shoe possible. Yeah.
I like James Hayes' comment. Yeah.
I hate it when a creator is selling you their work, but instead has someone else do the pencil so they can ink over it to make it kind of look like their work, like Mitch did with Kelsey's pencils.
That one's been out there for a while. That
may or may not have. We know he did the layouts. I don't know if he actually did the entire pencils, but who knows?
Yeah, I've heard that a couple times now. Who knows?
Yeah,
they actually do have a color one that looks like a fucking whale. That's why
It's
I call it the whale shoe.
The colors are amazing. Yeah.
I would buy
Nobody-
them so I could draw on them to make it
Look
a
up the
biomechanical shoe.
MX cream.
That would be cool.
What is it?
MX Cream, I believe. Yeah.
Better not be porn.
No, that's not it.
No.
Oh, there it is.
yeah,
There
see?
it is. Yeah.
Whale shoe.
Oh, it's
Yeah, it
a
looks
mail-in project.
It looks like somebody creamed on them a couple different times.
It doesn't look like it's
Still
been
wet.
creamed on. It looks like somebody wiped their ass with them.
Somebody looks like
It's just the sneaker collector world is insane. The amount of money these guys spend and what they'll do to get them. They just capped a guy in front of a freaking Foot Locker the other day.
They
trying
did.
To get, what was it? That I think it was that one on Friday.
It was the Travis Scott. There was a raffle for it, and somebody was unhappy with his spot in line in the raffle, or something, and just popped somebody. Yeah.
Oh, Cap is they murdered the guy to get his fucking shoes.
With a gun. Yes.
Testify knows the language of the shoe people.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry.
He's on the Trap House a lot.
He's lived among them. And
I've been
studied their
trying
ways.
to learn. I've been trying to learn how to talk shit there. It's beautiful.
It's tough. It's tough to talk on Trap House. I mean, that's next level.
I wouldn't rob somebody for their shoes, but a Subway sandwich maybe.
But here's the worst part: they didn't shoot him for shoes. They shot him for his place in line for the shoes. Yeah, you could keep snoring, kick a lasmat. Do it.
I dare you.
With your fucking rambling earlier. Jesus Christ. We're just trying to
I'm
talk
sorry.
about
I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. I
will take his rambling over shoes any goddamn day.
I love you, Rising. Yes.
Could you highlight Mr. Dong's comment, well read?
Oh, he's spamming the chat. So, yeah.
No, highlight his comment.
I am. I've highlighted all his comments.
No, highlight the other one.
Okay.
Which one?
This one?
It's the same.
No, the other one.
Oh, okay. This one?
That one, yeah.
Well, no, I think I missed this one though. So
there you go.
Oh, and,
I
and
think there's
Smug
a
is
couple
apparently.
more of them.
Huh? Wow, you conveniently marked those, but you didn't see the Ethan Van Sciver messages
I
earlier.
didn't see Ethan's chats testify.
Wow, it kind of.
You'll just have to get over that. Take some of
Maybe
that
human is why is Ahmad spamming the chat? Well, it's a well-read chat, so everything happens.
Yeah, everything happens here. Yeah, maybe we should get you some of that CBD stuff that Malin was advertising. Testify.
I don't do the CBD one. I don't like the way it makes me feel.
Yeah, it does make it makes you feel kind of funny. I don't like it either.
Yeah. I don't. The CBD one, no, I don't. I tried the CBD THC hybrid pill. No, not my thing.
So what is your avatar, Risey?
It's Aaron from Attack on Titan with a Tokyo Ghoul eye.
Oh, okay.
Kind of looks gay.
Fucking hell, Jack! I was drinking.
How did you like how Attack on Titan ended, Risey?
Well, I've not seen the last season, so don't fucking spoil it me, asshole.
Oh, you didn't read the manga.
I've heard a lot of people hate it. I've seen the first half of the last season.
Yeah,
so I don't know
people hated it a lot.
But I'm one of those weird freaks that didn't. I wear boots. I'm not.
I think.
I always said the F word.
Yeah, please no F bombs. Appreciate it.
No, I caught myself.
Awesome.
No,
but we could say cunt, right?
Yes, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't wear sneakers. Like that. I walk too much. Shoes do not last me. They're ruined. They've got holes in the bottom of them by the end of like 4 months. I wear boots because they last me for about a year and a half, so I get my money's worth.
Yeah, I want to be part of a boot community with people because boots are the shit. Fuck these sneakers. Exactly. Boots last a lot longer.
Look at all these haters, John. All we're doing is try to.
Yeah,
we're just trying to enlighten people on a collector's market. These are collectors.
You're enlightening us on jizz-covered shoes. That is not enlightenment.
Risey, we sing the Black National Anthem for the shoe people. It's beautiful.
Oh. Don't you dare tell me you do that in solidarity.
I do.
The F word KSSS is FA, so baguette is usually what people.
Yeah, try to say baguette if you're going to drop it.
Yeah. It's Pan's favorite word.
Yeah. Oh, it's Ethan's too.
Yeah, I think they both said it.
Well, John and me said it the other day to each other. It was great. I
It was
don't
amazing.
like saying that that much.
And did you
I'll
two
do it
kiss
again right
after?
here.
Is that
No,
kind of like
please don't.
touching tips between the two of you?
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Yeah, we were tip to tip. Yeah, we
Very
Yeah.
aggressive,
Beautiful.
homoerotic. Fancy.
He kicked me from his stream, and I called
I
him when he
did.
called me back.
Mr. Dongs is correct. No mod will probably bother blocking you if you spam the chat. Go and
I
find out.
consider that's a word of encouragement. I consider it to be.
Sketch Therapy would love this chat.
You guys notice how Dark Grift hasn't said a damn word in probably half hour? He just wants his avatar on the screen.
Because every time he says something, you yell at him. You give him like 2 minutes to talk.
Boring, Risey.
I was wondering when you
Risey.
noticed that he was still here.
You know what? You just gave me an idea for a new image, Risey.
Oh, fuck you, Testify. Stop threatening me.
It's not a threat. No, it's not a threat. It's a promise.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, actually, yeah, it's more of a statement. It's like, yeah, you're fucked. Wait till you're hungover tomorrow. I'm going to make sure this is in your DMs.
I think here's the thing. I think it's been a couple days. The quaff is on the road. I think we need a new one. We need a new image.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
Darkif said he's not
Yeah.
on the PC with the stream. He's by his other PC.
Yeah.
But he's on the stream.
Why are you on the stream and not at your PC? That doesn't make
Exactly.
sense.
I'm trying to show you. This is Dark Grip. I just want my avatar on the fucking screen.
Well, it's not like he's holding up a spot. There's still 2 free spots.
I'm just pointing out what people are afraid to say, Risey.
Which is?
You're a godsend, Testify.
No, I'm not.
Spectre says
Take that back.
Risey joins the show and the show gains 3 likes.
Yeah.
I doubt it's because of me.
As it should.
Jack thinks we should pick Dark Gift.
I want to take Risey on the Trap House.
Oh, it'd be
What?
amazing.
What's that?
If
No,
I
I already spoke to one of you shoot people once before. I didn't like it.
No. You don't know the Trap House. I think you'll fit in well there.
I think
I don't want to fit in well there.
I want you to fit in well there. It'll
Give
be
you-
great.
Well, good. I don't want to. I'm glad I don't
Permission.
work for you.
to put him in the back room.
Oh, is he saying that he's uploading clips?
Yeah, he's not actually by the PC that's here apparently.
That's okay. He can have his avatar up. I don't mind. Dark Gift silence is greater than well-read monotone. Exactly. That's what I always say.
Smug Pug says, "Damn it, someone subbed again. Well read is back to 297."
I can't believe we
Oh,
hit
I don't
300
sub.
earlier.
Give me a
That's
second,
weird.
I'll sub.
Thank you.
Probably because you didn't.
Wait, you were on
highlight Ethan's
300 and then
message.
you lost subscribe. That's
We lost
Guys.
5. We brought on Elasmad and Dark Gift and
Oh,
JJ.
Oh, it was that fast! Holy shit! Oh shit!
They drive subs away.
Yes. It's awesome.
That's how we build.
That's how you
Are you
build.
still are you still crying over there?
Yes.
Me?
Hey, he's
Oh,
back.
I wish Dark Gift, but he's
That's
really
fine.
talking about shoes.
Yeah, so he's crying.
I guess.
Nervous laugh.
That's actually a stone laugh, but you know, you'd have to have an IQ over 20 to tell the difference. So anyway, I have the. So do I get a chance to address your revisionist history claims without you spurging out like you belong on the
here
short
we go.
bus?
Oh boy, this again.
Sure, let's do it.
Okay, let him finish this. I testify. Let him get it all out.
So the argument is that I was on a last match stream and I was so gung ho for including Piper in some Whisper network, but then the next day reverse footing. Is this correct?
Sounds great.
All right, let's watch you eat crow.
Does he
I'm gonna
actually
share
think
a
I'm gonna
video.
eat crow?
It doesn't matter what you actually do.
You never ate that crow for Liam fulfilling his book testify.
He didn't fulfill it by the time he said he would. I didn't.
He
have to
actually
eat crow.
did.
Yeah,
he fulfilled it at the end of January.
Hold on. Liam said on his Wonder Island stream that 17 backers will not get their books, so he's on record as saying he will not fulfill his campaign completely. So technically,
it was never fulfilled. I don't have to eat crow.
Yep.
She did say that a
Or
while
she did.
ago.
She did say that.
Next.
So I don't know, man.
But I'm saying I don't see her in this.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Probably not in this certain conversation, but if she's taking orders from them, she's involved in this somehow.
Now she has
Sorry.
her own Discord, and there's the Graded .5 Discord, which are both private Discord, not open to the public. And this is from Micah's private Discord, so.
Yeah, like I said, we'll just keep this one
Bubba,
up.
go
I'm
with
telling
that.
you, this
Go with
one
that.
is fucking damning, man.
All right, let's do this one here.
No, that's
All right, that's number one. It gets more in depth.
Is this a hearing? This is Discovery, right?
This
Yeah,
is
this is Discovery.
we're
Yeah,
doing Discovery.
It's Discovery.
It feels
I'm
like the
totally
Discovery Channel.
testifying against Dean and Vicky and Ethan. I've been told. I'm just waiting for when I
Why
get
is he
the papers.
talking about me?
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you why, Quaff. I'm gonna tell you why. Because you tried to be nice and you tried afterwards to make amends. They saw weakness in that, and that's why they're going after you because they think you're a pushover.
Well, that's why I gotta say I don't see her in this at all because they're getting all the details wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're intentionally getting these.
I'm getting.
No, because they can't because Servant of God was on that stream and in that back room.
Where are you going with this? This is boring now.
Doesn't sound like I was on board with condemning Piper now, does it?
Is this Discovery or an autopsy?
This is fucking retarded.
Well, Lasmat is here. Lasmat, did Dark Gift defend Piper throughout that whole stream?
So his argument was that, and I actually did acknowledge this, is that he didn't want to do the guilt by association, which I did acknowledge because there was no screenshot of Piper directly involved as far as his Discord was concerned. It was more Micah than anything. So I did acknowledge that there was a point there. My stance is, and Darkest stance is, because there's no direct evidence, he doesn't want to implicate Piper, which I understand. I'm on the other side of it, which is she's not implicated directly, but the fact that, and this is just from my observation, the fact that Mike is even giving orders on who gets to be on Piper's show would indicate either A, that he's either secretly running Piper's show behind her back, or B, she has awareness of it. Now I can't prove it, but I'm just going by.
I have two other clips to show, but I don't have to show them if you don't want. But they're actually more of me, like legitimately going into more of what Elasmat just said. And my thing is, these were 20 to 30 screenshots that we watched that night, Elasmat. I mean, that we looked at that night.
I didn't count, but something.
Yeah, I mean, we went for 3 hours looking at them. And there was like four. He was getting 4 at a clip, if I recall. So, my point is, 20 plus screen caps over the course of 2 years, from 2019 to April of 2021, and she's not in one of them. And that was my point then, and that was my point the next day. So I don't know where this revisionist history bullshit is coming from.
What about the other ones that are on the kiwi farms that you just keep wanting to forget exist, where it shows exactly her doing these same things? From
What other
messages
ones?
like
You didn't show them.
I've shown them. They're on the kiwi farms. Go.
Oh, are you talking about the DMs to Hero Geek?
Yeah.
You showed one
that
DM
It's
of her
the
having a
same
you showed
exact
one
behavior.
DM of her talking to one other person in private.
No.
Yeah.
There's 10 others.
Let me add to that, because I did talk to Hero Geek on Twitter, and he seemed very upset about that whole thing. About he didn't name names, but I know he was talking about how
talking
he
about
was
reading
told.
the chat. KS Piper goes by Fizz Giggity and is involved in Peregrine, if that helps you out.
So if you talk,
she's just a YouTuber, KS.
Yeah.
It's just
She's part of Peregrine.
Yes.
She's part of Graded .5.
She's a whore. She's a slut.
What I was trying to say was that Hero Geek didn't see it as him being talked to. He saw it as more being like coerced or forced or intimidated to not associate with certain people. I know that because my interaction with him today, he flat out said that. And he wouldn't name names, but he said two people, and I know he was.
No, hey, listen, I'm not trying to deny the man what he felt was going on his end. I'm just saying what Testify showed was one DM of her talking to him
There's
directly.
10 more. You're wanting to forget about the other 9 that go with that one.
You didn't show me the other 9.
I don't need to show you it. Go do your own fucking history. Go look. Get it.
What did I tell you that night on Elasmats? If you have it, show it.
listen or
Otherwise,
remember
shut
you.
the fuck up.
I have shown it. It's on the Kiwi Farms. Go read it there. She's a wannabe Gestapo. Mika is he's a little brainchild running in the background. It's all the shit that we heard was happening. That was
That's your assessment.
It's
Is
not
that
my assessment.
That's your assessment.
Oh
Can you highlight Silar's chat for a second?
You literally
Highlight Silar's chat.
are saying the exact opposite of what you did during that 9-hour stream now.
No, I didn't.
Yes,
what I said to you about what I said to
my heart's
what I.
content.
Yes, I will too.
I'm a proud stutter. I'm a stutterer American. I fight for stutter Americans. We are an oppressed people. We are underrepresented, and I will fight for our rights until blood is shed. Thank you.
Well, you know why? You know why the people of the stutter are underrepresented? Because they can't get a point across without fucking stuttering for an hour. Nothing
like
against
our
you.
president,
I love
Joe
you guys.
Biden.
You threw my train of thought off, Isaac. Thanks. I've stayed firm to what I said that night. I said when you first shut the fuck up for a second.
You are
when you first
Anthony.
showed those things, I said this is what I wanted to.
You are flat out lying.
Well, Red, please, can you give me 2 minutes, dude? I'm not asking you to kick him, but can you just give me 2 minutes?
Just let him go.
Yeah, let him just finish. Let him finish his
Fucking liar.
Can you give me 2 minutes, Will Red, please? I'm just asking you for a favor.
Okay, sure. 2 minutes. Go ahead, Dark Gift.
When he first showed those clips, I said, this is what I've been telling you to show for the last year. This is the closest thing that you've shown in a year to actual evidence that a Whisper network exists. Those are my exact words. And I've still said that.
Can you highlight Edwin's comment?
Wait, are you done? Are you done now?
I feel like
I wasn't, but
where Testify screeches at Dark Gift is a rerun.
It is, like for the 9th time.
Yeah.
It's not my fault. He's a fucking
9
liar.
is 9?
How am I lying?
Very
You have yet to prove me in a lie, bro.
Yes,
I think it's more than 9 times actually.
Yeah, it's probably about 20.
Well,
at
then
this
play
point.
a clip where Dark Gift says he thinks Piper was in the Whisper Network from my last match show. Just
Dark
play
Gift.
one clip. There's no clip. Okay, we're
I'd
done
have to
with
go
this
through 9
conversation.
hours.
Well, Dark Gift did it.
No, we
And I got
didn't. That
4
was
clips.
nothing.
I have 2 more.
Look at 2 more. Show them. Go ahead.
Well, if you can't show a clip, then you have no evidence of your point.
I have no evidence of my point.
Yes, if you can't show anything, that's what's called evidence. Show something.
So wait a minute. He just said I've been saying stuff about a Whisper network for over a year, and then I actually finally got it where I could show it to you. I did, and he's acting like it's still not existed.
He says it's not existent for Piper, but he's always said that. Whether he's wrong or not, who cares? He never has changed his position.
Exercising, yes.
I know you guys are going to disagree with me on this, but I'm going to have to, reserve the right to not put Piper into that group over there.
I don't care what you say. I've seen what I have now and know what I know. She's part of it.
Why wouldn't you?
Because I'm not going to put 2 and 2 together just because she knows somebody, right? Because what were we just complaining about? Guilt by association towards Quaff and guilt by association
here's the
towards
thing.
Elasma.
I am not going to go attack those people. I'm not going to tell anybody they can or can't go to some place.
So
I
I'm
wouldn't
not
tell
gonna-
somebody you shouldn't buy their product because they did this. I don't do that kind of shit.
So look what James Hay said. Look what James said. He says
So-
a lot of the small creators walk on eggshells when it comes to talking about the top tier creators. They want to promote it, and the loyalty lines make a lot of people fearful, and that's when you get people like Curtis and Gray talking shit about the smaller creators, and in my opinion, threatening these smaller creators or slandering them, destroying their businesses.
Mm-hmm.
They can push you around.
I see what you're saying, Dark Gift, that you don't have Piper in those comments, but I just want to remind you that she did say that she's taking orders from Micah on her stream.
She did.
She absolutely did. That doesn't mean she was a part.
But this is the shit I've been saying.
That doesn't mean
It's
mean
okay.
That doesn't mean she was a part of trying to take down Quaff,
God,
trying
you
to
were
take down
such a
Odie.
How?
Okay, can we stop this?
Please.
So,
Okay, I don't wanna
Testify says right there Dark Gift is a simp. So, clearly he's been sticking by his simp opinion. So, can we just all agree on that and stop talking about this again and again?
No.
Why? Honestly, no. Obviously, I think you're the only one that wants to continue this, and you know I love you, Tess, but I think you're the only one that fucking wants to continue this argument, and no one literally fucking cares about.
I didn't bring.
The only people that care about Piper are the ones that care about Piper, and the people that don't care about Piper don't care.
Rising, I
Exactly.
didn't bring this up. He's the one playing these clips.
I'm going to stand
You
by
did
the
bring it up.
position. Dark
You
Gift
brought it up, and what's his face? Always smiling in Pangira, wherever the fuck his name is.
I
brought
did
it up.
not bring this up. You're
Yes,
the
you
one
did.
continuing
I
it.
think it's been proven Dark Gift has never wavered from simping for Piper.
Yes, he's a fucking Piper
How
simp.
about we put this to rest? So, Dark Gift, was there something that you still wanted to say that you didn't get a chance to?
Nah, at this point, I don't think it matters, bro.
You sure? You don't want another minute? I can make sure
No.
you have it.
No, it's cool. I already proved that he's lying, so that's all
Okay,
that matters.
well, so here let's do this. I'm gonna put everybody in the back. I'm gonna bring in Woke Cat, and you and Woke Cat can discuss.
Who's Woke Cat?
Oh, hi. How you doing, Anthony? How you doing tonight?
I guess I'm doing all right.
Now, let me ask you something. On that last match stream, did you not say that you wanted screenshots of the shit?
I did.
And when Testify gave you screenshots, did you not say that this is the type of proof that you were needing?
I think I just said that before you came on, but yes, I did.
Okay. I'm trying to establish something. I am trying to establish something.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want us to go through all these screenshots again for another 9 hours?
No.
Are you sure? Because I have all of them right now on my page. I could bring them up. I could share them.
I'm sure you could. But they're already on a stream where people can go watch and see them. So I don't see what the point of...
So by that logic alone, so why are you in denial?
In denial about what?
Well, you can screenshot it, you can grab things from the stream, but you're not posting the screenshots of what's being said. You're just putting things after they're said. You're not putting things into context.
The screenshots are right there in the clips.
Not all of them.
No, not all of them. I didn't clip the whole fucking 9 hours. I clipped the parts
So
where
how can we get into context when it was a 9-hour stream?
What context are you looking for?
The context is where we showed that Micah Curtis was going after Quaff.
Yeah, and I didn't deny that. So okay, good. I'm glad we agree on that.
Okay. So what about when we saw that Piper was being talked to by Graded Point 5? Did you forget about that?
No.
Wasn't that coincidentally the same time around 10:31, the nip slip incident? And then after that, what happened? She stopped talking to the trash compactor, and we were like, what the fuck's up with that? Did you forget about that part?
No, I don't think anybody forgot about that part.
Except you.
No, that she's basically talked about that herself. I don't understand where you're going with this.
Where am I going with this? You're saying that there isn't Whisper Networks, now there isn't Whisper Networks. Which is it? Which is it, dude?
Did I say that there wasn't?
You just confirmed that there was Whisper Networks, and now you're trying to say there isn't Whisper Networks. So which one is it?
I didn't say that.
You just said
are you listening
earlier
to? Are you listening to what I said? Or no? Are you just really just having a hate boner on me ever since, I don't know, what, December? That you don't give a fuck what I actually say.
December?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's when you guys started getting a hate boner on me.
Dude.
January, whenever it was.
Smug Pug, go back inside your house. The tanks are waiting for you, okay?
I say December because I say December because I remember my Christmas tree was still up. So it was either December or January.
Okay, sure. I guess I could go with that. But in that regard, you've been going on about there's no such thing as Whisper Network since then. Correct?
Because there was no evidence of one.
Okay, well we've had these talks about these things happening, and then we confirmed them. So what
Yes,
makes you think they're still not going on?
I never. Where are you getting this argument? You're making an argument for something I never said.
I'm making an argument because you're still in denial of the subjectivity that people are talking behind the scenes to fucking fuck with people.
Did I deny that? After what I saw the other night, have I denied that?
Videos trying to prove that you're in denial.
Trying to prove that I'm in denial about what?
The shit going on.
What shit?
Oh, for fuck's sake! You're gonna play this game?
No, I'm going. Now I'm going to a point, just like you were. Now I'm going to a point.
No,
specifically say what I said.
That Whisper Networks aren't real.
That's not what I said.
Then why are you deflating?
I'm not deflating.
You can either claim that they're real and the shit that's going on behind the fucking back scenes, or you can keep fucking playing stupid little fucking 4 little videos trying to make some fucking excuse.
What excuse am I making?
Don't play cute.
I'm not playing cute. What am
you're defensive?
What excuse am I making?
Hear it in your fucking voice.
What excuse am I making? Because you're saying I'm saying something I never said. So I mean, to me, this is a joke right now.
Really? Because the last Well Red stream, you fucking did the 2-step, dude. Delta. Shut up. Wow, you just really won't go back inside.
Are you paying attention to me? Or you're paying attention to the chat.
I pay attention to everything. Because I'm not blind, stupid.
No, you're just deflecting.
No,
you're
I'm not
avoiding.
deflecting.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not.
Absolutely,
I gave everybody the evidence that night. Who the fuck do you think got the screenshots, dipshit? It was me.
I don't give a shit who got them. You want a medal for that? I guess.
No, I don't want a fucking medal. I want people to stop playing these goddamn mind games with each other because they get their fucking fifis hurt over the fucking internet.
So let me ask you a question. Should I forget that Elasmat and Quaff are getting the same treatment of guilt by association because he associates with you and testify?
No, no one should be getting any guilt by association at all. It's fucking stupid.
That's my point. My point
this is all
exactly.
fucking stupid what people
That's
are
my
fucking
point
doing.
exactly. My point exactly.
Yeah, but you're still dealing with people who still fucking do it, Anthony.
Who am I dealing with? I have no personal relationship with Micah Curtis.
You
I
still
haven't
have
talked to.
fucking Piper on your fucking payroll with you talking to her because you want to be
Well, first of
friends.
all, I haven't talked to her since she blocked me.
Really?
Really?
Okay.
She made one comment on the thread, and I replied to her once, but I haven't talked to her.
Okay, sure. Okay, I can go with that.
She didn't follow me back. I didn't follow her back. I'm not changing my position on guilt by association, though, just because me and her are having an issue.
Okay. All right. But you do agree with it, all this shit, you know, with all the different discords and all the different fucking stupid little gay ops and shit and all this little
I think Discord is the worst
thing. Shit thing.
I think Discord is the worst thing that happened to anybody that's involved in any kind of situation that we're involved in, whether it be comics, movies, anything like that. Because you get what you saw in those screenshots.
Well, it is furry tech, I'll give you that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It is what?
Okay, it's furry tech. But we'll, besides that point,
meow.
Well, I'm glad you guys are able to come to a resolution.
Yeah,
you both agreed.
Okay, here.
You both
How
agreed
about
on
we do
Discord.
this? How about we do this? I'll put this out there. What do you guys think about Vicky sending everybody DMs about not to have Testify on their show, and it's going to hurt them and all these things in the background? Do you want me to show you proof? I can. It's happening.
I don't care.
Oh, I know you don't care. You don't care till it affects you.
Nah, I just don't. I don't care about one person not liking another person.
You do.
I don't.
Oh my God.
Well, that sounds like a good place to wrap up for tonight. So,
Why?
Honestly, I think it does. Also, but on my closing comments, fuck you, country crawfish. I'm gonna keep my internet. It's the only way I can watch anime and not watch this shit.
No, that's Delta, by the way. Blues Lobster, that's him. Everybody should go. Should I put his PayPal address out there?
Don't do stupid shit like that. Don't even say stupid shit like that.
But Risey, I don't have his PayPal address.
Yeah, but you know what? You just said it like that, so now everyone's gonna think you do.
Said it. Yes, that's why I said it, because I know it gets under his skin and it's gonna fucking bug the living shit out of him. It's awesome.
You know what? It also tells the rest of the internet not to trust you as well.
With what?
Because how else would you have gotten that unless he gave it to you? And now you're gonna
have it, right?
I believe you don't have it. Alright, I'm going to take you by your word, but you just saying a statement like that will throw you under a bus that you're never going to be able to crawl out.
Do you want me to know the reason the only reason I know he has a PayPal? Do you want me to know? I'll tell you. Because the idiot said it in our Discord. Delta said Cider paid him through PayPal. That is all I know. There's no more to it than that.
Dude, 99% of fucking Earth has a fucking PayPal.
I know.
I've got a fucking PayPal. I don't use it. How do you get banned off of PayPal?
I got banned once.
I have no
way
idea.
back. No, I got banned because I sold my EverQuest account. You weren't allowed to do that technically.
No, I'm permanently banned.
Oh, there you go. I didn't know that.
Unless you're doing something and running like a scheme or something, it's hard to get banned off PayPal. I'm on it again.
It was one or two items, and they told me it was one or two items, and one of the items actually came from the Joe Corbett School of Cartooning, which was the correspondence courses. And the other was an art table from China. And I'm thinking it was the China thing.
Huh. Jack Torrance got banned from PayPal because he's white. That is horrible. I'm sorry, Jack.
I don't know if I'm white.
How did they find out, Jack?
Shit happens.
Well, Pug misses the old days where we talk about Ghostbuster and Andy would eat into his mic. So I think we should try to hope for the best on the next stream.
God, I love you getting the orders in the background, but you won't say it right now, Will Red. It is so awesome.
The marching orders from Mein Führer.
How many people?
Wait, also, Smug Pug, check your DMs. I sent you a DM. I want you to respond to me if you get the chance.
So, apparently, Risey's Mein Führer. He's giving the orders to Smug Pug, and Smug Pug's passing them on to Well Red. I see how this is working.
No, I just sent Smug Pug.
I'm teasing.
I sent him a DM. No, I sent Smug Pug. Yeah, on Twitter, Smug. No, it's about a comic book. It's not anything nefarious. I just forgot I'd backed this, and I got it the other day.
I got my orders to burn the books.
It's sad that we have to get defensive now, and we can't just enjoy the joke for what it is because of people like this schmuck over here.
All right, so I'm going to try to wrap it up, though. I do have to get up early in the morning.
Yeah, me too.
And I appreciate everybody being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
I thank you for letting me show that these guys are a bunch of retarded idiots. So
At least
I don't
we're
know,
not
that cat-
simps like you are.
That cat was getting the best of you there, Dark Gift. He had you on the ropes.
You think?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I was just highlighting the
Yeah,
chat.
he did. It's pretty bad when Prime could fucking insult you that bad.
He didn't even make a point that was legitimate.
I was just watching what the cat was
that
saying.
pertained to me. Well, I mean, yeah, if you listen to Amit, everybody gets the better of me if you listen to Amit.
I didn't see anybody.
Amit's a
having
godsend.
Amit's a dickhead.
I love Amit, but I'm a dickhead too, so maybe that's why.
Amit's got no respect for anybody's hard work. So
I'm a big fan of Amit too. Whenever he's able to stay on.
I used
Jack
to be.
says Nazis burned books of Karl Marx and Karl Kautsky. So sounds about right.
Kutsky.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know
That's
that.
about right.
God, you're such a fucking simp.
Lost another sub. Well,
I'm not fucking giving anyone marching orders, Wilberforce. Fuck!
Who's a simp?
It
I
shows
don't
you
know.
have 299 subs. What are you talking about?
I don't know. It was at
You might need
300.
to hit the refresh.
Yeah, it was
Oh wait, now it says
297 a little
295.
bit
No, it says
ago.
295.
It was at 300 a while ago.
Wasn't
But
it 297?
I don't know what happened.
See, I could cherry pick comments out of the chat too. If you look at Siler's.
Nervous laugh.
Nah, dude, I'm stoned as hell, man. You gotta learn to tell the difference, bro.
No, you got to learn how you're a fucking simp and it's pathetic.
Oh God!
That's
All
always
right.
pathetic, but it
Thanks
ain't
again
me.
for me on Well Read. I'm gonna drop out, so there'll be one less person to leave. And take care, everyone. I love all you ninjas. Have
Thanks,
a good
Risey.
one.
Later.
Loved having you.
Glass
Later,
this
Risey.
asshole Risey for me, please.
I'm not gonna glass anyone. I want to stay out of jail.
Are you sure?
Why is it not letting me leave?
Damn it.
All right, who's next?
Yeah, I'll take off. I'm satisfied.
Hey,
Cool.
Testy, you gonna start a stream?
Why?
Who?
I don't know. Why not?
I don't know. Oh wait, I forgot I can't stream. Remember? I've been. Oh wait, that's another lie that's put out there about me.
Yeah, you can't lie to me. I've been watching what you did to Cider early. I'm all for justice for Cider.
Fuck cider.
That was hilarious, though. You were
Yeah,
like,
it was-
stop it. Like, every song was like 30 seconds or less. It was beautiful, man.
That's called the ADD and just trying to keep people moving along.
No, they were pretty bad songs.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah, I know
Even
everything
those
Dark
country
Griff does
ones, those are
song-wise
pretty
is
bad.
horrible. It's true. It's beautiful.
Oh, I like his songs.
Why?
I might ask him to write one for me.
This sounds like a great conversation to have on Testifies channel.
No, this is a
Absolutely.
good one to hear. We got 9 hours to go. Well read.
Do I get to sleep?
No.
No, well, Red wants to go to bed. We should let him.
No.
Thanks, Andy.
Yes.
So I'll be in touch.
Yeah.
Let him go to bed. Let him go to bed.
Are you gonna start?
doing all these things? I'm a fucking
Hey,
simp
shithead.
whore.
You gonna start a stream or not?
I'm not planning on it.
Okay, then let Well Red go to bed.
No.
Yes.
Let Well Read go to bed. Let
After
Well
what
Read
he
go
did where
to
he
bed.
licked John Malin's ass for 3 hours? No.
He didn't lick his ass for 3
If the
hours.
gloves don't
licked his
fit, you
ass
must
for
have quit.
3
No,
hours.
he did not.
He licked it.
John's
the
an
only-
aggressive person.
He ignored Ethan Van Sciver's chat messages.
The only thing I wish about your drawing here, Andy, is there was a little bit more nipple. Like
No,
if it was
see-
protruding.
No, I don't like doing the nipple thing.
No, I
no,
do.
I don't. I know you do, but it just in case little kids look at it, I don't want their parents going, oh, he's a pervert. See, because
Well, I don't think-
I hear about this stuff all the time.
I don't think little kids are going to be reading that book. Do you?
Oh, I don't know. You have a teddy bear style toy on probably all the covers. Little kids are going to be interested in what's going on, and then you have violence. Kids love violence.
But to be fair, Crystal McGee had the Good Night, which also had a teddy bear, and she vehemently said that it was not a kid's book. Do not buy it for your kids.
Dark Griff whacks off to Rosetta streams.
Yeah, but see, there's not major gore, so I would want to sell to kids.
Oh, all right. Well, there you go.
Hey, when you were 8 or 9, did you not want all that crazy shit?
Of course you did, and you found a way to get it. But,
All right then. We just put a not for kids under 14, and we're okay. But little kids are still going to want to look at it then.
Of course.
You got to work with Georgina Floyd, Andy?
She was your
What?
big model?
Oh,
Yeah, she said so in the chat.
dude, you're my new idol. You got to work with Georgina. Holy crap.
I wish that was true, but I don't know who Georgina
Just say
is.
it's true. Just you.
Okay, it's true.
Yeah, you don't want to know who Georgina really is, probably.
Guys, let Well Read go to bed.
Why? You
I
made
was-
it through 3 hours of you licking.
Good night,
freaking
everybody.
Bailey's ass.
I was
Good
trying to
night.
get off for you.
Start a stream.
Good night. Good night.
Well,
Start a
Red,
stream.
Good night.
he won't
Good night.
even I'm telling you, Dark Grift isn't even doing his white knighting for you.
Start a
He doesn't
Well read.
need it. He's doing
We're
fine
letting
on his
Will-
own.
If they only
Start
find
a
them when they're
stream.
dead, why do
We're
they
letting
think they're
Will Red
gods?
go to bed. Start a stream.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Have a good night, Andy. Thank you.
Good
Well,
night.
Red,
Appreciate
you
it.
need,
Start
you
a
need to
stream.
get boob implants, man.
Start a
Dark
stream.
Grift will
Fantastic.
totally do it for you. No, I'm not going to start a stream. No. Is there any
How-
shoe streams going
Are
on
we
right now?
are we going to argue about this for 5 minutes?
Let me see. Is there a shoe stream? Let's see. MBS is going. Ease the Crave. He's here in Vegas right now. Let's see
Snake
what's
Eater,
going
you have to say something if I bring you on, okay? So make sure you talk right away.
End the fucking show. End it now. Good night, Well
Wait,
Read.
that's
Good
for
night,
Natra. That's the Rat
Testify.
I knew it
That's
was
the
him.
Rat
Good
King.
night, Andy. Have
That's
a
the
lovely
Rat
night.
King.
You put in your hours, Well Read, and you have a wonderful night. Everybody in the chat, hail to you. This motherfucking shit is over. Get out. You don't have to go home, but you gotta get your ass out of here. This has been another installation of the Well Read Review Show,
When
and
did
y'all
you all of a
motherfuckers is
sudden
gonna
become black?
end this show.
Why?
Thank you, Well Read.
Thank you, Snake Eater. I advocate for your message.
now that you told me that I had to
I
go,
concur.
I don't think I want to go now.
Oh my gosh, that's enough. All right, everybody, I gotta go to bed. So thanks a lot for being here, and I'll see you all on Sunday. I think we're doing the next show, or no, Thursday. Sorry, it's Monday already. See, I'm already passing out. I need to get to bed. But thanks for being here. Thank you very much to John Malin. It was amazing having him on. I really appreciated that. Thanks to Smug and Moonshine for their amazing review and for introducing us to this great book. So, and we'll look forward to hearing more about it. Thursday, I don't think we've decided exactly what we're going to be doing just yet. It might be another Allegiance art book, The Futurists. So we'll see what happens. But stay tuned and we'll keep you all posted. What, guys?
Can you please post the sneaker stream to go to?
Okay, one sec.
I put it in the private chat.
All right,
Go to it. The StreamYards link is there.
I'll do it now.
We need more sneaker awareness in this community.
All right. Sneaker stream where Testify dies.
No, actually on this one I might. You never.
Oh, why did I post that in the private chat? What am I doing?
By the way, if you're highly offended by the N-word, do not watch this show.
I mean, it's because it's mostly people who are allowed to say that word saying it.
Well, it's black people calling themselves that. That's what it is. That's what you meant by what you tried to. You said there. I'm having to watch my words.
Exactly. So I appreciate that. Oh, and maybe Human subbed to me because I'm apparently Hal 9000. I'm gonna have to work on apparently.
God, that'd be more entertaining if you were.
I said thank you to John Malin. Jeez.
You
Booster.
didn't say thank you to Ethan Van Sciver yet, though.
Thank you to Ethan Van Sciver. Thank you to Anna, the Star Wars girl. She was in the chat too. So appreciated seeing her here.
I heard about that. I guess she was there. I was
Brief-
taking a shower, but she also has me blocked, so I don't see the message. That I'm
Briefly-
going, oh yeah, what, you're stalking her again? I'm going, she's in a chat I was in now.
Oh, in this episode, really? Oh, that's cool. A lot of people showed up. What was the
Yeah.
occasion? I'm sorry, I just showed up.
Malin was
Sinatra,
here.
He licked John Malin's ass for 3 hours.
Malin's cool as hell.
He licked
cool.
his ass, though.
Good for you, Well Red.
Good for me. I licked his ass.
God, you were such a rat.
I was happy to have him here. I
Yeah,
thought it
no,
was
John's
amazing.
cool as hell, man. He's nice.
Yeah. Testify. You're never going to get back in a
Hi,
seat
Jeremy.
if you keep attacking John Malin.
I never. Here's the thing. I've always said
Hail
I
the
respect
chat, yeah.
John Malin's art. He's very talented. He's just boring as fuck, and you just let him just talk for fucking 3 hours.
It was a great stream. Testify.
He was bringing up shit from
I'll hang out.
2018.
Have some beers with you. No testify.
Does Dark Gift Great Gay keep you from his streams? Testify.
Does he stream? I don't even know anymore.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, one the other day. I haven't seen really him stream too much. With other people, yeah, but not on his own channel.
Dude, he whacks off to Rosetta streams. It's fucked up.
Hey, big girls need.
It's not even that. It's just weird. He does it for all these little freaking women on the internet.
I'm gonna have to take a play out of his book. Maybe I get some action. I'm running kind of dry over here, Testify. People, you got to do what you got to do.
You're dry? Why?
You got to call Backpage. Maybe
Backpage?
Craigslist, personals.
What are you going to Backpage for?
I don't know.
That's still a thing? I didn't even know.
I don't know. I don't know. Just fucking. All right. Well, Red.
Why
Have a
don't you
good
go to
night, brother.
MySpace, too?
All right. Thanks, Snake Eater. Thanks for being here.
See you here.
Fucking rat.
All right. Testify.
We have 9 more hours to do. What are you talking about?
Testify. Why is your cat sucking some guy off?
I was told it looks like licorice to me. I don't know.
It looks like it's eating a worm or a
Why
bug
does
or
this
something.
cat picture really bug people so much?
I think it's hilarious.
Why it just meow. Why does that word bug people so bad?
Delta, don't you see that everybody's mad at me for having John Malin on? Everybody's mad at me for having Testify
No, they're not.
on.
No. I'm gonna correct you. No, they're not mad that you had John Malin on. They're mad because you didn't ask him a fucking thing that was like relevant to now. It was him talking for 3 hours. You let the guy talk for 3 hours. That's it. You ignored the chat. It was boring as fuck because John Malin, it's just, I don't know how people could sit and listen to him just drone on to begin with. You wouldn't poke him.
What was I supposed to ask him? What would you have asked him, Testify?
How about the Kickstarter bullshit?
Testify. We spent most of the interview talking about that.
What's that? Give me your quick synopsis of it then.
The chat was lighting him up with questions about it. I mean,
But here's the thing. Why did John at all come out and say from something from years ago, and because they kicked him off, and yes, Kickstarter's changed now. It is a platform for creators to go put their stuff on. Why did he make that comment? Was it a couple weeks ago, I think?
Testy droning
you will be blacklisted by...
Kickstarter was 30 minutes. Yeah, we talked about it for a long time. Testify. I should have asked him about shoes.
Well, Red, I'm really trying to get you to understand this, and I mean this with all due respect.
Kickstarter.
Nobody's listening to your guys' reviews. They wait for the StreamYards link to come in here. Then they unmute.
Way too much Kickstarter, says Wooster.
Make Kickstarter great again.
Makes Kickstarter CG again.
Yeah, that was Brian. Who came up with that? I thought that was good.
I did.
Oh, was it you? Okay.
Yeah.
I forgot. I thought that was funny. I was like, I put it in your comment.
Yeah. That's a well-read trademarked phrase.
Okay.
Malin said anyone can use Kickstarter. He just won't promote you on his show if you do. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, it's just. But here's the other part. People know what Malin does in the background, and when he doesn't like somebody, he will make sure they will never be on any of the big shows.
Ouch!
That's him.
Those are some harsh accusations there.
No, it's not harsh. It literally is the truth.
Testify. You're never going to get back into CG.
I know this. Mike Miller will never come back to CG. That was my way in. I can't get him to join. I'm screwed. It's over.
Did I delouse? Yes, I did. Anyone else notice that the scat Testify is complaining about is exactly what
Vicky,
Testify
who's the one going around sending messages about me? I don't do that to people.
Comments weren't read until the end of the interview, but they were read, at least a good chunk. Yeah, I mean, you try to go through several things.
You did not read Ethan Van Sciver's message.
No evidence, obviously. Yes.
You did not read Ethan Van Sciver's message. You gatekept him.
Altercation says, I appreciate the deep lore of CG, but we do seem to churn over the same ground quite a bit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Move on.
Yes, Testify. Move on.
No, we got 9 hours left.
Move on into the back. Let me go to bed.
No.
Testify.
We got 9 hours, man.
I'm going to play the outro.
Nobody wants to hear your outro. Come on.
Everybody, I will see you on Thursday for the next review.
What dumb review are you doing?
I think we're doing Futurists, but we'll see.
Futurists?
Have to confirm.
Who's that? Who did that one?
I don't even know. It's
I don't know
Allegiance
that
art
one.
book. Yeah.
Oh, it's a hardcover? It's a hard book?
No, it's Allegiance art. It's the books that are in
okay.
Walmart. Mitch Breitweiser's stuff.
Oh, another bright white. Okay.
Yeah. So the last one we did, Nora Saga, was pretty popular. People liked it. So
No, they didn't.
they did.
No.
A little bit. Kind of. One person. Wooster liked it. We did the stream for him. All right, everybody. Have a good night.
Why? Well, then the only thing is, I just don't like John Malin.
I'm just a kid. I'm just a kid. I'm just a
Vicky, I know
little mistake. It's just a little mistake. It's just a little mistake. Little mistake.
Not worth the trouble, but you're still sending messages and even forgetting to people. Beautiful. Georgina, my fist is in the air.
I'm just a kid. I'm just a kid. I'm just a kid.
the last words a kid says before he sees Liam Grandfather? Well, Red, I have a question for you. I have a question. Do not end this stream